Check it. Check it.
To PUBG Mobile V4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a survivor, you have but one goal. Escape. Work with teammates to activate the terminals. To open the exit gates. The survivors win when over half of them escape. The power plant is divided into 4 areas. There are 2 terminals in each area. Activate any 5 terminals to unlock the exit gate. During activation, successfully tap the button on the left to increase the activation progress. Activate a terminal to gain helpful items. But remember, your location will be exposed to the predator when activating terminals. If you see the heartbeat, that means the predator is nearby and it's time to move. At the start of the match, you'll receive a random skill and a stun gun. Each skill has its own unique effect, including increasing movement speed, distracting enemies, speeding up activation, and rescuing teammates. In addition to skills, the map is also filled with interactables and special items. They're your secret weapon for causing chaos and distracting the predator. Attacking the predator with firearms will fill its stun bar. When the stun bar is full or a weak point is destroyed, the predator will be stunned, giving your team time to get away and activate terminals. Survivors collectively have 2 respawn chances. At 6 minutes into a match, or if all respawn chances have been used, respawning will no longer be available. When this happens, an exit portal will appear at a random location, until there is only 1 survivor left. Once 5 terminals are activated, the exit gate will open. Use it to escape. When your team is full, prioritize escaping together through the exit gate to win. Survivors, remember to never stop moving. Victory is in sight.
Chicken killer, 삼계탕 dinner.
In this world I know who will rise or fall. I raise my shield to stay alive, but the hurt still rain down from the sky. Now I got a tattered soul, but still I fight. Through jungles race, left foes behind. Yet cruel misshapes still stalk my mind. My perfect form is tire marks, but nothing stops my forward sparks. Too light, I risk it all. A stupid thing they call. Too light, I risk it all. No surprise can block my will to rise. Too light, I'll risk it all.
iSteady V3 Ultra unlocks touch filming. A simple double tap starts AI tracking. With AI live feed, what you film is what you see. Frame yourself on the remote. You can shoot videos all on your own. Pull up the extension pole and get everyone in the shot effortlessly. iSteady V3 Ultra. Your touch, your moment.
Welcome back, everyone, and we are getting ready to move right into the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship for North America in 2025. My name is DK, and I'm on the desk here with Neptra. We're going to be taking you through all the action here today. Of course, we've got quite a bit of a lineup with all the teams coming to the battlefield. But first up, Nep, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, DK. Yeah, I'm excited to get into it. We had a great time in the spring edition of this tournament. I'm happy to get into the fall one now. I'm excited.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of excitement coming through. Of course, we are going to be running with 2 lobbies this time around. We'll take a look at those a little bit later on. So excited to see what all the different schools are going to be bringing on in. And of course, that's the reason why we have 2 lobbies. There's just been so many teams that entered looking to get the share of the action here. So it is going to be a hot and spicy one. But of course, we are starting with the semi-finals right here. So we are going to be whittling those teams down to eventually get the teams that will be making it through into the finals itself. But the interesting part, I think, here is, of course, looking at the 2 different lobbies that we have as the teams come in. The next few games that they are going to be playing, those are the only games that they have. There's going to be no other additional opportunities for them to secure those points. So whatever they can bring, they better bring it in quick and fast.
Absolutely. I think those 4 matches allotted to each lobby is going to go very, very quickly just because, as you were saying, you know, it's the only points that they can get. So I'm very excited to see what they can do with just 4 matches each. I believe we're going to be seeing 1 game per new map, or per map rather. So Wrangell, Miramar, Sandhawk, and then Rondo, I think it is. So we're going to have a really nice show of their skills over all sides of those maps.
Yeah, we definitely will. But of course, let's take a look at the social medias. Of course, we're very excited and interested to hear which schools you are supporting. Of course, we'll be taking a look at exactly who will be competing here today. But here are the social media links. Hit us up. We've got Twitter, we've got Instagram, we've got YouTube, as well as Discord. Discord's important, right? Because that's where you enter. So become part of the community, hop onto the Discord server, and you'll see there's a lot of action happening over there as well. But of course, love to hear your thoughts. So be sure to share that over on X or Twitter or any of the other social media links that we have right there on the screen. But Netra, this is where I want to ask you, right? Where would you make the loudest noise for a school that you'd be supporting?
Ooh, as in, okay, interesting. I'm not sure, you know? I think maybe University of Alabama, just for the first lobby, I think, as we go over to the prize pool. I think Alabama is closest to where I'm from in the States, so yeah. I feel like that would probably be the correct decision here. But prize pool breakdown is going to be pretty big. $6,000 going to the first place team here, $4,000 going down to second place, third, $3,000 for third, $1,000 for fourth, and $500 for fifth. There's quite a disparity between first and fifth, so these teams gonna want to make sure 100% they get as high as possible. They gotta come for that chicken dinner.
Yep, they definitely are going to try and lock in as much of it as they can. It's 30 times more. So there's a big slot jump from that to the first place. So if you want the lion's share of the prize pool, you know how to get it done. First up, you got to get into the finals, right? That's where the money comes from. And of course, the teams that we are going to be looking at today here is going to be quite a few familiar names. But also then, we have a few schools coming through from the side of Mexico as well. So we don't necessarily see them on the screen just yet, but they'll be popping up pretty soon. But we've got Coquetlam in there, we've got Portage in there as well. We've got a very nice distribution in. We got BUAP. I know there's a fancy way to pronounce that name. I am sorry, but I'm gonna brutalize that name, so I'll just call them BAUP. Because that's the kind of way of doing it. We can, of course, see Algoma's in here. We've got Middlesex County. We got Southeastern Louisiana in here. We've got so many schools being represented here. So very excited to see what everybody is going to be doing. And of course, as you can see, right, a few of these schools have 2 teams in. So Seneca, for instance, they've got 2. We've got the BAUP in here with 2 as well. So I want to see that kind of home ground clash coming through, right? Teams from the same territory stepping out onto the battlefield, looking to show us who's the one that's going to lock in and lock down the most points.
100%, and it won't be too long until we get into our first game as well. We want to start all this action going, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun with it. So these teams going to be fighting for the top 8 position here. You got to get into top 8 to get into those finals. So that is what we're aiming for over the next 4 games, DK.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of that excitement for our teams to show us exactly who's going to be packing the most hit, who's going to be looking to situate themselves at the top of the board because, as we saw, right, there's a decent chunk of change available in that prize pool, so the pressure is going to be on. And I think there's going to be quite exciting to see exactly how these teams play it out. Of course, the winning squad from the previous season, we don't have them in this first lobby that we are going to be looking at. We'll see them join as we get into lobby number next. But, of course, this gives these teams an opportunity to get themselves established, get themselves situated. But I think the interesting thing is, as we will see soon once we get into that map view, is, of course, that we are going to be looking at only one play, as you've mentioned, per map. So if you can't pull it together on Erangel, you're going to have to get the job done as we move over onto Miramar, Sanok, or potentially even as we head over into the side of Rondo. I'm looking forward to Rondo, though, because, yeah, as we've seen, it is new to the esports scene, right? It's been tested out here and there to see if it has what is required to make it a super exciting map. So I really want to see how all of this is going to play out. But yeah, anything in particular that you're going to be looking forward to here?
I'm going to be interested to see how kind of jumping off of what your point was, is how the circles are actually going to fare for these teams. Are they going to treat these teams nicely? Because as you said, right, it's only one map. You only get each map once. So if that zone on Erangel goes down to military, or we get 50% water or something ridiculous over on one of the other maps, it's tough luck because you're not going to get a redo. You've got to do your best with what you're given. So I think that's going to make this tournament a very, very exciting one. The semifinals very, very exciting for sure when we get into each of the lobbies. And it'll be interesting to also kind of compare the lobbies and how they react differently or the same to the different maps.
Yeah. Well, you know what's also quite interesting, and we did see a little bit of that as we were heading into the game itself, right? That pre-game, the beautiful trailer that we saw. Of course, it was the Hohem iSteady V3 Ultra. Now, what's cool about this thing is it delivers ultra smooth shots with advanced stability, as we saw in the clip itself. So it's got full 360 rotation. We did see that smart AI tracking in there as well. I think that's perfect for creators who want to get a professional quality level of footage, and they can get that at any time, anywhere. Of course, to find out more, there are links down in the description, so be sure to go check it out. Click on the link and get yourself one of those if you are interested in doing so. I gotta say, it looks pretty awesome. I like the little pop-out screen bit, right, that you could like select things on and go like, yeah, I want to see that. To me, that looks pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I was watching that trailer, I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. Okay, all right, might have to think about this one for sure. So yeah, click on that link if you are interested. It will only take a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds to click on it, and we're not in game yet, so you got time to get it sorted. You're good.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one. I am looking at what we are seeing in the chat. Someone said that they have to pull the Southeastern Louisiana draw for themselves as a team that they're going to be supporting. Of course, if you are in the chat, let us know which school you're here to support, right? If you're supporting a few of the new squads that are rolling up in here as well, the teams, of course, coming through from the side there of Mexico, let us know, right? Give a big shout out for them. If you're watching the English podcast, thank you so much. There is also a Spanish one, especially for that. So make sure that you support the teams wherever you can. But yeah, we are going to also get ourselves ready to take a quick look to see what that map list is, where exactly the teams are going to be playing through. We've already mentioned it, but it helps seeing pictures, because I think sometimes, you know, pictures just speak a few more words than all the words that we can blurt out ourselves.
Yep, I'm a visual learner for one, so I gotta be able to see those things before it really gets ingrained in my brain. So yeah, I will be very happy to see that come up on the screen. The first game, of course, is going to be a Wrangle. We're starting off easy. You know, we're not diving off the deep end for these teams. 4 games is hard enough, so we're going to really just go, okay, here's the first one. This is the one you know the most. A Wrangle, and then we'll get into some more difficult ones. But first off, the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. We're getting into a Wrangle first, which I'm excited for, because it's the bread and butter, it's the one that we know, it's the one we've seen the most. But how are they going to switch things up? Are they going to switch things up just because of the different format here? Here you go, maps on the screen. Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, and then Rondo. It's nice to see Sandhawk coming in to play a little bit. It's not gone completely. We're weaning it off a little bit. I love that, because Sandhawk is my favorite map, so it's nice to see it kind of just fade away rather than just go completely. But yeah, which map, DK, though, are you most excited to see? I think you said Rondo?
Well, no, first up, right? It's interesting that you say Sandhawk is your favorite. But I thought you were gonna say something like Rondo or anything along those lines. My favorite still is gonna be the map of Miramar. Hey, you know, whatever tickles your fancy. Like, I don't discriminate against maps. I'll take them all as long as I've got weapons and loot. Give me loot and I'm happy. But there's a lot of loot across all these maps, of course. If I had to choose out of the 4, I would definitely say Miramar is my favorite. Why? Just because it's big, it's got space, and you could say the exact same thing about Rondo, but Miramar has been here longer, right? So I go for a little bit of that sentimentality that's coming through with it as well. Not that I know what sentiment I would have with regards to Miramar itself, but it felt like a fancy word to use, and so I used it.
Nice.
And we'll roll with goodness. Let me try again. We'll roll with that. There we go. After the 4th attempt, I'll eventually get it. But as you've mentioned, for the first game, we are going to be hopping straight over onto Erangel to see what the teams are going to be doing. And this is now where I need to ask you a very important question, Natura.
Yes.
Miss Analyst, right?
Ooh. Okay. All right. Let me focus.
Yes, are you ready for it?
I am.
Where are we going to be seeing those first zones go? But because also remember, keep in mind that the zones have been doing a thing as of late, right? They've not necessarily been consistent with the different spreads. So where's the first zone going?
Let me put my analyst brain on. Hang on. Computing. You know what? I'm feeling Mansion vibes. The first one's going over to Lipovka, something like that. Mansion, Lipovka, Yasnaya. We're going over to that sort of more of the eastern side of Erangel, I think.
Okay, I'll take it because heaven is nearby and we can see flying vehicles because that's my other favorite part about
awesome.
PUBG aside from all the action that we have as well. But yeah, we're just waiting to see everybody load into the plane to get their butts ready to roll on out. We are a little while away from getting into that, and of course this is the perfect opportunity for all the shout-outs. And of course, if you've not yet clicked on the link down in the description for the Hohem iSteady V3 Ultra, go check it out. It looks pretty cool. It's pretty sweet. If you like text things, I think it's cool because it looks awesome with that little screen thingy. I would want one just for that reason. It's like I want the little screen.
Yeah.
It's almost like my watch, but slightly different. But it's the same. Yeah. So there's a lot of things that that we could talk about of that as well. But yeah, I think the big thing is, I think the teams coming in here, right? Of course, a lot of the teams from the more Northern America side, we've seen them in the previous seasons. But I want to see what the Mexican squads are going to be bringing in here, right? We've got 4 of them loading into this lobby. So I really want to have all of the excitement being brought through. I'm going to try my best to pronounce the names, or I'll pick a name, or find something at least that I can identify them with so everybody knows who it is. But yeah, Spanish is not my strong suit, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, it's not mine either. I mean, we have 4 though, which is awesome. You know, a lot of the time when a new country or new region joins these things, it's sometimes 1, maybe 2, but we have 4 teams coming in here, which is just awesome. I want to see how they change up how these North American, or rather the, you know, US Canada side of things ends up, you know, playing the circle. Do they change things? Do they fit with the current strategy? Do they, you know, kind of take advantage of a couple of teams and make them change their strategy? I want to see what they're going to do, how they do things, what they're going to bring to the table here. I'm excited to have this new squad of teams come in.
Yeah, so it's a Benemerita, right? I hope I said that right. If not, please feel free to correct me in the chat. So we've got 2 squads coming through from Benemerita. Then we've got Valladolid. One of those 2.
Yeah,
I don't
maybe.
quite know. And then there's the University something of Mexico. I don't know what. Autonoma. Yeah.
Cool.
I know Google is my friend. I can maybe search and find out what the. But that I feel like I want to try and figure this out myself. You know, it's just like for bragging rights.
See, this is the thing.
But
we have BUAP, we have BOM, and we have Instituto. I know that's wrong, but like just to differentiate, you have the institute. That one we could say there's the institute.
Yeah. Yeah, because they could institute a few of the engagements as well, as we are going to be working our way through the map. So, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Let's go with that one. Yeah, we'll figure it out once we get there. If there's anybody that could tell me how to make it easier, so I can at least pronounce everybody, let us know in the chat. That would be super helpful. I did see Max in the chat as well. So who knows?
I saw him.
I know Max can speak a little bit of Spanish, so maybe he can help do something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But anyway, so for the first few squads that we are going to be having here, we're going to have Coquetlam come through. We're going to have Portage come through. Benemerita. Both these squads are going to be rolling up as well. We got Seneca Polytechnic. That's going to be coming in. We got Algoma University. We got Middlesex County College. We got the Southeastern Louisiana University. That's not a name that you can say in like 1 second.
No,
you need to space it out, right? We got the University of Canada West. We got Sinclair College. We got Conestoga College, as well as the University of Alabama, Birmingham. And of course, we got the University of Cincinnati, as well as Seneca Polytechnic. We've got Instituto Tecnológico Superior de... and I can't pronounce. That's the part that trips me up. And then we got Universidad Autónoma de Mexico. There's everybody that's coming in. Yes.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah. I can't wait to say this in a high action, fast talking situation. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have fun with this one, guys.
No pressure.
We're gonna have great. We're gonna have great. It's already really good. I mean,
we're gonna have
our
great.
English, if our English is this bad. But anyway, we're gonna be getting into the next game.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. To help make it easy, let's just get in game, and we'll take it head on. We'll figure it out. We'll see how it goes. Woo, this is gonna be a fun one. But yeah, so we are getting ready to jump into this. The squads are gonna roll, and it is gonna be go time. Here we are, the flight path. Ooh, I like this one. Up in the north, shooting range all the way to Multa Power. That is a very decent dose of flight path right there.
It sure is, and it's kind of in keeping with my zone prediction, so we'll see how that goes. But right now we want to focus on what teams are going to be going where. Already we are looking at a couple of potential hot drops here. Are all those teams going to land in North George, or are some of them going to split up? Because there's at least 3 teams going to North George there, it looks like. Let's see. As we move over to Rozhok, we do have one team moving up over maybe to Severny, maybe to Yasnaya. A huge bunch of teams actually just all going for Georgopol, Crates, Hospital. That whole area seems to be pretty stacked at the moment. Only one team actually having left the plane after that. I don't know what to make of that, DK. We do have 4K coming on down here. We have SCC as well. A few teams now jumping off, being the last teams to go to leave the plane here on the eastern side. But yeah, it is a massive hot drop all down South George.
I like this play though. I mean, already it's gonna be Benemerita starting us off with a little bit of the action, trying to pick up the opponents as they are flying through the air. So Jin making the most with that quick UMP. Right? I mean, it's always such a challenge to get the right kind of weapon to hit the range that you're wanting to hit. But there's going to be a lot of pressures. We can already see those casualties starting to roll on through. The knocks coming in. The numbers starting to dwindle. Ooh! And Jin just getting hit on the back end there. But of course, as we quickly jump over to the side here of Alabama as well, they are going to be looking to find themselves a way to send their opponents on the road to death, right as their name suggests, R2D. Ooh, beautiful nade out, just popping into that warehouse. This will open up the opportunity here for Delee to see where they can find that angle. Are they going to be trying to sneak in the door, or is this just a potential distraction to get that off-angle play in?
Oh, wait, I thought he wasn't gonna get that, but he does. He does grab that initial knock. Can he get the second one? Not sure that we're able to see that. It looks like he might get that second one in that Elam feed. And that's going to be Alabama picking up a swift 3 elims already on the board there. As we move on over Canada West, still fighting for this entry, fighting for this building. Just a solo left alive. Cookie, he's the one last man standing, a 1v2 with those DBSs, with those rifles on the stairs. Can't even get a heal. I mean, he's got... Oh, wait, no, the mini from the backstab coming in behind him. Now that is going to facilitate a med up ASAP.
Well, seeing that they have a player here named Cookie, we need one. They just need to rename someone to Milk, because then it's like, oh, we got milk and cookies, right?
We got milk and
that would be amazing. Max would love that. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
yeah.
he would. But hey, let's see. It is gonna be Cookie now trying to see if they can make everything crumble the way they want it to. It's a pretty tough spot to be in, especially being so far from your teammates, right? You can't get the res, you can't help, nothing. You just gotta sit there and look on. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Morant now looking to come through, find the cleanup. That is going to be Forrest now getting sent to the woods as they will get wrapped up and shipped out, and off they go. Gotta say, though, right here for Benemerita, this is pretty good so far, right? Already 2 eliminations up. They've not really suffered any major damage. And if they did, they were able to patch themselves up quite quickly.
Yeah, really nice start from them. They have a pretty good split, actually. Massive control over this whole south side. But there are a few teams split up amongst them. Oh, that's an excellent nade through the lens of the 4x scope. Jester goes on down. Fury's going to have to pick him up. But that gives an opening now for Cookie to do something here. But does he know? He's in a different building. He hears the other players here, the other teams moving in. That's going to be a nice little play coming in there. The rebuttal is good, though. That's going to be 1 knock already. Hear the nade just bouncing around the stairs there. That's going to be a smoke, though. No damage done just yet. Cookie now makes an appearance. He's trying to do something here. But this is really... Oh, wait a second. Cookie steals the knock, steals that elim, takes out another one. Oh, my goodness. Canada West, you've got a savior.
Cookie's a monster. Right? I love it.
Yeah, he is.
Cookie is a monster. Some pretty clutch plays coming through. 3 teams fighting right there. And so far, Cookie managing to kind of just sneak in a cheeky bit of damage every now and then.
There we go.
There we go. Confirmation has been secured. Let's see. Will they crumble or will they just milk the goodness out of this? So far, I'm liking what Canada West is doing here. This is just such an aggressive send that they bring into the forefront. But it's not over yet, right? The pressure is still going to stay on. And I'm especially looking over to that eastern side, right? Because we do have the players there from Alabama also just off in the distance over towards the container yard. With all this engagement, they could definitely get drawn into this region. So you have to be very careful with how you progress from here.
Absolutely, especially as we see that the zone is nowhere near these players, right? So for a Cookie, the Cookies of the world, right, it could be a lot more difficult to get out of here just because all those teams are also trying to get out at the same time. So for Cookie, it might be best just to, he does have this one fight that he's going to probably have to take because I don't think they're going to let him get away. But once they're cleared or once he can sneak away, he has to get to a vehicle first. He cannot really wait too much longer here.
Well, the Cookie now getting dunked in the blue juice. It's not that nice. It's not the same as milk, right? It doesn't have the same effect, but what could have the same effect is a quick cheeky shot here as the DBS is not going to help as Jester comes in and just lays it down. That is going to be the end of the road right there. Very strong performance, though, coming from the side of Canada West. But now let's see what the rest of the lobby can do. It is going to be Benemerita here, still held up on the roof, waiting for someone maybe to roll over that bridge. I don't know if that is a very wise decision to make here because, stage 1 blue, yes, not doing too much damage, but you don't want too much of it, right? Oh, but the sprays, though, I like that.
Very nice indeed. Seneca 8 doing what they need to do, man. Oh, and we're gonna see the exchange of Molotov and, what's that called? That one. What's it called?
The sticky bomb.
Thank you. I blanked for a second there. Yeah, the sticky bomb coming on in. Not gonna do too much damage, but does stop that that revive being made. Oh, and the backstab as well. Shotguns still have a say in this game, DK. That's all we're hearing right now. All those rifles going to town here, and just one solo left for that team there. Alabama, as you said, they did move in. An interesting decision made by Alabama here in the first game, right? They're already in the zone. They still have 4 up, 5 eliminations on the board. They are trying to gatekeep these teams, and to be honest, I'm not too sure I love this. They do lose one. Ooh. Yep, they lose one completely here, and I just feel like this is a bit of a waste of time, because all you're going to do is lose health, lose meds, and lose a player, and I think they understand that, and it looks like they're going to try and get out of here. But yeah, an interesting decision made by Alabama here.
I just want to keep on adding Sweet Home in front of their name. I don't know why. I have to stop myself every time. You know, just break out into song. But, you know, I won't punish the viewers that much. I'm not that cruel. But you know what is cruel? The blue. You gotta get out of it, right? At least, though, it is still only that stage 2, so it's not going to be doing that much damage. It is doing more damage than we saw phase 1 doing, but still, right? If you can help it, try and get your butt out of there and work your way back into the zone. Speaking about the zone, that is exactly where we are right now. As you can see, one of the squads here from Conestoga making their way on through. How are they going to look to play through the position here? Of course, this would be... I don't quite know if there's an A or a B for Conestoga. No, it's just straight up Conestoga. All right, cool. That's who we have. So it's the one and only Seneca A, though. Out they go. Yeah. 15th place. Ooh, I love that sound in the background. The you know, somebody's getting something cooking. We want to see what it is. Ooh, it's going to be a send. Here it comes. The full rush is going to be Coquitlam College now getting ready for the action.
Goodness me, that is a send and a half. But it looks like it's a send just straight past. They're not sending into the team. They just want to get past. So really interesting play coming in from them over there. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, they make it, right? But they go straight past a building or compound that they have to know is taken. That was very risky for them. Goodness.
Well, you have to risk it if you want the biscuit, unfortunately. Not really all too much coming through from that, not even here for the side of Conestoga, right? All they did was they used up some of the ammo, but nothing much got converted from that. In the meanwhile, as we can see, Benemerida going to be holding nice and steady up on the roof, trying to just kind of push any teams in the vicinity as far away as they can. I mean, the ideal would be to push them all the way into the lobby, right? I think that is essentially what you're aiming for, but it doesn't always work out like that. In the meantime, they're now just trying to clean up their buildings here, making sure that everything is looking pretty good. Sinclair also going to be keeping it nice and concise as they've now moved up onto the edges here of Malta. Good position here. They can gather quite a bit of information.
Hang on a second. Whoa, wait, hang on a second. ×2. Spear moving in, getting rid of 2 players just like that. But I'm not sure who actually got those elims because it was not the team in that compound. Okay, interesting. We move on over, though, to Bop, as they're affectionately known by us. They're going to be moving over. Nice little split, 1-1 split over this compound outside of zone, but just trying to do a little bit of gatekeeping here. We'll see what they can do. 1 elim on the board so far. But again, I mean, yes, it's outside of zone, but the position itself is actually a really good one as they try and get rid now of Alabama coming through. That's going to be a spray down. Can they make it connect? Can they get another elimination? No, it doesn't look like they can, DK.
Yeah, I mean, a good play, though, for Alabama because they want to try and get more than just the 5 eliminations that they currently have. And for Bop over here, as you said, let's see if they can get that ball rolling. The zone, of course, has moved up, and now they got to get themselves moving as well. A slight little bit of that leapfrog with a slight order of distraction here. That's where Alabama went, and out they go. That is Alabama out in 14th. No more eliminations going their way. We are left with 13 remaining teams. So you can see there's a good long list of squads getting ready to bring it all in. It is going to be Conestoga situated up on towards the northern side. Ooh, they can see the movement up ahead, but can they see well enough to actually lock in a shot here?
Looks just a little bit too distant, and you don't want to waste the ammo, especially not Zeno. He's only got 19 spare rounds in that tank for the Scar L here, so any shots he takes, he has to be very careful with to make sure they're on point, because this compound does not afford any more loot than probably what they already have, what they've already found, and that's going to be a nice little shot, just a warning shot, just go, hey, I see you over there. Not much happening yet. I think we won't see much until the zone actually closes up. I think teams are just trying to make those rotations. We're not going to see many elims now.
Nah. If it's up to Algoma, they're going to go like, Neptura, no, look at us, go. We're going to just rock up to the party here. We're going to try and lock it down. We're going to try and keep everybody else from our compound because we were here first. This is ours. We got to stay. So let's see whether or not Cyrax and the rest of the crew can get the job done. So far, one did take quite a bit of damage here, but unfortunately not necessarily getting that hit in just yet. It is going to be Zen managing to escape. Spear holding nice and steady there in the background, so there could be yet another altercation coming through on that side. But of course, look at that blue just pulling down onto the beach. Max and I, we were talking about, I was pitching my idea for an armored beach chair. This would be a phenomenal place to put it up. Go get one, go put it down, and wait. Right, because you can enjoy the sun while not having to worry too much about shots connecting up onto your player. Well, speaking about which, though, we did see a nice little bit of bolty action and nades coming in on the feed.
You know me, I love a good bolt action. Let's go. Whoever's playing with that, extra points in my book. Nice little knock coming in there with that Car 98. Now some more nades coming on through. We got some play zone elims as well, but it's all going down, and Algoma just pick them apart. GG. Sweep it up. 2 elims. Thank you very much. And a 3 entry into zone now, but we don't have time. We move on over to a different team completely. UC taken out. No, Cincinnati taking them out. There we go.
Yeah, but Cincinnati, wow. I mean, yeah,
that was quick.
I had something lined up in my head, but then it just went straight out the window. Well done, Cincinnati, back in all the heat here. So let's see what Samba, Escar, and Lasund can bring on through, as they are the 3 remaining hopefuls for the squad. An interesting position that they do find themselves in, as we can see. Shikari just holding over on towards that far eastern side. The push is going to come in here, as we do have the players there from ITSV rolling straight on in. Ooh, Marco finds their Polo, and it is the end of the road. Now, 3 players still remaining here for the side of Conestoga, but the pressure is building. The edge of zone is not going to be the place you want to be.
Ooh, that nade, excellent nades coming on through. DP 1 HP, practically just a quarter health left. That smoke is doing him wonders right now, just letting him heal out in the open, just like that. Exotic, though, DP not being allowed to keep his health at all there, as we see, Bop A going on down here. Conestoga, yeah, DP finally goes down. He can't avoid the nades forever, and it's just nade city out here, DK. You see that elim feed? This side of town is not the only one getting lit up with those throwables.
Well, it's one of the driest sides of zone, though, right? Because the other part is down in the drink. So true. Yep, no surprise. I'm actually quite surprised by the fact that the teams are fighting to the north and not down towards the bridge or more in the city itself. So, you know, big ups to them, power to them. Let's see what they can do. Ooh, we got the bolty off in the distance there. That could be exciting, but I like what Levi is doing here. Leaving no stones unturned, making sure that they get a good read as we say goodbye to Zena. Oh, noob. Why? Getting so close, but of course, those shots coming in. Those pesky trees always just jump up in the wrong place.
Excellent notion here. Cincinnati have a nice little bit of high ground, actually. I like that a lot, but what do we have here? There's a chicken crossing the road or crossing the map. This is your code. Go grab yourself some free goodies if entering this code in game. Go grab it now before somebody else does. It's one time only, first come first serve. Go grab that while we wait for the end of the game to get on going here. As we see Cincinnati have a nice little bit of high ground. The rest of these teams to the north, I mean, these poor teams, man. This is exactly what I was saying in the pre-show, right? Where you're going, there's only one Erangel left in this whole thing for this whole lobby, and the zone goes 50% water and then keeps going south. I mean, look at where that zone's gone. All the teams on the northern sides have to come down. So if you're Cincinnati, if you're one of those teams on that cliff side, you're in luck.
Hang on. What do you mean there's still one for this? This is the one. This is the one and only Erangel that they're playing on.
Yeah.
Are you trying to confuse me? Because if you are, you are doing a fantastic job. But in the meantime, let's see what Seneca V is going to be bringing in. They keeping it nice and quiet, right? So quiet that we are yet to see Insane and their squad mate bring in a few additional eliminations. In the meanwhile, is going to be JD. Trying to make a little bit of magic happen here for Algoma. Already 5 eliminations up. JD yet to secure an elim, feeling like the odd one out. Speaking about one, here is one. As they are also now just quickly hopping into the vehicle. It is going to be a quick rotation here for Algoma, trying to get themselves positioned up on the edge. We do see a potential opportunity up ahead. But who is that going to be, though? Because I believe that is going to be Sinclair held up rather just in front of them. Up on the hill, of course. Oh, it is going to be Louisiana feeling a little bit of that pressure as well.
It sure is, but look at the split that they've got. It is on a little bit more of a low ground. Hang on, Cincinnati. Getting surrounded here might just get backstabbed a little bit. La Sun does go on down, and that's a great play coming in here. Round the front to bait. Gets backstabbed and then gets run on over. Really nice stuff coming in from KPR there. And this is the play going forward. They're going to be moving on in. What a nade! Coming in from them, Cincinnati. Insane. Clutching it up for his team. Cincinnati do go out. Also,
it's unfortunate. Yeah.
Quick little correction. The code you saw on screen was an Amazon gift card for $5. So go over to Amazon and put in the code instead of the game. Yes.
Ooh. Now that you say that, sorry, someone's calling me. Let me go.
Yeah. Let me cover.
I'm joking. But in the meantime, what we're not joking about is the pressure starting to mount up. You can see Edwin, Hidan, and the rest of the crew held up outside of the zone. They need to find a way on in, and it's going to be a pretty tough push to get themselves situated. Look at that. They're not even risking any seconds of it as they push on in. Sinclair meeting them though with open barrels. The S12K going pop, 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 and Hunter now becoming the hunted as the pressure mounts. They are absolutely stacked in that little shack. The angles from all sides getting tightened up. Levi, I like this cheeky angle here. You got to make sure that JD also gets that health bar prepped and ready to go. But look, talking about waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike here.
Absolutely. I love the smokes he's using as well as St. Clair do go on out there. That's going to be them out in 7th place. But Algoma, I love the smokes that they're using, trying to get any sort of angle that they can, trying to gatekeep ZR out of the game here. So we go down to the top 6 now. Algoma looking like they could be very, very strong here. There you go. Nam going on out as well here. Top 5 teams, DK. We have our top 5 teams. Who's going to win this? We have to find out very shortly now.
Yeah, I can tell you it's definitely one of the teams running around on the battleground right now, right? Because that's the only way it goes. Who it will be? Yeah, good question, DK. Oh, thank you so much, DK. But in the meantime, look at the rest of the crews here. It is going to be Southern Louisiana. Sahu getting some of that loot going here. As we look at the zone, it is still sticking to the southern side. And there's, of course, one squad very well situated, looking to capitalize on all the opportunities available to them. Meanwhile, it is going to be a pretty tough play here. As you can see, the edge of zone still needs to be cleared out. Quite a bit of competition. But so far, it does seem like Louisiana doing a pretty stand-up job.
They sure are. They're doing all that they can here. Again, they have a nice entry into zone. They do have to worry about those cliffs further down to the south side, right? We got one team and one solo down there, so they do have to be careful of their back still. However, it is a really good entry point into zone. You can see on the map they've got a lot of ridges, they've got a lot of dips, a lot of hills that they can actually use. It's the same for DRX here as well. Moving on over to them. So I think we got two teams who have a really good chance of doing something with this zone.
Yeah, no, they definitely have, but it's all going to come down to what the opposing sides do. We can see Aries just on that far western side, kind of just chilling out in the drink. Unfortunately, not quite sure if there's going to be a way back up the cliffside, as the zone is going to be pretty focused on this position. But it is going to be ITSV holding a nice and steady position here. I would love to be able to say their name like quick fast, right? I could say Galactic, but that's not exactly the name, right? They are representing their school here, so we want to go with the names of the schools themselves. So it is ITSV. I mean, that's easier than me trying to speak Spanish. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, they got a really nice spot in zone, same for Algoma as well, and we do have two solos, so it does seem like it's a 3v3, v4, v1, v1, if that makes sense. If y'all kept track of that, let me know, because I didn't keep track of that barely, so we'll see. Coquitlam, though, last solo remaining for his team. Shikari. Oh, he's got a great angle here, though. This is so good. SLU got to be very, very careful about what they do next, because they have no idea he's there, DK.
Yep, they definitely don't. But an interesting position here for Coquitlam to be in. Let's see where this next zone is going to be taking us. Ooh, a vehicle at this stage. That is a bold move, I do say. But the zone swings to the east. And we went from a little bit of water to a whole lot of water.
Wow.
Now coming into play, so everybody is going to either get crammed up onto the cliff sides, or we are going to have a swim down, right, to see who's going to be the one to make it all the way to the end. Got this now moving up as well, spot out a bit of an opportunity. I love the sound of the AUG with that skin on. Please tell me what it is, because I got to get me some of those.
Yeah, sounds like glass. That's so cool sounding. I need me that. But yeah, we'll see if that's... Oh, it doesn't bring him any luck, though. He does go on down. We won't hear its sweet, sweet music for very much longer unless they can get him res back up, but I doubt they'll be able to. No, down he goes. Cyrax putting an end to that. Not going to be able to hear that whatsoever, and I love what the teams to the south have done. They've just gone, yeah, we're going out into the water now. And ain't no way we're staying on land with all that. Y'all can have the land because it's not going to you. We will triumph in the end, so let's see. Oh no, wait, they are on the cliff. Okay, that map is not accurate. Oh, but again, they didn't know he was there. Tries to run him over. Not gonna happen, but they get him anyway. But, woo, what a heart attack for southeastern Louisiana. My goodness me.
Yeah, there was a big old surprise coming up, and, well, it surprised him so much that they got the elimination out of that as well. Spidey, I like these senses, right? Already 5 eliminations up, 9 for the entire squad. So things are looking pretty good. But as you can see, all the players now kind of just playing a serious game of hide and seek. And Cyrax, the one that's kind of all the way up towards that northern side, will have a pretty tough time when they have to start rotating up if the zone forces their hand. But a quick little cheeky, sticky bomb coming out here. Is it going to do anything? No, not quite. It sticks to the side. But can it find the players as the health bar also now gets stuck with a whole lot of damage? Let's see. Gael holding nice and steady. Again, prepping the nades. Kind of trying to figure out where those shots are coming from. It is, of course, the end of stage 7 as we hop into the next phase. And this is now ITSV having to lock it down. Aries somehow miraculously managing to survive.
I love that. ITSV are throwing nades over here, and yet SLU are throwing nades onto ITSV. We got a little bit of a nade train going on here. And Aries, I don't know how he's still alive. Those nades should have gotten him, but the bounce saved him. Those rocks saved him. And he's just gonna try and go back and forth trying to find some sort of position here. Pushes forward is the best idea, but he does get tagged in the midst of things. Does go down. A nice effort from him, though. Ares is going to be taking 4th place, and Cyrax is going to be taking at least 3rd here. That solo is just waiting while these two battle it out.
Well, speaking about solo, the health bars are also getting quite low. As you can see, Humble and Ralo now being the final 2 hopefuls here for ITSV. Trying to see if they can reach all the way back into SLU. Because, you know, Louisiana, they were causing a little bit of noise, as you mentioned earlier, throwing the nades in this direction. But ITSV is going to try and keep them humble. See, can they get the sprays in? I'm curious as to what Cyrax is going to be doing here. Are they just going to, like, kind of creep their way up into the zone? Kind of just stay out of the fights and wait for the rest of the crews to kind of wrap it up and then spring into action? Or will we see them get right down to business pretty soon? I mean, one well-timed shot could definitely be a major upset here for SLU.
Absolutely. I think he's going to just try and sneak his way on in here, but these two teams to the south side, they are in a bit of a stalemate now, right? They are 2-2, but that ridge is going to be so difficult because the minute one of them actually moves over, it's kind of game over. They did try and throw some smokes their way, but I don't think they've really utilized them as quickly as they could have. So they're going to use some more, but that's going to be punished immediately. Sahu gonna take out Humble here. It's a 2v1, and I think we know how this one ends, especially with that nade. Could be quite good here. Cyrax could backstab Ralo here. We'll see. Yes, Sahu almost goes down, but not fast enough. And here we go. Cyrax gonna be in at least 2nd place. Can he take a 1v2? Because remember, they don't know where he is, right? Sahu and Spidey, they gotta figure out where he is, and he has the jump on Zahu. He does not go on down. That's critical. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be done. They know exactly where he is, and that's gonna be Southeastern Louisiana taking the first game of the day.
GG. I mean, what a valiant effort that was coming through from Cyrax, but unfortunately that slow move right there at the end was just not fast enough, right? It kind of bit them in the behind, and down they went. But Southern Louisiana University picking up the W on this one. Well played. They brought quite a bit of that pressure in. But let's see who is the star of the show here. I could have guessed, but I would never have guessed that it would be Spidey. Spidey locking it in. 7 eliminations and nearly 1,000 damage. We almost had the bell of 1,000 damage.
You remember that.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, Spidey, his Spidey senses were tingling in this game. Goodness me, able to suss out where those players were, getting 7 of them for himself and doing a whole lot of damage besides. GG Spidey, that's gotta feel good going into the next game.
Yeah, pretty amazing play here indeed, but let's take a look at the big old team of the action here. Southeastern Louisiana. I gotta get that right. It's not southern, it's southeastern, right? But yeah, 13 total eliminations and nearly 2k damage being brought through here. They packed quite a bit of a punch, almost like the PUBG guy there hanging in the mid-air. It's like, oh yeah, that was Spidey right there. That one is Spidey.
Yes, it is. I mean, speaking of Spidey, when you look at the total eliminations for the team, right, 13, he got half of them, over half of them, right? Fantastic work coming in from Spidey, particularly. He's definitely the MVP. And we move over to the overall rankings, of course. It's been only one game, so what you see is what you get based on that wrangle, right? 23 points coming in for Southeastern Louisiana with that win. A fair jump away from Algoma, but again another jump. 15-7 for ITSV, right? And it goes all the way down from there. A lot of teams very, very close together, but on those single-digit points so far.
Yeah, that is kind of just the way it goes, right? If there's 2 squads that have taken all those elims, it is very slim pickings for the rest of them. But hey, looking at this though, placement points is going to be something that the teams can capitalize on, at least for now. But the side of the page that you want to aim for is going to be the left-hand side, right? You want to be in 1st to 8th place because those are the spots that are going to be moving forward for this lobby. So Seneca A, Canada West, and everybody else over on that end, they're going to have to bring the heat when we get ready to move over into our second match of the day. Of course, that is going to be over in the lovely desert, right, to get all the action and the sweatiness cooking right over there. But hey, gotta say, good start to the day so far. This the fall season is off to quite an exciting start.
It absolutely is. I'm very excited to see what the next game has in store for us. That Erangel was not easy for any of these teams, right? We had such a bad zone coming into play. Those poor teams, I feel bad. Hopefully for Miramar, it's a much bigger map. Hopefully they're not going to have that sort of thing. So we'll see what they can do with that. Hopefully there's a little bit of more of the adult action stuff coming in. I'd love to see that. We saw a little bit of it there in that last game, but Miramar is the land of the Bolties, and I want to see more.
Well, they could definitely bolt it in and get ready for everything, as we are going to be moving into the land in which they get played the most, I think.
Yes.
Right. So that is going to be exciting one. But of course, in case you miss any of the hot and insane action that we had in our first game, we are going to be taking a break to see all of that. And after which, we'll be back with match number next. So stay tuned. And we're back, getting ready to hop into the action for match number next. Of course, we're heading right over into the lovely dusty desert dunes. A lot of, rhyming coming through that one. I wanted to say something else and then I forgot what it was. But hey, you know what? It is the thing, and it is what it is. But so, yeah, Nep, we getting ready? We've already had a very exciting Erangel coming through. I'm curious to see what is going to be happening as we venture into the lovely Miramar itself. Of course, there's going to be a lot of excitement coming through. We've got those codes coming up on screen as we saw earlier, the lovely Amazon gift cards as well. And of course, so many more bits of action yet to come on through. What I appreciate from these teams, though, is that they don't waste any time, right? They just get right down to business. They bring in the heat and they bring all the excitement with. Also just so exciting. Something that's more than just a selfie stick, right?
Ooh,
it's right over here, over there, in that corner. I keep on missing it. It is nothing other than the Hohem iSteady V3 Ultra. It combines a gimbal, a tripod, an extension rod, and, well, a full light, all in one, right?
Wow.
It's one compact device giving you everything you need to shoot just like a pro. Not exactly the same kind of shooting as we've seen in this match, but you know what? It's also kind of pro-ish, you know, like it's gonna be crazy to see just what kind of pro shots you can get through. I am still just so fascinated with that little screen thing. That to me is just amazing. And it's detachable. You can take it out.
Awesome.
How cool is that?
That is
And then you
awesome,
can pull out the thing and put it on the tripod and put the light on, and it's amazing. But what's also going to be amazing is your prediction that's coming up next.
Oh. Prediction of team. Yes?
I don't know.
Okay.
Take it away.
Okay, throwing me off the deep end here. Okay, so we had, who we had? We had Algoma do very well. We had Southeastern Louisiana do very well, obviously. But I'm feeling something coming in from Canada West. They had an awesome, well, actually, really, Cookie had a really, really good start to his game, but unfortunately they went out just a little too early. So I want to see what they can do when they're not hot dropping.
Yeah, I mean, can they dunk it and take it further? Who knows? We'll find out soon how the cookie crumbles. But in the meantime, in case you forgot where we've been and where we're headed, we've already been over to Erangel. We are now entering Miramar. And then, next up, we are heading over into, of course, the lovely Sanok, followed up by none other than Rondo. So it is going to be a pretty exciting few matches left for this lobby. And then when it's done, we do it all over again for lobby number 2 to see 16 more teams showcase all the exciting action and talent that they have for us. But looking at Miramar,
Yes.
I want the zone to go towards that northwestern side, right? Go towards like La Cobreria, like El Pozo, maybe Crater Fields, somewhere up in towards that region. I think that could be a very exciting position to move into for the teams, because it's not necessarily a particularly difficult place to play in, but there are so many angles and high grounds to keep your eye on, so you could get surprised at any point. And looking at the kind of momentum that these teams have been bringing in, I think that would play quite well into their favor here.
Yeah, I think it would, and you remember you got that massive mountain right in the middle of that zone that you're mentioning, so that would be super useful for any one of those teams to grab control of early, and then you get those rotational clashes coming in. Ooh, it's gonna be so good, but here we go! We are getting into the sandy dunes of Miramar, one of my favorite maps. I know I said it was Sanok earlier, but Miramar is my nostalgia map, to be honest. I played this all the time when the game just came out. I was doing the bolties left, right, and center. I want to see what these teams have to say about this Miramar map coming on up. Here we go. We're going in, DK.
Yeah, we're getting locked, we're getting loaded, and here we go. We are starting all the way up in La Cobreria, and we are heading right down to Impala, almost cutting this map right down the middle. Not quite, but very, very close. So this is going to allow for some exciting drop locations. I mean, we've got teams that can push all the way up towards that northeastern side, which is also not necessarily always as accessible, right? Tierra Bronca, Torre Ahumada, Campo Militar, all those regions, as well as I'd say like Minas del Valle, Chumacera, Ladrillera, you know, anything kind of in that band. So I'm curious as to where these teams are going to look to drop it, if we might be in for a little bit of that potential hard drop action.
100%. Looks a little less busy than we saw on Erangel, but still, there's a few teams that might have a little bit of that hot drop potential going on. I do appreciate, who is that up into the northwest corner going over to Ruins? Let me just see that real quick. That's University of Cincinnati. Cincinnati going over to Ruins. I think it's such an underrated position to play. There's so much loot there, so many buildings. You're out of the way. No one goes over there. The only bad thing about it is there is a little bit of a long rotation, but not on this map. Not in this game, DK. We're going over to where you wanted to go. Crater Fields and El Pozo all in zone right now.
Yeah, I mean, Monte Nuevo is going to be right dead center. So this is going to be an exciting play for the teams now to get themselves situated. I am looking over in towards Los Leones because that could really start heating up. You could say the same for Impala as well. As you can see, a few positions kind of being shared right here. Middlesex County. Is it Nobby? Nobi? Noob over there in the distance. Oh, it's Noob and then Newbie. Newbie or not to be. I don't know which one it is. But we'll find out as Marco now looks to move up, bring in a bit of a helping hand. Zeno already getting taken down, and Spear just, well, spearheading the aggression as the shots connect on through. Conestoga down to a 3-piece. Middlesex County, though, they feeling quite comfortable with their first Elam already up on the board.
Very nice indeed. What a way to start the match. Unfortunately, Zeno gonna be the one to fall victim to that over in Los Leones. And more action happening as well in El Pozo now. We've got that initial loot done and dusted, right?
It's Cookie.
It's Cookie! Do it, Cookie! Do it again! We're rooting for you. But it's actually Cybot that's actually got the first Elim. So, Cybot, pop off.
Hey. You know what? Cybot is on the team here with Cookie, and, you know, let's go. It's just such a fun name, right? It's just great. Such a fun name. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they already scored brownie points in my book just for picking a name like that. Right. I'm just hearing that voice in the game itself. You know, that good milk and cookies.
Yep,
and that's all I hear when I see this name. So thank you so much for that. But hey, at least Canada West now, they've got their whole entirety of El Pozo to themselves, right? We don't see any other markers on that mini-map, so they can now really stretch their legs, get all the loot. And if I was there, I'd be so happy because there's so much loot. Just go about and pick up everything. You don't have enough bags to put all of it in, but boy, I still continue to try. Noob also going to try and stay alive as the teammate now moves up, looking to bring in that quick little bit of a res here, but Middlesex County keeping the pressure on, not allowing too much of an opportunity to get played out of here. And this is where things get a little bit difficult, right? Because Conestoga, they want to try and kind of keep that momentum going.
They do, but it's going to be really, really difficult to do so when you only have a duo, especially in such a large city, right? When it's a city that's this big, you want to have as much control, as many players as possible to get that control, get those angles. And 4K, man, they got all the angles they need. Marco goes down as well. It's just DP now left alive here. And I think he's just going to have to loot up very quietly and get to zone. No one's in Chumacera. No one's in Valle del Mar. So those are some open positions for him to go to if he wants to.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate for Conestoga that they only have the one player left, because the previous match they weren't able to secure themselves any points as they got taken out before managing to secure some elimination points. So they want to try and survive as best they can here, and it's unfortunate, but, you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. Of course, the other team right there in Los Leones with them is going to be Middlesex County, as we can see right here on screen. And things are looking pretty good. They are eating well tonight. But they also got to think of those rotations. Monte Nuevo, in the meantime, that's where we can see Coquetlam already getting themselves situated. And we got a little bit of that heat. Spidey and the rest also squeezing in from that southern side. So this is going to be the next crazy point of contention, right in center zone. And you got to appreciate this because the teams, they are just rolling with the bunches here.
They sure are. It's interesting to see the big spread out on Miramar as well that we're seeing here, right? Not really many hot drops. I mean, of course you have one or two, but everybody else seems to have gone to their respective spots here. So a bit of a slower game incoming here, as Miramar tends to do. But we will see that action start to come in, particularly on that eastern side. A lot of teams now have to move in. That's what happens when you have a relative hard shift, especially in that first zone, right? A lot of those teams nowhere near it. They're all going to have to come in around the same areas as each other. And so that's going to be causing a lot of those rotational clashes. So I can't decide if it means that you should all group up and rotate very close to each other, or if you should really split off and spread out like Bob A are doing here. And if so that if you do end up losing one, you don't lose them all.
Yeah, I mean, I think to some extent a spread is maybe a better approach. I'm just happy to see that we're not having all players in one single vehicle, because that's a very risky move. But
True.
sometimes if you have no other choice, you just got to do what you got to do. Speaking about doing things, it is going to be southeastern Louisiana. Now, looking to do quite a bit here up on the top, looking to play as much of a position as they can up in Monte Nuevo. But how are they going to look to cover this? Because if something happens to Godless, ooh, you know, they're going to be on their own. But a quick little flight down the hill, repositioning.
Oh.
That is maybe a way to go. And instead, Godless just rolls down the hill. Why would you drive? You just roll down. It's just like, you know what? Let's save some fuel and let's just go over the edge.
Use a little bit of gravity. It's fine. Yeah, that's one way to do it for sure. It's interesting they're giving up that that high ground at this point in time. It's a great scout option at least, but maybe they'll return to it as they get on later on in the game. Middlesex County being the team here with those 4 elims over in Los Leones. They're still looking for DP. He's still being very quiet, but now the pressure is on, right? They got that zone going. They're in the blue, 700 meters to go, just getting the last of their supplies before heading on out.
Well, you got to grab everything you can, but also they still have quite a bit of ground to cover, so the sooner they can get out, the better it will be for them. So the pressure is going to be on. But who will be there to try and oppose them? Hopefully nobody, because DP hasn't made any noise, just keeping it quiet, trying to survive as long as they can. But now the big question is going to be, will DP be able to rotate out of that? Will we see Conestoga be able to bring some points onto the board? Now, looking back over on towards Monte Nuevo, you can see Coquetlam, they've moved just up towards the northern side, so a good position, but they are going to get pressured as the teams start rolling out of El Pozo itself, right? So Canada West right up there, so there could be a little bit of that sticky situation coming through. And now teams just got to try and find the next spot to call home, at least for the time being. But there's a lot of rotating coming in, right? A few teams leaving it all the way to the tippity top of the edge of the zone before starting their play to move on in.
Yeah, we've seen that from them in the Erangel. They're continuing it over on Miramar as well, but I'm looking at Canada West because they are in a great gatekeep position over on to the edge of El Pozo. It looks like they've got a 1-3 split going on here, which is a little risky considering where we're seeing those other teams, but they're going to try and make that work. It looks like they're opting for a mid-zone rotation, or rather to a mid-zone position, but they've got to be careful. They are being seen by Coquetlam. Young boy might just take a shot here. No, he's not going to be able to do enough with that shot. Even if he gets, you know, 1 hit point onto him, it's not going to be enough. He's not going to be able to flush it out. So just hand over the info to your team. Just understand that they are over there. Goodness mate. And just be chill. Be okay with just having that information going on down there. So we see Unam going on out over in the Elam feed. That's going to be them done and dusted. First team already being eliminated.
Ooh, and that's where it all starts, right? Slow but steady play. The teams are going to be looking to kind of build up a bit of momentum as they push through this one. But this is what we like to see, right? The pressure building, the teams continuously trying everything that they can think of to get these angles and positions secured. Kokatlam, I like this awareness here by Young Boy up in the window, spots the rotation coming through off in the distance. So many opportunities available. They can just pick whichever one they want. There's also even a drop up ahead, so a lot of information are getting conveyed over to the rest of the team. But what are they going to do with that info? Are they going to use it decisively, or maybe just wait for a next potential play to come along? In the meantime, we also then have the players here from Canada West also slowly encroaching the zone. We got Sabat and Forrest looking to roll up, but look at this. It is going to be Punk waiting up ahead of them. Seneca A with a beautiful angle, and this could be absolute chaos now for the teams that are yet to rotate in.
Goodness me, they really got a fantastic position on them. Yes, it's outside of zone, but zone's not coming in for another 40 seconds, and Punk with that mini and 8 times, followed up with that M4. Ooh, he could do some serious damage. His teammates next to him as well. There is that Jester, yeah. Jester on to his side as well. So there's that double backup there, and as you see start to move on out, you're starting to see some things happen. Oh, that could have been a great headshot, but he moves just in time, and it doesn't seem like they know he's there at all, but we move on over a little on to the other side of zone, actually. Seneca B gonna be trying to take out a few of the SCC crew. Let's see if they can do something with this. Oh, that vehicle takes a little bit of a beating. Back over to Seneca A now. Still waiting for that headshot moment. Is gonna try and get it. Does get one headshot. Can he get the knock? No! Unable to, DK. He's gonna be able to run back on in, but that's really slowed down that team trying to come in now.
Yeah, I mean, but actually for Punk, this is a beautiful setup here, because now they know the pressure is going to be on, and it's not going to be an easy rotation moving into the zone. So Cincinnati going to have their hands in a very uncomfortable angle here, as they're going to have to try and figure out how on earth will they get themselves out of this play. And also we've got Alabama right there on the side as well, so the pressure is mounting. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Bob B right over here, trying to figure out a way to move on forward. Seneca B on the opposing side, also rolling in here, just sipping on some blue. Ooh, not going to try and take too much of that, but it is going to be the utilities now getting flung all over the place. ZK looking for an opportunity. PC also just covering the opposite angle, but now it's going to be that full send. You can see nobody holding back, everybody letting it loose, and it is going to be Bop A and Bop B just bopping all over the place. Just bopping in with the shots, and look at to see who's going to be the one to claim the edge here of Ladriera.
Oh, and so far, it's Bop B. Yep, there they go. They're being sent off with their tail between their legs. Not gonna happen after that one. They get to keep it. Algoma though, we're looking for them to come on through. They got a second place last game. Can they get a first one now, or even just match it, you know, get another second place? That will be enough, right? Because we got 4 matches. After this game is halfway through their 4 games for the semifinals, and all you have to do is be top 8. So for Algoma, if they can be consistent with a second place and then another top 3, another top 5, something like that in this game, they're looking very, very good at being able to go to those finals.
Yeah, it does make things ever more comfortable for them, but let's see just how much comfort will they have to work with here. So we do say goodbye to Stoga. Down they go. Course, you're not going to be able to continue fighting in this match, but look at the sprays though coming through here from Levi as the shots just lock on in. It is hit off the hit. It is going to be a quick reposition coming through there from Seneca, as well as they look to ride the edge and trying to get themselves out of harm's way. But I like this, the pressure very, very high. The zone also right there alongside them. So Algoma needs to be cautious as to how they move up. It's going to be Bob B over on the edge here. Nice relocation here onto the edge of zone. I think this is a very strong compound for them to try and play off of, because look at the possession that they have here, right? They can control who is allowed into the zone, at least as far as they can see. So the angle's now looking pretty tough. Over on the side of Algoma, we don't see Cyrax. The player that survived all the way up into second place is not in the lobby. So what will they do this time around?
Yes, indeed. Someone's got some pretty big shoes to fill. It just is a matter of time before we find out which one of those players is going to attempt it. And we see in the Elam feed a lot going down with Alabama as well, right? They've seemed to have been able to stick out some of that gatekeep action we saw earlier. Cincinnati do go on out here, so that's going to be one less team to worry about, as do Seneca B. Boom! What a nade coming on through here. Levi able to clean things up. Nice stuff coming in there as the Elam feed continues to come through. St. Clair now getting taken out as well. But you see 99Y, a great compound that they have, out of zone still, but you know, again, it doesn't matter. That control is there. Alabama do go on out. We didn't see too much of them, but I just feel like potentially they got a little too carried away with being opportunistic. They didn't care enough about the zone, didn't care enough about a future position here, and that is what took them back to the lobby potentially. Canada West on screen right now, just cruising on through. Cybot, unfortunately, finds himself stuck between two different teams right now, so that could be a very sticky situation for all of the team here as they try and come on through and just get sprayed on down. This terrain is not forgiving on cars. Criminal trying to sneak on in, gets taken out by 99Y. That's going to be the first elim for him. Portage does go on out now as well. And here we go. Cookie on the front line. Is he going to do something? Our hero. Oh, the nade is long. Suzuki unable to really take him out just yet. Forrest is going to back him up. Sidebot trying to do something as well here, but he's stuck as well. There is a team behind him he's got to be careful about. He's going to try and do it anyway. A risky decision coming in here, and Seneca A is just relentless with the third party, trying to get him down. Forrest does go down, DK. So Cookie once again is on his own.
I like what Seneca A is doing here. They're definitely deciphering the whole play on the edge of that zone. Now, Cookie looks to crack it open, coming in through from that western side. So let's see if Canada West can pull this one through. Forrest now needs to get rezzed up, and that's exactly what Cookie will do. But still got to keep a close eye here on Bob. That's Bob B, just up on the hill. And you know what we're ready for as well, aside from the action, is going to be, of course, another Amazon gift card making its way on through, thanks to the beautiful delivery glitchy chicken that we've got on screen. There is the code, so be sure to head on over, claim that. It is going to be a first come, first serve. So if you enter the code and it's not working, somebody beat you to the punch. Speaking about punches, that is what we'll see now come rolling on in here as Canada West sends it forward. It is going to be Bob B, 99Y, just popping off with the S12K. Cypher keeping a nice little bit of an off angle here, so 3 squads keeping a close eye on this position. Forrest is going to fall to the zone. Oh, but BC gets a bit of a virus in. Right, it was Cypher. Cypher did it right over here. Cybot also now the last hopeful left for Canada West as they move in up towards the northern side. They see a little bit of a compound. They're going to try and lock it in. Seneca A. Cypher cooking up the nades. Can they find all the plays now? Shikari just on the ridge. This nade could be absolutely devastating if it's on the money. Let's see. No, it's not even let loose. Instead, there's an opportunity for Cypher to continue the roll here. Cybot does find Kail, rather, on the far end. Oh, here we go with Bob A, I believe. No, that's still Bob B moving forward. Still alive. Holding steady. We got Morant. That's Bob B up on the hill. So we're going to get bopping just again. Let's see which one is going to be the next team to lock down the sprays. 99Y keeping a very close eye on this angle here. Doesn't want to reveal too much. Tries to peek over the ridge, but not finding the angle just yet. Morant down below. Oh, it would have been so cool if you could shoot at that big old gas tank that's next to the building. make the whole building just crumble. That would be so cool. But unfortunately, it doesn't work just yet. Now,
No.
look at the spread of the zone, though.
Yeah, really nice zone for a lot of these teams. It's not as harsh as we saw on Erangel, right? So we do have a large cluster of teams down to that southwestern side, but, you know, it's pretty central. It's not too bad for these teams. I like what I'm seeing from 4K over there. They are looking like they have a really nice 1-2 split across the valley here. Got some high ground, got a compound, so Middlesex County looking very good there. Oh my goodness, Shikari trying to do something with the S12K, not quite able to flush it on out, but he's gonna try, and meanwhile, 99Y's teammate's gonna come to the rescue. Is that nade good? Not really. Falls a little short, but still able to maybe do something here, and that Elim is stolen away! That is extremely rude, but entirely valid.
Ooh! Jester popping over the hill finds themselves a beautiful Elam, but you gotta watch out. If you can see the players, there's a good chance they can see you too. I like what Shikari was doing there with the S12K with that suppressor on, you know, hitting it up with the hush hush. It's like, all right, I'm gonna hit you right now, but don't tell anybody. And let's see whether or not Shikari can get more of that done. Beautiful nade that we saw over towards the side there of BC. ZK trying to get the res up. Shikari, though, knows that they can reach all the way in. We only have 9 teams remaining, and a large concentration of our teams are all situated over on towards this western side of the zone. More so the players.
Indeed. I feel really bad for Rio down at the bottom there. Not only is he uphill, he's gonna deny. Yeah, there's no way you can do anything but, because everybody is around you, you're downhill, it's so open, nothing you can do there, so deny the point. Fair enough. We go into top 8 now, and I think everybody's kind of realized that he's gone down to zone, so they're all now gonna just try and get into zone themselves. No more gatekeeping left to be done here. There we go. Kokelem eliminated eventually there, so Botby able to get the upper hand. 7 elims for them right now, but just down to a duo. Still, with this type of zone, I think they could do some real work here, more than they've already done, DK.
Yeah, and I mean, they've been able to secure just as many eliminations as Middlesex County as well, so let's see whether or not ZK and the rest, ZK and PC, can get these plays secured. Can they get those placement points in as well? Currently with 6 teams in, it is going to be a decent serving of placement points to come through here. But let's see what Southeastern Louisiana are going to be looking to do with their position up in the zone. It's going to be Godless locking it in, taking a big chunk of damage as well. ITSV down the hill. The pressure is going to be on. A lot of the shack play coming through here. Not a lot of compounds for these teams really to capitalize on. We do see a few of those, of course, strewn throughout the remainder of the zone. But the teams are prioritizing a little bit more of a centralized positioning here. ITSV quite exposed down in that field. And especially with them down the hill, it makes the nades go a little bit further. As you can see, that reach almost making it right into their doorstep. But now, can they survive? Oh, Sahu getting hit from the side.
Southeastern Louisiana, winners of the Erangel. Can they make it a back-to-back here? Ooh, that nade animation was amazing. Anyway, moving on. I was about to say, Southeastern Louisiana, again in the middle of zone, having not said too much, not shouted too much at these neighbors, just chilling, and here they are, ready for the fight in the final 6 teams we have here, so could be very, very good for them. I like what we're seeing here from, again, Middlesex County. They've got a full squad. I like the split they've got going on as well. So some really interesting spreads coming in here. I like the teams' approaches to the zone, but now the zone centers on up, and it is going to be Middlesex County in the middle. It is going to be Southeastern Louisiana, and the rest of these teams have to actually move on in here.
Well, let's see who's going to be the one to get it going, as it is a serious game of waiting over on the edge. Oh, it's going to be a tough one, though, to get a good, secure angle. I like this for Sahu and Godless, right? It is looking pretty good now for Southeastern Louisiana with their position. ITSV also in a very strong position themselves. As you can see, Ralo keeping it nice and steady. Canada West gets swept under the rug. Out they go. So Saibot not going to be able to cause too much noise anymore. Now, Ralo looking over the hill. Ooh, here we go. Quick little cheeky reposition. It is going to be Seneca getting met with all the aggression on the opposite end there. But I like this widespread position here, right? Seneca still have a bit of an opportunity. They've not lost any players. They've just taken a little bit of damage. But look at the numbers, still quite stacked in their favor. Godless goes down, and oh, the goodness, now flying all over the place. Oh, but let's see, will Ralo get out of here? No, they won't. A quick ticket back into the lobby. That's how they get out. ITSV now slowly starting to take the brunt of the damage. We are left with 5 squads here. Middlesex County getting ready for a push here. They find a beautiful opening towards that southern edge of the zone, and up they come.
My goodness me. 11 eliminations for Middlesex County. Looking very, very good. And really strong now. They got a nice spread onto that edge of zone. The rest of the teams now have to all be cooped up on one half of the zone because Middlesex County have the other half. This is really, really well played from them. Really like what we're seeing. But the other teams here, Southeastern Louisiana, for instance, they're being pushed into a small shack, not looking as strong as they did a moment ago. ITSV, we saw them just go down to a solo a moment ago. Things are looking rough for the rest of these teams, and DK, I have a feeling we're going to see a Middlesex County win.
We could very well see that indeed. I mean, they are definitely spearheading the aggression, as I said before, and here we go. We're going to try that one again. Quick little bit of a dip back and forth, just trying to see if they can draw them out. Sahu now coming up on the front line. It is a UMP versus the Shotties. Let's see, is it going to be rapid fire or the slow, steady burst? The damage finding its way in. No mercy has to be shown here if Southeastern Louisiana wants to claim some kind of territory. As you said before, right? It is going to be Middlesex County that have a really high chance of bagging themselves this winner chicken dinner. But they're going to have to read the zone almost perfectly. And there's still so many teams looking to contest. Southern Louisiana also trying to ride that ridge. Jeremy with a beautiful spray here finds the opening, just trying to get in zone, but they get denied as Seneca closes the door for them. ITSV out they go with a strong finish all the way in 4th place. Now it is down to the final 3. So Seneca A, Middlesex County, and then of course the side of Southeastern Louisiana coming in from the southern side.
And who's going to take it? Because Seneca actually popping off a little bit here, hitting those shots, making some room for themselves, looking very adamant that they have a better position than 3rd. That seems to be what they want to see here. Let's see if they can, in fact, get that done as we see Middlesex County move over to the middle. No mercy on one side. The rest of those teams on the other, no mercy! Grabs another point for his team. That's going to be bringing that up to 6. And he goes down almost, but not quite here. That does give Middlesex County the opportunity to move around. That's what we're going to be seeing now. Fury on the front line as the zone starts moving on in. Stage 9, DK. We've moved all the way over to Stage 9 here. These teams waited until the very last moment to do something. Spear does go on down. Al Pacino might just go down as well. And Middlesex County, the win that was looking so immediate for them is looking a little worse for wear now. Seneca moving over. Coming over those ridges, using those nades, using those utilities that they got, using those bullets to say absolutely not. Nice nade, though, does not do the damage they need. Nobi trying to do something that's okay. It can't quite get it done, then it is going to be Seneca A grabbing this win from the clutches of Middlesex County. What a comeback from them.
Yeah, what a comeback indeed, but both Seneca A and Middlesex County performing exceptionally well in this game because if you remember, both of them came into this game tied with 3 points each. So what a way to change up the standings indeed. But let's see, who is the star of the show, the MVP? And the answer will be... It is gonna be Spear. Yep, there we go. All the way from Middlesex County. Spear leading the charge. 6 eliminations and just over 1,000 damage. I hear bells ringing.
So do I. Ding, ding, ding. There they are in the background. Bell of 1,000 damage coming to the foreground here for Spear. I mean, I will say it now. I will say it again. Or I said it before. I'll say it again. Middlesex County, I thought they were going to win that, but I don't know what happened. I think they just took a little bit too long to do something to make that initial, or that last push rather, and Seneca were able to grab it out. But Middlesex County, of course, 13 eliminations, 3,000 damage amongst all 4 players is insane work for this second game of the semifinals.
You see, that final showdown is why... If I ever had to play competitive, I wouldn't survive because it's shotties, right? S12K is so difficult to handle. If you can land the hits, it's amazing. But if you don't, then what happened to Seneca A could happen to you as well. But with that, of course, Seneca A, they still managed to hold strong and steady. Look at that, a glorious 23 points. Middlesex County coming in clutch there with 22 points. And I just realized... I should have said Middlesex County because they were the one that came in second place in this match. But hey, still really good standing. And of course, the point situation is really starting to tighten up. Southeastern Louisiana still managing to hold that lead, right? They came in with 23 points. Now they lead for second match with 33. So a beautiful dose of action coming in there to them. Algoma, unfortunately, getting relegated down to 4th place because Seneca A and Middlesex County just brought in the heat. But yeah, Conestoga though, unfortunately again, having a very tough run in this past match, not being able to bag any points this time around.
That is interesting. We saw them a few times over the course of that Miramar. So interesting they weren't able to convert any of that action we saw from them into points. That is unfortunate, but there is still time because look at number 8th place, right? Coquitlam only have 8 points on the board and currently they are qualifying for the finals. So if any of those teams on the second half of that scoreboard want to do something here, it is going to not be that hard. 8 points is very doable in one game. So there is still hope for any of those teams on that right-hand side of the leaderboard. So we'll see what they can do, if they can turn it around and bring it back a little bit. On the other side of that, I think that certainly the top 3 teams are not that worried about not qualifying now, right? 33 points to 8th place, it being 8 points only. Canada West 9, Bop B 12, ITSV 15, etc., etc. I kind of feel like that gap is big enough now where certainly the top 3, top 2 are not worried about being disqualified in the next 2 games.
Well, you mean they're not too phased about getting caught, right? Because they've been able to establish a little bit of a lead. And I think especially moving into our next match, as we head over into the map of Sanok itself, that is going to be the golden ticket for a lot of the teams situated on that right-hand side to gain the points they need. Because Sanok, you can let your hair loose, right? You can go and just get right down to business, get all the action going, lock in a few eliminations and do whatever you want because the map allows for it, right? Yes. But also, you get brutally punished if you slip up, right? That's just one of the things that happens on the map of Sanok. So it's going to be high risk, but high reward as well. So we want to see what the teams are going to be doing. And in that, of course, we are going to be prepping ourselves for a few amazing highlights of this past match before we get right in to game number 3. Let's take away. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to move into game number 3. We're raiding right into the jungle. We've now planted trees. We've gotten rid of all the sand. Not all the mountains. We still have those. But we've made things a little bit smaller. Otherwise, too many trees, right? And it takes a while to plant all of them. And yeah, there's a lot of water and stuff that needs to go in. So there's already a lot of that around the map. So, you know, just let the trees do what they got to do. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. A lot of potential, maybe snaking till you make it play coming in. We don't quite know. But looking at the teams, I don't really expect too much of that, right? Based on what the teams are doing here, Niptura, I think they're just going to go running and gunning and go like, give me those eliminations and give me those points. And if you don't, I'm going to try until I get it. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to have.
I think, honestly, gonna be so real. I think most of the lobby's gonna hot drop boot camp. I think it could happen, and I'm so ready for that. I really hope that does happen because yes, it's you know it's a competition and it's a tournament and we're playing this, you know, for points and things. But at the same time, with only 4 matches, there's a lot of teams on the second half of that leaderboard that could use some points. And if they want to try and go all out before the Rondo comes in, which is a bigger map, a little bit more strategic, we could really see some teams come through into that hot drop and come out with a lot of points. So I think it actually could be really beneficial.
Well, you were talking about points, right? So one thing that I think is also very much on point, and I've been talking about it a lot, it is that detachable touchscreen, right? It's a remote, and it's got the simple control gestures, right? So I've looked a little bit into it, and it looks awesome. You can, like, shoot completely hands-free. It's right over... I keep on pointing in the wrong direction. It's over there,
it's over
right?
here.
So when you were there, right, you put it up, you just wave, you pose, and then the Hohem iSteady V3 Ultra captures the moment for you. And it's like, it's effortless. It's amazing. So be sure to go check them out in the link below. I know where to point for those, right? Just go over here, down in the link, down in the description, there's the link. There we go. That's the place. That's where it is. Yes, go check it out. But of course, we are going to be giving away some other goodies in the match as well. There is going to be that Amazon gift card that will be appearing on screen a little bit further into the match itself. So be sure to stay tuned, stay with us, as we are going to be going through all the awesome bits of action that these teams can bring for us. Now, this is where I would normally ask, what do we look for when it comes to flight path? But we are heading into Sanhok, so it doesn't matter. Zone, I think, is going to be a little bit more important, right? So usually we see the zone like to go to a few places, right? It likes to go to that northwestern side that you can see up on that lovely Sanhok map. In case you forgot where we've been, right? We've already been on Erangel. We just came back from Miramar. Now we are heading right up into Sanhok. I mean, if it goes to the northwest, the zone itself, Trifecta would be a beautiful place for it to go, right? To see the teams really duke it out. But you choose aggression. You want to see the teams hot drop? Yeah. So you would probably say somewhere like Bootcamp. I'll just be different and say I would like to see then, if there is going to be a hot drop, go to Paradise Resort or into Painan.
Okay. Ooh, Painan would be really interesting to see multiple teams there. Sometimes you see 2, maybe 3 teams if you're really lucky over in Painan, but that would be a really interesting position to see more teams than that go into. Paradise, one of my very favorite places on Sanhok. It's such a great spot and really dynamic for those hot drops as well. But we'll see. You know, this is all speculation. It's what we want to see. It's what we would love to see. But is that really what's going to be happening? We're gonna have to wait and see. We don't have to wait too much longer. We will be getting into game soon.
Yeah. You said the part I wanted to say, but yes, you're absolutely right. We'll have to wait and see. So there's a lot of that CC coming through here, and only the teams will tell us exactly what it will be. Trying to put a little bit of a rhyme twist on it there as well. But yeah, we're getting ready. We've untangled the engines. The propellers can now swing freely, so we are going to hop in. A question that I was asking Max the other day was, how do you think the players sit when they get in the plane? Do they all sit side by side? Do they all sit with their backs facing the windows? Do they sit, like, is there 2 rows of them? There's a row in the middle and then the row on either side going down? Like, how? Because I've been trying to figure that out and I can't.
I think it's backs to the windows, like a line down each side, right? That's how it is in my head. like
That's a long
classic,
plane.
like parachute thing. Yeah, that's true. It is. That is quite a long plane.
Yeah.
Listen,
Well-
we don't have the dimensions of the plane. It could be one of those great big things. We don't know.
It could be a private plane. A very big one.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, we sometimes see those two helicopters go on alongside it. So let's try and figure this out as we are going to get ready to hop straight into it. It is going to be the Rumble in the Jungle. Ooh, this is going to be an exciting one. Do you like Sandhawk?
Yes.
Why? Because it's so quick. Yeah. Give us a breakdown.
Sandhawk, I love Sandhawk because it's fun, it's action-packed, it's quick, it's snappy, it's got some really cool open ground areas. It's a little bit more difficult for those teams. It's very, very difficult once that zone goes over to the Camp Alpha side, to those islands, because there's so much water on this map that it really just squeezes all those teams together and gets us to the action right away. I'm sad, DK. No one's going to boot camp right now. For some reason, we've got 3 teams in Kampong, which is a wild place for a hot drop. I don't think I've seen one there to that extent just yet. And we got a couple of teams going over to Camp Charlie, fair enough, but no one is going to boot camp.
Yeah, I told you.
I'm
It's
sad.
not boot camp. Yeah.
It's not paradise,
You know-
unfortunately.
Yeah, but it is by none, right? I got one of them kind of right.
Good
Kind
job.
of right. It is like, I would never have guessed Kampong though. So well done on these teams for keeping us on the edge, as it is going to be Bob B looking to kind of ride it out here. We've got the players from Middlesex County holding over on towards that eastern side, and then Seneca A caught in the sandwich. So let's see who's going to be the one to survive this. Is it going to be Seneca? Is it going to be Bob? Is it going to be the side of Middlesex County? Only time will tell. And of course, we know that we have our first zone, and it is quite far away from these teams. They have about a kilometer to travel to get their butts back in zone.
Sorry, we just saw Southeastern Louisiana do almost a squad wipe, I think, over in the Elam feed. Want to go check on that soon. Here we go. No, 2 Elams. Okay, so just the duo. But it is... Oh, Cyrex! He's back! He's back, and he's already doing some big damage here. Godless gonna be trying to do something here, but can he do something? I mean, it's Cyrex, man. He was a big player for his team on the Erangel. Oh, and Godless. No, it wasn't Godless, it was Sahu. Actually able to come on in and grab that point away from him. JD, the only player left alive there, so we'll see how that goes for them. But yeah, looking very good. Southeast Louisiana just holding on to their lead. Psyche gets stuck on the door, unable to do anything, and that's going to be a big flush coming their way. Bop B just got split apart there, unable to rescue their teammates, and that's going to be 1 down for them. As Louisiana Camp Alpha looks like they've actually been able to secure most of this compound. They're moving on out, though. They don't want to be there for too long. The zone is away from Camp Charlie now. Moving on over to a different part of the map. And with Sandhawk, you know, you do want to be in that zone early. There's not really any room for those late rotations coming on through. So for Alabama as well, I'll be looking at them. DP goes out to a sticky nade as well. Rare to see those Elams come on through, but it come on through it does. And so now, Conestoga,
Ooh.
they're the ones
What a
who
great
need
read
these
from
points.
Jester.
Yeah.
I mean, what was that angle from Jester? Like, that was a big brain play coming through on that one. Wow. Got me impressed. That was a really good job. But yeah, Conestoga, as you've said, they need the points here. So they can't afford to have any fumbles. They need to come back aggressively. And going up against Seneca A, it's a tough one. Especially when you hear that song playing, you know that there's something about to happen. A big boom's coming. But so far, Conestoga managing to kind of keep themselves in the fight here. Managing to heal enough of that health. They started off with a 3-piece. They still have all of them in this match. But now they know better than to keep their heads poking out the window. And instead, they turn it on Seneca as Fury gets knocked on down. Let's see. Can they get the rush in on Seneca? It is now even odds here. A 3v3. This is exactly the place that they would want to be. But the push is going to come through quick. A little bit of a rush. Seneca moving closer. Let's see if DP can now get out of harm's way, because the pressure is just going to be nipping at their heels. Not the kind of nipping that they want, but they got to try and stay ahead of the flow.
They do indeed, and Conestoga, they're the ones that need the points, DK, and they're just unable to find the Marco on the front line. DP, he was managed to get on up, but how much longer is he going to stay that way? The full team of Seneca moving on forward. I think Marco's just trying to get some sort of gap, some sort of space where he can actually work a little bit, because it's so difficult to work with anything when you're that close to the team. DP, though, still on that front line. He is going to get pushed on through here, staying so quiet. They don't know where he is, but they are searching for him. What a position to be in. So close to them, so close to elimination, because they will not be merciful at all here, DK.
Yeah, DP's now, trying to be a broom, right? Just blending in with all the stuff standing around in these little compounds, but Marco taking quite a bit of damage, so not too much of that opportunity now available to them. But a good read. Ooh. Oh, there we go. Marco locks it in. Gotta get that health healed up, though. It is gonna be a quick response with the Vector. The first play is in. You can see that axe just poking out the side here, so you gotta keep the eyes on the prize. And down goes Marco. DP now having to abandon ship, just yeeting out the window. Gotta run down just behind the wall. The get up animation a little bit too slow. That could also cost them dearly. So let's see, is DP gonna be able to survive this all the way here? Still 150 odd meters away from that zone, a minute before the blue catches up. And now if you want to make a move, the time is running out. The clock is ticking. So you got to do everything that you can muster here. But this is not the kind of position that you want to be in, right? DP is going to get caught with an off-angle play coming through there. Gets distracted, and down they go. Pong comes in with a slam dunk. And that is Conestoga out of here. Unfortunately, another bag of donuts that they get sent back with. Meanwhile, Bob A going to be rolling on through here. Of course, they started this match all the way in with 2 points to their name. Can they maybe find a little bit more? Can they find those placement points and the elimination points as well? Already the shots now starting to lock in as they do find their first elim. But this blue zone, have to deal with it. Got to get all the way back into a zone. Fortunately for them, not that much further to rotate. So I want to see how they're going to look to play through this now.
Oh, this hillside is much quicker to just go around it. Honestly, this is going to slow you down so much. These vehicles do not like these ridge areas here at all yet. You can see there's a little bit of stickage going on there out in blue. Very stressful to be in that situation. Move on over to St. Clair, though. They're in zone. They're chilling. Complete 180 from the scene of chaos that we saw a minute ago. They are big chilling at the moment. Portage College also down below them, also chilling, just perhaps a little less confident in their position. They are on that low ground area. But we'll see what they got. The Elam feed is lighting on up as UC is going on down there. Big fight happening over in Tampong, actually, is Coquitlam able to grab a couple of those elims. That nade is going to be excellent, though. Oh my goodness me. Young boy almost going down there and somehow doesn't do enough. That one's going to. There we go. Down he goes. The second nade does what the first should have done in the first place, in Cincinnati only lose one, and they grab possibly two in the process here. Really nice nades from Lachi.
Let's see whether or not Lachi can latch on to the angles here. Trying everything in the bag of tricks. Looking for the opportunity. The plays now. Also, PC here from Bob B. Getting caught out in the blue. Not having a safe way to rotate out. But they don't know that the player next to them is knocked. So that's done G. All the way from Seneca A. Now crawling around in the flats, looking for some change, but there's nothing there to get. Instead, it's going to be Cincinnati all the way back in Tambang. keeping a very tight hand on the controls here. Dungy has been spotted. BC moving up, looking to clean it up. Points on the board. There we go. Now, Tuk Tuk. Again, not one of the most spec'd out vehicles that we have in this game. But hey, you know, if it's got wheels, it's definitely a little bit faster than running. Speaking about running, let's see whether or not Shikari is going to be able to run through the sprays. Does get the first. Are they going to find more? The rush is going to be coming in. This is now Bop just locking it in. Mounting the full aggression here, but Cocketlam, it's not the kind of situation you want to find yourself in, because as we can see, there are even more squads held over, rather, just on the edge. So make too much noise, and you're going to draw in all the attention here. Some of that might be not necessarily what they're looking for, right? Of course, that is Cincinnati off in the distance. So, yeah, Bob A trying to at least deal with this immediate threat being posed. But look at that. It is going to be southeastern Louisiana also rolling through over in the drink. A quick little spray here from Shikari. Gets the one. Can they find even more very, very satisfying sprays here? Shikari holding their own. Taking it from a 1v4 down to essentially a 1v1.
Shikari just got a squad wipe. Oh my goodness me. Able to do so much with just this ridge alone, and yes, his teammates are gone, but he is holding down the fort for them at the moment. Cincinnati just trying to get some sort of position, but hello, who we got over here? Excuse me, Middlesex County moving on in as well. They heard the shots and went, I think it's free. I think we should go in right now, actually. Buffet trying to do something here, does get it done. Rio able to clutch that one out. Make sure he says, oi, this spot is mine, get your own. Meanwhile, Shikari, oh my goodness, he is on a roll here. Can he get his 6th knock? Let's see. He falls back just a little bit. He's got no utility, no anything. No, he can't. He doesn't even flush out that player of UC. That's going to be Samba getting picked on up. A really good show from him, though. GG, Cincinnati now still under fire as now you got Middlesex County coming on in. They're doing some work. You've got a few teams, Rio on the south side as well. So Cincinnati just surrounded on all sides here. It's been a hard-fought battle, and it's not over yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough one, as you mentioned, with everybody just cramming up over towards Tambang. I mean, it's turned into a hot drop, right? Not necessarily a hot drop, but a hot spot, as everybody is just rolling on through. Middlesex County, though, they got to look to get a little bit of breathing room as they do put some distance between themselves and the chaos that we just saw unfolding over on the edge there. But it might be short-lived, because as we saw, we have even more teams just situated to the north of their position here. So ITSV also starting to roll on up as well. Got to watch out for Sinclair up on that hill. So much tension building here. I want to see what that zone is going to be bringing in. Of course, we're currently in stage 3. Blue is closing up. That means that this zone could be ending, or rather this match could be ending much sooner than stage 9.
Absolutely. I doubt we're going to be going all the way to the final zones here. 13 teams still left, but as that zone gets smaller on a much smaller map than the last one, I think we'll start to see some teams fall quite quickly here. Middlesex County, though, down to a duo. Chilling in this compound, just waiting for somebody to come on through. Just trying not to get seen too much, although that road crossing is pretty bold here. But Cincinnati and Canada West. Cookie! We see him on the screen. There he is. As another team now, West Canada. Now, in this same compound that everybody's been fighting over, and to be fair, it's a great compound. Like, this is worth fighting over. This position in this zone is going to be really, really good for these teams. It's a little bit out of the way, so you're not in the middle of everything. Well, you're in the middle of everything now because everybody wants the compound, but in the grand scheme of things, you're not in the middle of everything. You can step back a little bit, and it also gives you a great position for some scouting as well. So, it makes sense. It does make sense, but I think the teams on to the north and the eastern sides are having a much quieter time of things so far. Alabama, for instance, 0 eliminations, full squad still standing here. Just now starting to see something going on down here. The zone claims the last player is Seneca B, so that's going to be one more team leaving us and going back on to the lobby, waiting for that last game.
Yep, this is where Alabama also needs to be careful because they could be following suit. Not very quickly, but they could be losing their frontline player if these angles don't work out. You can see Edwin and the rest of the crew there also starting to push on forward. Nobi gets the spray. It's now Cypher left here for Seneca A. The nade comes in and it's a slam dunk as Ghost goes popping off and gets the spray. Beautiful utility usage that we have here. 11 teams now remain in this lobby. Let's see. The lead still keeping it nice and quiet. We do see that horse off in the distance as well, but now they're gonna have to find a way to reposition because the pressure is on. It is gonna be ITSV moving in behind them. Ralo gonna be looking for the hits. The bridge now coming into play as well. Beautiful strafe there coming in as Latava locks it in. The hit is done. Now they can focus on getting the team back into full form, bringing that 4-piece back into the fight, but the shot's still connecting on up. Now, Cincinnati Samba dancing over the rocks here as they come flying on through, but it's going to be Spidey and the rest of the crew here from the southeast of Louisiana looking to lock up. Can they get the action here? No mercy on the side. So you can see Spidey with a quick S12K reaction. Now the utilities are going to come into play as well. This could be Canada West looking to roll up. Cookie gets the hit onto Godless. Look at this. Rio also still surviving. Gotta watch out for that nade. It's coming close. Oh, the damage is in.
Oh, he's in the middle of it.
They can't quite evade all of it. Now, having to choose sides, and the answer is none of them. This could be a phenomenal surprise play coming through. Let's see whether or not Rio is going to be able to make it out. The blue is going to be pressuring them. Just a quick little play here, right? The buggy coming in clutch, but not in the way that we would have thought. Instead, blending in, becoming one with it.
Oh my goodness me, that is wild! And you know what else is wild? These Amazon gift cards coming on in. 5 buckaroonies could be yours if you enter the code here. So go ahead, grab that, and it's first come, first serve. So go grab that while you still can, as Bop A do get eliminated there. Finally getting spotted there, but what a play coming in from that player there, just tucked away in the buggy. And those nades came so close to finding him as well because they weren't even meant for him. I would have loved, in a way, for one of those nades to catch him, because then it would have been such a surprise to those players, right? Those other teams to go, what? Huh? Wait, he was there? Okay, then fine. But GG is going to be spotted a little bit later than that, and now Cybot needs to grab his vehicle. Come on. Or not, he's going to go straight into zone. He's going to grab some utility. Yeah, he needs it too. He's not got much ammo left.
I would have done the same, Cybot. Even if it's in the last blue, I would also venture out. Kail goes down. ITSV getting picked up here as Middlesex County locks it in. Beautiful sprays coming through here from them. Ghost and Nobi doing the noble thing, bringing in so much action. Let's see if Canada West can risk this one up, though. It is going to be a pretty exciting angle. They've got 4 eliminations already, and nobody actually contesting the remainder of Tambang. Zone, of course, is going to pop. Is it going to be blessing them, or will it deal them dirty? Ooh, speaking about which, look at this. Alabama trying to fight it out here. Out towards the open areas of the temple. It is just chaos, mayhem, and carnage all over the place. Ghost again gonna look to sneak in a few cheeky spray downs, really looking to help alleviate some of the pressure for the opposing side. And then we have it. Nobi, all the way from Middlesex County, gets the hit in. Now, Alabama, Allen on the front line, trying to cook up the nade, but a nade has also been sent up to them. You got to dip, duck, dive, and dodge your way through. Allen getting fallen. Now it's up to Latava. Can Latava get it in? The answer is yes.
Well played there. Allen will be able to get res back on up, but the zone again moves away from them. Alabama having a really tough time here. I mean, at least they have 5 points on the board so far, right? 5 eliminations for them. It's a lot more than they had before. Southeastern Louisiana, for the first time so far tonight, finishing outside of the top 5. So that's going to be them going back to lobby. But again, they don't have any reason to worry here. One more game left to them. They are looking very good to actually going forward to finals. So they're going to be fine. They're fine. But also, Middlesex County, 10 eliminations. They had a big step up in the last game. Now moving forward as a duo in this game, but with 10 eliminations, again, looking really good. Match that with a top 5 position. I really like their odds here of also going through to the finals. And, oh, Alabama. They tried so hard, but Middlesex County was just waiting for them to get that res. They're like, yeah, sure, get the res. Yeah, sure, heal up. Use all those items that you looted so hard for. Go for it. We're waiting for you. And the last player is trying to do something. Can't do a thing. Ghost gonna be grabbed away there as Algoma also gets taken out. Number 4 goes to them. Canada West, though, full squad on the board. Looking for something here. Canada West looking very, very good here. Portage College as well. A team we haven't seen hardly anything from so far is in the top 3 here with a lot of players left.
Yeah, but you got to give it up to Canada West. They've waited forever, and now they're starting to riz it up as there's only these 3 squads left, right? It's going to be Middlesex County and also, as you mentioned, Portage held up in one of the only few compounds still within the zone, but they've got a very strong controlling position here. Let's see whether or not Cybot and Cookie and the rest of the team will be able to make it through the defenses of Middlesex County. I mean, Ghost and Novi already on 12 eliminations. Forest gets spotted, the shots connect, and down they go. Now they got to try and follow it up. Are they going to be able to bring the team back into full form as Forest or Sabot now just trying to keep their distance, but Nobi just so dang aggressive here on the front line. Let's see if Cookie can make anything happen right here. Just trying to time the shot. Oh, the blue coming through here. Nobi taking a lot of damage. And this could be exactly the ticket that Canada West has been waiting for. Middlesex County, though, they're going to try and lock it down. They do find Simon. Down they go. Forest is going to fall as well. Oh, but Cookie comes in clutch. Just narrowly pulling that one through. Almost having no health to work with here. But, of course, that blue is going to be nipping at their heels as they now have to continue to rotate forward. But look at this. It is going to be Riz on the front line. Oh, down they go. Cookie falls to the blue. And Portage College coming in clutch, walking away with that winner winner chicken dinner.
I mean, it's what I said before the game, DK. Any one of these teams, the bottom, or the last place to qualify for finals, 8th position, was only held by a team with 8 points. You come in with a big game here today, then you are looking really, really good for getting into those finals. And here we have a team that needed something. We've got Portage College coming in, really, really good stuff, but Portage College don't have Ghost on their team. It's going to be Middlesex County Ghost coming on in with 7 eliminations. And again, do I hear bells ringing distantly in the distance? Distantly in the distance, yes. Ding, ding, ding. Middle of 1,000 damage coming the way for Ghost. The ghostly bells. Ding.
Yes. Okay. I won't ask questions. I'll just go with sure. But what we are going to look at as well is going to be our prize team here. Again, Middlesex County looking to claim that award here as they walk away with 2,400 damage and 13 eliminations coming their way. So some pretty hard work being done here by them. And I mean, of course, that coming through from just the final 2 players, right? Nobi and Ghost. They've just been packing in so many punches in this game. Absolutely phenomenal to see. But I like the efforts being brought forward into this past match, right? As we said, Sanok is going to be the map in which teams can look to double down on the efforts. And look at this. Southeastern Louisiana managing to hold on, but only just 1 point ahead of Middlesex County. They were leading by 11. Now, It's only 1 point. Seneca A also still in the swing of it, holding strong here, still maintaining their position in that top 3. Canada West now moving all the way from 7th up into 4th. Algoma again getting moved down, as they will now have to settle for 5th. Portage jumping all the way from 11th to 6th place. ITV going from 5th down to 7th. And Alabama all the way from 9th to 8th place. You know, up is up. But Bob B getting moved on to the side of the page that they don't want to be on, right? That is going to be right there up in 9th place. They still have one more match to try and fix it because they're only 3 points away from 8th place.
I mean, Middlesex County did exactly what they had to do to make sure they qualify to the finals. The top 2, they're done. Louisiana and Middlesex County, they are good to go for the finals. Seneca A and down, I still would be a little bit worried coming into this game. If Seneca A end up getting, you know, a last place finish in the last game of Rondo here, and the rest of those teams do very well, you're gonna be very, very sad to see yourself in that 9th place position. So I still think there is a little bit of a scary position for 3rd to 8th here, just because of those points being so close. But it's looking really good. Portage did exactly what they needed to do. Alabama did exactly what they needed to do as well. So very nice to see from both of those teams coming on through. They're looking very good.
Yeah, they are looking very good. And of course, well, a lot of the teams still in a decent position, right? They can definitely look to double down on the aggression coming into the last map, which of course is going to be the lovely map of Rondo. So I want to see how the teams are going to look to play through this one. And of course, I'll be relying on you, Neptura, to give us a full rundown of Rondo, right?
Okay.
Yeah, because, I mean, why not, right? But so while we wait for that to get ready, we are going to get into a break as well. And we are going to be enjoying a few of the highlights from this past match. So be sure not to go anywhere, and we'll be right back after the break. And we're back with the final match here for Lobby Numero Uno, Lobby 1. Getting ready to show us what they can bring on through as we are going to be hopping into the last match for points to be secured and see who from this lobby will be securing their seats moving towards the finals itself. But yeah, Diptro, we're getting ready for all the action. We are going to be moving into this map, which I'm struggling to pronounce the name for. I'll get back to that. But you know what? It's not going to be a difficult thing for me to say, though. It's going to be talking about the amazing Hohem iSteady V3 Ultra. It's lightweight, it's foldable, it's pocket-sized. And so it's built for creators on the go. So it's powerful enough for pro content, yet small enough to carry everywhere.
Nice. You know, I really like that because you know how much as a content creator, how much I actually go outside and shoot stuff, and I shoot pictures and video and all sorts, and I only have so much that I can carry all by my onesies, right? I don't have a car. So that would be super nice to have something really handheld, really small, and just fits in my bag, and off I go. So, good, nice, I like that, Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so back to the map that I can't pronounce, which is called Rondo.
Yeah.
There we go. I got it eventually. So
Yeah,
tell us
good
everything
job.
about it.
It's a new map. It's awesome. It's got recalls. That's what's so awesome about it, right? This is the only map in competitive esports that has recalls. So I can guarantee you, DK, that we are going to be getting actual hot drops, like complete hot drops, and like maybe with some 1-3 splits going off with some recalls and stuff, because they want to get as many points as possible. This is the game, this is the match, and it's actually diabolical that it's the last game, because out of the 4, any one of those teams now can get twice as many points, get up into that top 8, and the teams that have been getting to that top 8 through the last 3 games could be left stranded just because of this one map. So this is going to be a very, very important game coming up.
That's of course if the recalls are switched on, right? That's the big thing. So if the switch is flicked, right, and at the power station, because you gotta switch it on. There's a little thing apparently, right? You gotta go, and then when you go and the power is on, then they can be used. If not, it's gonna be a regular match, just on a very large map. So I'm excited to see whether or not that will be a thing for these players to make use of. And if they can, as you said, it'll be an opportunity for teams that are in dire need of points to make up for that and maybe go above and beyond. Like you can see that beautiful plane hovering up top. But in case you forgot where we've been, this is where we've been. We've been to Erangel, we've been to Murmur, we just wrapped up Sanok, and next up, it is going to be Rondo. So yep, these teams are going to get ready to Rondo and show us what they can bring on through. And it is just going to be a matter of moments. What is your favorite spot? For me, it's Stadium, right? I like the roof. I like all the loot that's there. It's just my happy place, right? Take me to Stadium and I'm done. I don't even have to move out of there. Like, the game can end there and I'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Stadium, but honestly, Neox Factory is where it's at. Neox Factory is the boot camp of Rondo. It's so much fun to play. There's a lot of open roofs, there's a lot of nefarious places to actually get into, lots of nooks and crannies, some really invisible places you can kind of sneak around in. So it's a really, really dynamic place that's really actually quite scary for a lot of teams. So I'm excited to see them all go there. Test Track is another right next door. Probably going to see a big, if we do see a big hot drop, probably going to be separated between Neox Factory and Test Track a little bit. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, Stadium's also a fantastic shout. That's really fun to play with. The only thing between Stadium and Neox Factory actually is that Neox Factory, you can land on the roof, you still have that high ground, but there's actually loot where if you go onto the roof of Stadium, there's nada, there's zip. So that's going to be something that is going to be telling how these teams kind of want to play this.
Well, I mean, talking about zip, there's also a zip line to get down, right? So
That is true. That's true. Yes.
So there's you know, many different ways to get your hand on that loot. So it is going to be an exciting one either which way. But also another cool thing about Rondo, it's the only map with potentially 2 flight paths, 2 planes.
Yes.
because the map is so vast, we have to try and spread the players out all over the place. So curious to see whether or not we're going to get 1 or 2 flight paths. Either which way, the action is going to be coming in hot.
It sure is. I'm looking towards all of these maps. I'm looking towards, or rather, all of these places in town. Ooh! This double flight path gives us full range of the map. We are going everywhere with this one. And the recalls are switched on DK. So yeah, it's hot drop central. Already a bunch of teams going over towards that stadium direction. Are we going to see some teams over in Neox as well? I am a bit surprised that we're not seeing as much of a hot drop so far as I would have thought. I don't even see any teams going to stadium just yet, which is an interesting thing happening right now. Okay, we have a split off team going to stadium because I think they thought there'd be a hotter drop than it is. Everybody's going to test track though. Okay, we got a little bit of some spiciness going on. And Jadina City as well. At City, I haven't actually been to that much, DK. I think when we've played with Max, we haven't really been there, maybe like one time. It's out of the way, but it's so massive it could easily accommodate 3 or 4 teams.
Well, let's see how they're going to look to play through this one as the action already now starts to come in hot. It's going to be Neox Factory getting the party underway. You were talking about the roof, saying how cool it is. Now the players have the opportunity to be roofless themselves, right? It's going to be Seneca A having to share with how many? 1, 2, 3, 4 other teams? It's definitely a hot drop, right? Southeastern Louisiana right here. So let's see how these players are going to look to aggress onto the positions there. Unfortunately, though, for Canada West, they are on the low ground. So it does put them in a little bit of a vulnerable position here. So you can see Southeastern Louisiana can't see all the way to them. And then, of course, with the addition of the other squads in the surrounding area, it just adds to the pressure they are going to be feeling. So Cockatam down low, now feeling the angles getting applied. Seneca A up top, looking to drive on forward. And then, of course, it is going to be absolute chaos.
It sure is. Oh my goodness me. Time will tell now. As we all get looted up. I like that we've respected the loot phase of this, right? It's not all in, grab a gun and go. They're taking their time with this one. They're really thinking about it, thinking about what they want to do. Now the inland feed is starting to light up a little bit more, but that's not even anywhere near here. We're in Tin Long Garden over here. This is a really nice spot as well. A great position, but Spear's not liking it too much. And Middlesex County, again, one of those teams that should be safe. Oh, classic mistake, Cypher, Molotoving your own position. Is it gonna do anything to him, though? It is Cookie after all. Oh, and he does go on down. Cookie, you can't withstand. Cookie's gonna crumble in the side of Cookie. Here we go. That's going to be the first elimination, I think, on to this side of the map.
Yeah, well, you got to start the party some which way. Now let's see if Cockatlam is going to be able to get it going here. Senpai holding nice and steady. We go from pies to cookies. Ah, the whole kitchen is here. Canada West up on the roof trying to lock it down. Godless just down below. Riz played a really good game in the previous match over on Sanok. Can they translate that action right here into Rondo as well? I mean, there's a little bit of Sanok in here somewhere, right? Like if that bamboo forest, which we're not even close to. Oh no, Cookie falls down and gets sprayed on in fury. And the rest of the players here from Seneca A just locking on through. I mean, we were hoping for some hot drop action. But this is amazing stuff. Absolutely loving it. You can see Alabama also now in the feed, lighting it up as they get to work. Coming through with the sprays, already walking away with 4 eliminations to their name. Seneca. You're seeing quite a bit of firepower from their end, but none of the shots being able to get converted into any eliminations just yet.
Only time will tell with the nades that he's putting down. He's really trying to prevent any sort of movement on the other side with these nades, which I like to see. The bounce is wild, and that's the thing, right? With throwing nades indoors, you never know what it's going to bounce off of, so the team below him have to be very careful. But Cookie does not care. Oh my goodness, that's very bold from him. He's moving on up. using that shotgun, and it doesn't work out. Cookie goes down. Fury is on point with these things. The nade coming on through. He bounces. Is he trying to deny the point? I don't think he is. He tries to bait them in. He does go down. The nade never goes off. Yes, it does. Cybot goes down to the nade, and he's going to get knifed for his troubles. Cybot going to be able to get rest on up here. Fury should go out, but I do believe there's a teammate at the recall. Punk going to be able to grab his whole entire team ready to go. Cookie already on his way down.
Well, here we go. It ain't over until you've
Hello?
used up your last recall.
Huh?
The spray not managing to connect enough. That door is a magical door, as it is definitely a gateway to somewhere else. Where? I don't know, but it's a place where the shots don't connect. So let's see what Hunter and the rest of the players here from Sinclair are going to be able to pull off. Sinclair trying everything. The nades popping left and right. But we've not actually seen all that much from Sinclair today, right? We did see a little bit of them coming through the feed, but again, the door getting closed on up here as the action just keeps on rolling. Senpai on fire.
Yeah, as 1 HP does the 1v2 right there. I mean, St. Clair no better than to push one by one. You're letting him get a 3-piece for free. St. Clair. Come on, that's kind of crazy, but Senpai GG, like 1 HP, getting a 1v2 like that is crazy. So GG there. Cook and Lamb gonna be very happy with that one. Oh, and what we got over here?
Ooh.
Some teams that don't know how to use their smokes apparently, or probably just don't have smokes. That's unfortunate for them. Zybot able to grab those points, steal them away, and heal himself up in the process.
Yeah, but you gotta watch out because we do have Godless on the side there, so there could still be a bit of play available here now for southeastern Louisiana as Spidey gets confirmed. The numbers are dropping quite considerably now. Unam, also Unam holding a tight angle. Haram though locks it in. Beautiful responses here. Godless still alive, trying to hold that torch for the rest of the squad here. Southeastern Louisiana, as we know, sitting at the top of the board. They were 1 point ahead of Middlesex County. But so far, Middlesex County, they've been able to secure double the number of eliminations. So that could maybe change things up. But I like this flow and this play coming through from Canada West as well. Right, they came into the match with 24 points in 4th place. Now with 6 points from eliminations. Things are looking on the up, and the song goes off, the boom goes up, and here we have it. Oh, Nam Edwin trying to hold on.
Whoa.
Ooh, but getting met in the back with S12K. Where Hidan is, we don't quite know. Oh, Hidan is hidden all the way to the north, trying to come in with a bit of a spray, trying to gatekeep the edge of that zone. Speaking about gatekeep, look at the players from Canada West trying to gatekeep everybody with them here in the Ox Factory.
Well, the thing is for Riz and Cybot, right, is they still have a recall, so they can be out in the blue as much as they like. Zyke does fall, unfortunately. I'm not sure what happened there, but for those two players back in Neox, they can be out in the zone. They don't care because they're gonna get recalled. Cookie's already recalled; he's not there, but they still have a life, so they should be able to gatekeep as long as they want. And be in that blue, and if they go out, they go out, because all they lose is the loot.
Absolutely. Now,
good one.
yeah. I just couldn't resist.
Yeah.
IDSV.
Oh.
Ooh, Jeremy.
Yikes!
No.
Woo! Goodness me!
Almost gets ran down. Oh, what a play though. What a play. It is
Wow.
just chaos, chaos, chaos stadium. Now getting lit up here as the Canada West, they've moved in, but up comes the EMP zone, so the scope's not really working the way that you want them to. So let's see, can they outlast and survive all the difficulty that is thrown at them? So far, DP having a pretty tough time, but this could maybe be still an opportunity here for Conestoga to secure themselves some points. Yes, they one players not necessarily in a position they would want them to be, but the rest of the crew is still alive. a very wide split coming through here from Canada West, right? With Cybot and Riz all the way over here and the rest of the team opposite side over in Stadium. I mean, that's quite a wide position.
Yeah, it really is. But again, they're able to do it because there's nobody over by Stadium, it looks like. Again, with the Stadium recall, once you've got a position on Stadium, it's very hard to attack it. So I think that UCW can be very confident in that position over there. And now, whoa! Oh! It's the AUG! The AUG strikes again! The beautiful sounds come through, and it's a 1v2! My goodness me! Louisiana taking one against them, taking two against them. GG. But yeah, again, they're going to be rest back up. They're going to go over to Stadium. Very high loot position. And, you know, a confident position as well, so they will be good to go. Looks like the zone has gone potentially in that direction over by, over to the side of, oh wait, this is my favorite recall on the map so far as I've been looking into it. This is so cool, and Exotic are figuring out just why. Seneca B, look at that, just able to know that they're coming, come up over those bridges, and take them on down. Marco getting knocked there. Such an interesting position. Conestoga do go out there, unfortunately for them. 14th place. 13 teams left alive here. Portage, still a full squad, man. They've really come back in the last two games. Winning that last game. Potentially looking for a second here, but not if Middlesex have anything to say about it. Here we go, round to the outside. Gets the jump shot. No, Famous was reloading a 1v2. Oh my goodness me, Middlesex County just ripping through here. We'll see if they can get a recall or not. I wasn't keeping track of where they were out on the map, so I don't know if they can get recalled or not, or if that's the end of the road for them, but my goodness me, big confident push by Middlesex.
Yeah. Portage now finding themselves with quite a predicament, and of course Middlesex County also feeling the heat. Nobi and Spear can't be as decisive as they've been in the previous match because there's just teams and players all over the place. Criminal quickly getting dealt with there. Let's see, can Spear lock that one in before getting jumped again. But you got to be careful because there's still so much brewing all around them. We got Seneca also not too far away, so they've heard the shots. They know the general direction which it all came from. Here we go though. They're going to start to roll on up. Criminal surprisingly not getting finished up just yet, but Spear knows if they move out, that could put them in quite a bit of a disadvantage. Bob B and of course the players there from ITSV also just now very close to each other. Does seem like Bob B are going to be looking for a little bit of a wider reposition. Stadium right there below them, so gotta watch out because we still see quite a few players situated in that region.
For sure, this is where things are going to start to get interesting, right? Because you no longer, for most of these teams, you no longer have those recalls in play. So this life is all you got. Ghost going to be grabbing his teammate here, GG, or Spear rather. Nicely done. I mean, for this team, for Middlesex County, they're doing so well. 7 points on the board. This is one of the teams that don't need to do anything realistically, right? Because they are already in the top 2. They already have a large lead. This is the last game. But I think the way that Rondo is with all of those recalls coming into play, and that means double points, I think all these teams feel like they can't quite just sit on their laurels just yet. So you have a lot of teams just trying to do their best here. As you see Zen go on down, Bot B unfortunately unable to win that altercation there. It is going to be Latava from Alabama able to do something here. 8 eliminations for Alabama. This is exactly what I mean, DK. Alabama been struggling this entire time, just squeaking into the top 8 in the last game. Yeah, here they are with 8 eliminations on the board and still 13 teams left alive. I mean, what can they do now?
Yeah, well, they can continue with this momentum, right? Because that could be their ticket to move on forward. So let's see what Canada West is going to do here as well. Also having a phenomenal comeback themselves. 11 eliminations. Yes! So the pressure is on.
Well done.
I just like saying the number. But
Yeah.
now It's going to be Middlesex County also hot on their heels. So much pressure. Seneca A also right there as well. Oh, Stadium, and even just the outskirts of Stadium is still so hot. Oh, here we go. ZK
Whoa.
gets the spray in. Bop B on fire as they continue to rolling up into this one. BC also looking to lay down a bit of the spray here. Ooh, quick little cheeky nade. Oh, but instead gets what they were supposed to serve out. The big response is getting brought in. ITSV just on the triggers.
Goodness me. The nades coming out of this lobby have been so good. Like, they're finding so many targets here. The nades have been pinpoint on the money. Love to see it. Also, the minimap scares me right now because there's a team moving up on the other side of the river. I really need to see this now because there are no boat spawns. There's no bridge on this side of the river. What are they doing? They're outside of zone. The zone is coming in right now, albeit slowly, but a lot slower, a lot faster than they can swim, that's for sure. The emergency cover flares coming on in, and meanwhile, UCW struggling against Middlesex County. Cookie, one of the duo left alive. 5 elims on his side of things. Boppy do get eliminated just too quickly there. Nice nade. Oh, that could be an excellent nade, but the nades do come back as well, and that's going to be a knock on the side of them, and Cookie gets it done. I'm liking this guy more and more.
Yeah, I mean, that's a monstrous play from Cookie right there, right? You gotta love it. Yeah, you know, when they do something, it's like, give that man a glass of milk, because that was amazing.
He's gonna dip himself?
It's just, no, that's the whole point. Anyway, we'll move on. It is gonna be Samba and the rest of the players here from Cincinnati all the way up on towards the north. You were curious as to how they're gonna get through the river. The answer is they just did. Now it's going to be southeastern Louisiana trying to lock it down as well, but up comes Cincinnati. They can hear the shots, the cars, everything ahead, and they take the quick ticket back to the lobby. Out they go in 11th place though, so unfortunate end to the run there for them. Seneca A also will get assisted back into the lobby. Canada West, we can see them off in the distance there. You got to watch out for those swings. Now Louisiana, also one of those teams that are in no need of points. They are out here doing it. Why? Because they can. You know what you can do as well? You can go ahead and go claim yourself the Amazon gift prize, which is about to be delivered. Bloop, bloop, bloop. By that chicken right over there. He's a little bit glitchy, but the code sure ain't. So there we go. Firstest fingers first. If you get there and it's already claimed, you were too slow. Speaking about slow, that's not a thing. That's even a thing here in this match. As Alabama gets ready to push up, they already have 8 eliminations. And I mean, everybody on the board right now has a point to their name.
I mean, that's what you want to see, right? That's a great, I mean, I was going to say that's a great start, but it's a little late for a great start. It's the last game of the lobby, but let's see if they can bring it back. The point difference isn't so great that something can't be done here in this final hurdle. 9 eliminations for Cock and Lamb, though. This is a team that do need a few extra points. Can they do enough here? 9 elims is a great start. Still 9 teams left alive, or 8 excluding them. 30 players remaining, and Cybot gets seen, gets discovered over onto that roof over there. Shikari been huge for his team over the course of the evening, and now is continuing to do so, just carving out a little bit of a position for themselves. If they can just get over that ridge, there we go, out of harm's way. But you don't want to go up to the mountain because there's a lot going on here. Nice nade, doesn't quite do enough here. Alabama trying to do something here, but they're about to get, they're about to get sandwiched, dude. UCW, SLU, it's all over. What are you gonna do, man? Cogalam in the background as well. There's a big, just pile of teams on this side, and the problem with this is that this actual spot in the terrain is so unforgiving. There's not much you can do here, and there you go. Alabama just gonna nade a teammate there. It's really, really difficult. The minute a nade bounces back, a minute you are in a dip, you can't get out of it. And Coquelam want to see if they can do something with this. Just make everything a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, I've gone Shikari. We did see what Shikari did over on Sanok. So can they continue with that same kind of rhythm here? In the meantime, ITSV holding it steady over towards the northern side, trying to establish a little bit of an angle here for them. Ooh, up comes Shikari. The nade is out. Are they going to find the connection, though? Gets real close to Cookie. Of course, putting a nice big dent in the terrain there as well. So this is one of those instances where nades could actually work out for you as opposed to against you. Of course, just don't go hug the nade because you'll still end up in the lobby. But now, the lead keeping a nice angle here, just trying to become one with the terrain as Shikari moves on forward and Cybot denies them any access. Quickly dealt with. 17 eliminations now for Canada.
Wow.
Where's Cybot? Gets kicked to the side and out they go, but as does the sprays there over to DM. As it is Sinclair eliminated now in 9th place. 8 crews remain. 8 schools left to fight for the final few points available. Up for grabs. Alabama getting hit with so much heat. Let's see, can they survive? I think not.
Yeah, it's just too tough of a situation, and apparently everybody still has lots of nades. No Mercy explodes the vehicle and knocks himself there. Unfortunate, and the nade's gonna follow on up. They saw that one in the Elim feed. They're gonna try and do something with that if possible. Another thing to, actually, a really important thing to make note of, though, as you see those nades come over, those great big black holes, you see the SLU taking advantage of it, that's terraforming. This map has terraforming, so the minute you throw some nades, it creates a dip. Unfortunately, that's also nadeable, but it gives you a little bit of cover as well. No Mercy, though, feeling the side effects, the harmful side effects of the terraforming in this map. And that's going to be Canada West just moving on through. Look at that. Super confident, just wrapping around. Bait and switch. Time to go, Louisiana. You are out of here. And Canada West with 21 eliminations. 7 teams left alive. This is the power of Rondo, DK. This is the power of those recalls. Look how many elims you can get.
All of them, right?
All
That's
of
how
them.
many you can get. All of them. And at the same time, you can turn the terrain into Swiss cheese.
Yes.
You can just poke it full of holes. Make a whole lot of dips and divots to play through from. But yeah, for ITSV, this is also a very important position because they came into this match in 7th place. And now they have the opportunity to try and capitalize on not only eliminations, but also placement. Right? They are in good territory here. They do have a nice position. If the zone is going to be shifting towards that southern side, they will find themselves in quite the predicament here because everybody else is locked in and ready to roll. Now, Growlock summoning the rest of the crew. Like, come on, let's go. Let's take the risky rotation. Move up with everybody in one vehicle. Why? Why not? We've got the emergency cover flares down. We have a little bit of a position. Let's use up some of the time we have available to us to try and get situated. But still, a lot of angles to be held here. Ooh, Riz getting spotted up on the hill, but Ralo also getting spotted out. A quick retaliation being brought through. But then Coquelam, they are just keeping it nice, quiet, and concise over on the edge. Seneca, they also waiting patiently over on this western side for their next push forward.
Yes, they are. Just waiting to see where that zone's going to push in. Less than a minute to go now. I think that's really the jump start that the teams are waiting for. They're just waiting to see where that zone's going to go. Is it going to land over onto the side of DRX, or is Seneca going to be able to do something with this ridge a little bit more than they have? Oh my goodness me, that's quite the spray coming in onto Dawn there. Canada West, in the meantime, just going to be able to manage to get Forrest there in the nick of time, and Cookie, man of the hour here, 10 eliminations, 23 eliminations total for the team, and they're looking for so many more. They've got a great position actually here in the current zone. We will see it, see if they're gonna continue to be in the zone very, very shortly here, but a great position for them. They've fought their way to the top now. top 6. Here we go. They are still in zone, just. I think these rocks are in zone. Riz does go down, but he's not out yet, but he might just be, because that is KP moving on in here, coming on in for that big push. Who is going to win this one?
Well, we'll find out soon, Cookie. Oh, crumbles at the hand of Seneca as they push on forward. Seneca B just doing away with them right then and there. At least they go out with 23 eliminations. Portage,
wow,
still alive, still holding steady here, as we can see. They've got Famous, the last hopeful for them now, trying to see what they can bring in. But here we go. Agoma also going to be pushing up. They hold center zone. They hold a nice, decent compound here. But are they going to be able to make good with it, right? Because there's so many teams surrounding them, and they only have that much ammo left.
Yeah, this is where it gets really tough. At this stage of the game, you don't have time to think about loot or try and get any loot because there's always a team looking at you. So this is where you really have to think about how many shots you're taking, what you're able to loot back up in the later stages, because those opportunities are few and far between. And that nade could be gorgeous. Does damage, isn't quite good enough though. Portage, Famous over here, trying to just move into zone, use that smoke grenade launcher, an excellent tool here in the esports world. Just trying to be unseen as much as possible. ITSV still have a full squad going on here. But Famous has been spotted. They know those smokes are there, but just goes way too long in a different direction, so he's safe for now. But we will see as Seneca B just really looking to contain as much of this zone as possible. DK, look at their split in that mini-map we got over onto the corner there. South is their position. They got a big old split on it. They're looking to take as much control as possible. I really like this from them.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty crazy play indeed. And the zone is not going to be too wacky here, right? It kind of just centers up on itself, so it will allow for even more of an opportunity into this final compound. I mean, if you're Algoma here, you just want to try and hope for the best, right? Because you got ITSV coming through from that northern side. We've got Seneca pushing in from that southern side. So it already is a pretty tough one to try and keep your positions covered. You can see the grenades now starting to fly on through here. Oh, but don't forget, of course, you can see Young Boy also just waiting in the wings. So quite a few solos now getting spotted out here. And ooh, let's see whether or not Don G and the rest of the crew can get those plays secured. They got 5 eliminations up. They are looking for more Portage. Now going to be looking to bring in all the aggression here as ITSV getting their numbers called quite a bit. The confirmations locked up one after the other. Famous just trying to ride on this ridge. We're going to watch out because Seneca B is right there alongside them. Blink X could quickly close this whole play up. Rocket Lamb is going to be the next team out of here. Lord now feeling a little bit of heat, but out comes Blink X. Oh, Famous quick reaction, drops down, manages to survive, but I don't know for how much longer Portage can stay in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's weaseling his way through these teams, and at the moment they're being just a little too noisy for them to hear him, but still, ITSV go on out. That's bringing the total of teams down to 3 at this point, and really, it's only Seneca B and DRX over here that are going to be able to do anything, and Famous just might get caught in the crossfire here, so let's see what's going to happen. Insane does go on down here. Algoma, they're looking to win it. They've been in the center compound for the longest time. 5 eliminations. Not the most we've seen, but still enough. Enough to do something in this final game of the semifinals for Lobby A. Down he goes. Portage, top 3, but still, is it enough? He's gotten a top 3 here. It's a really good sign for the team. It's a good result. But Seneca B and Algoma, they both want a chicken dinner here. A chicken dinner might just guarantee a place in the finals as well, so this is super important for both of them.
Yeah, especially for Seneca B, right? Because they had 8 points in 12th place coming into this match. So If they can secure the victory here, it could be their ticket straight into the qualifying positions. But the pressure is going to be on. Algoma not going to let this one slide for free. They're going to have to work for it. So let's see how Seneca can look to pull this one together. At least they still have the 2 players up, so 2v3 as you've said. But now, we're in stage 9, so it's nothing but closure. It's all going to come down to who has the quickest finger on that trigger, right? We got JD and Cyrax. Cyrax we've already seen in previous matches packing quite a bit of a punch, but we've not seen them make it all the way to this stage. So some pretty high pressures now riding on the shoulder here. Nice little bit of a molly coming through, trying to keep the players here from Algoma at a distance. Just keep them at arm's length, but Blink, oh, is going to get wiped. Down they go. Don G now also falling to the side. A Seneca B will have to settle for second place. Algoma going to come in clutch, walking away victorious with a winner chicken dinner. And I mean, wow. Nep, what a lot of eliminations we've seen being picked up in this game.
I think we all know who the MVP is going to be, right? But Algoma coming in, maybe it's not as many eliminations as some of the teams, but they get the win, and that's a whole 10 points going their way. But the MVP for Rondo is going to be, yeah, it's Cookie. We knew it. 10 eliminations going to just him. Nearly half, once again, nearly half of his team's eliminations are just Cookie. This man is a machine. 1,662 damage coming through as well. Once again, the bells are ringing for this guy. Ding, 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 bell of 1,000 damage. There we go. Cookie gonna be grabbing that for him. What?
You should have said Cookie.
Cookie.
That's the right way to say it. Yes, Cookie coming in as the MVP. MVT is gonna be Good of the West. Because Cookie's on the squad as well. But well played to them. 23 eliminations and over 4k damage. What an insane run. But of course, you know, what were you expecting? It was Rondo. It was recalls. So we had not just the 16 teams playing. We had 16 plus then some, right? Because, well, the teams had the opportunity to get themselves back into the fight. So a lot of action. But the big question is going to come through as to whether or not the teams that needed points, were they able to secure the points they need to secure a position in the top 8?
That is the question. I think we're going to be seeing that momentarily here, and this is what it all comes down to, the last 4 games. I think we know the top 2, but do we know the bottom 6? I don't know. The top 8, I mean, the second or third to 8th place was so close before this game. Now we've had a lot of different teams come in with some big points. And here we go. The overalls are on your screens right now. And Canada West steals the #1 spot away from Louisiana. But here we go. Let's have a look. Seneca B unable to make it to the top 8 here. Portage sneaking their way in those last 2 games did a really great job moving into that 6th place. And so you actually have your top 8 going to finals in November.
Yeah, congratulations to them. ITSV getting moved from 7th down into 9th place. Seneca B, at least they moved up, right, all the way into that 10th place. Sinclair, not too much of a change with their position, going from 10th to 11th. Bop B getting moved from 9th to 12th. Cincinnati still staying in that 13th position. Bob A, Unam, Conestoga, unfortunately no change there for their plays whatsoever. But big congratulations to the teams that were able to pull the hat out of the bag and get themselves into the top 8. That is where you'll see these squads now move forward into the next stage. And you've already mentioned Cockatlam, but look at the numbers, right? 26, 26, 26, and 2 squads also finishing on a glorious 48. I mean, Southeastern Louisiana and Middlesex County, they were rubbing shoulders for the longest time. Now, they are right there, each sitting with the same amount of points on the board. So that is our first lobby now done and dusted, right? We know which top 8 teams from this side is going to make it through into the finals, but that of course means that we have lobby 2 coming up. So we are going to be working our way through exactly the same map rotation: Erangel, Miramar, Sanok, Rondo for the other squads to see which 8 teams from that side will be qualifying in. But the interesting thing I think also then is what we'll be seeing once we get to that is that the winners from the spring season are going to be in lobby number 2. So there's going to be a lot of pressure for these teams to see, can they do what they need to, and just how much insanity can they bring through once we get to Rondo.
Absolutely. I'm super excited to see what this next lobby holds. As you said, the winners of last split are coming in here. So very excited to see what they can do, what they're going to bring to the table. Congratulations to the teams of lobby number 1 who made it to the finals. We will be seeing them again. And I want to see Cookie do it again. So I am very excited both for the next rounds coming up and for those finals.
I just want to go Cookie. Because why not? It's such a fun name. Yes. But yeah, on that, we are going to be heading into a break to get everything ready for the second lobby and the full serving of maps making its way on through. So be sure to not go anywhere and instead enjoy a few of the highlights from Rondo. We'll see you on the other side.
iSteady V3 Ultra unlocks touch filming. A simple double tap starts AI tracking. With AI live feed, what you film is what you see. Frame yourself on the remote. You can shoot videos all on your own. Pull up the extension pole and get everyone in the shot effortlessly. iSteady V3 Ultra. Your touch, your moment.
And we're back, getting ready to hop in yet again. Lobby 1 done and dusted. Lobby 2, bring it on. We're getting ready for 4 more maps and even more teams to show us what they've got. And of course, who's going to be taking up those final 8 qualifying slots. Already the first round was pretty crazy, especially when we got to Rondo with a 23 bomb getting dropped with eliminations. I'm curious what Lobby 2 is going to be bringing in. And the reason why I say that is the winners from the previous split are in this lobby, right? All the way from Seneca. They are going to be showing us what they can bring. They also go by the name of Sting Esports. So have they sharpened those stingers and have they gotten themselves ready to bring it all in? We have another Canada West crew, but of course we'll be taking a look at all the above once we get down to that. But I gotta say, Nep, I am pretty excited, right? Because so far, this split, just the semis, has been absolutely jam-packed with action.
It really, really has. So far, we've had 4 very big games on different teams doing different things, and I think this lobby is going to be no different. Like you said, we have the winners there of last time we did this, so that's going to bring some excitement. That's going to bring a lot of pressure to those other teams as well, so we'll see what they can do with it. But it looks like you're thinking about something, DK.
No, I'm thinking back to the last time we were here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember it very well.
Yeah, there were teams playing and there was like maps and things and they were going all over the place. And,
and we didn't
I
have
remember
Rondo
that
last
one.
time.
Yeah, no, well, we did actually. But last time Rondo wasn't working fully, right? It was so fresh, so new, and everybody wanted to get into it. And then eventually we did, right? And so, yeah, there was a lot of amazing stuff happening on that. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting one to see what these squads are going to be bringing in. Of course, we'll be taking a look at all the breakdowns that they have to bring. But I think before we get too far into the teams itself, of course, there's going to be an opportunity for our viewers to voice their own opinions, right? And of course, if you're curious as to how you can get into this, how you can participate in this, one, I would say probably be at a school that's participating in this, right? That would be the first step.
That would work,
right?
Yeah.
The second super important step would be to most probably be on the Discord server, because that also makes a whole lot of sense to me, right? And then, of course, you can voice your opinions about who you think is going to be taking it away. Once we know who's going to be making it into the finals, right? You can let us know and give them all some shout outs and give them some support and, you know, be there for your school. And just even if it's your friends, support them as well, right? But yeah, so much love can be shown for these teams, and we've been seeing quite a bit of that happening in the chat as well as we've gone through the first round. Now, the second round is about to make its way on in. So I gotta say though, Nep, looking at what we've seen already and looking at the teams that we have coming up, which for now is still a little bit of a secret, we'll display them soon. Do you think it's going to be just as crazy as the first half, or is it going to be even more so?
Gosh, that is a difficult question. I think it's gonna be as crazy as we saw it. I think these teams have probably an equal playing field. I think we're gonna see probably the same sort of thing happening. A little bit of differences, of course. They are completely different teams, but I think we're gonna see probably the same amount of stuff, which I'm hyped for because Lobby 1 was awesome to watch. So I am ready for Lobby 2 to give us the exact same thing.
Yeah. And I'm looking through the names of who we have of the participating teams, the participating schools that we have coming through for this one. There's a few new names. When I say a few, there's at least one that looks new that I don't recall seeing on here. And of course, that's Elmhurst University. So excited to see what they're going to be bringing on forward here. And then a few very familiar names that we've also had in the previous lobby. This is just, of course, going to be more teams from there, but also then other schools that we've not yet seen stepping out onto the battlefield, battle floor. Same thing. It's open. There's weapons, there's things, and there's a lot of action that's going to be coming in from this as well. So yeah, just looking forward to all of that. But of course, we are going to be heading on to the opportunity for the social media to come through as well. So if you're curious as to what the Discord link is, you'll see that on screen momentarily right there. So it's PUBG Esports NA. So be sure to head on over to that. And of course, if you're watching this on YouTube, you're already in the right place. It's PUBG Mobile Esports NA. This is the YouTube channel. We've got the Instagram and the X/Twitter, whichever one you want to call it. There are the tags for those as well. So, you know, hit us up. Once we know who's going to be making it through into the finals, give your team a shout out, show them some love. And of course, if you're in one of the participating schools or you think your schools might want to participate, go find out more info on that Discord server. So go find it all out. In what we also then can take a look at, Nep, is this page.
Yes, indeed. The prize pool that we saw earlier. This is going to be what all of these teams are playing for. Lobby 1, Lobby 2, wanting to get that top 8 to go to the finals so they can have a chance at $6,000 coming on in if you win this whole thing. $4,000 if you come in second. $3,000 for third, $1,000 for fourth, and $500 for fifth. So, like we said earlier in the program, it really is worth your while to try and get as high as possible, right? $500 is pretty good, but $6,000 if you win this whole thing, sheesh, you're going out in style. So these teams gonna want to push really hard to get into this top 5, let alone a little higher if possible. So big prize pool coming in here. That's what we want to see these teams work for. That's what they're going to be working for. I mean, certainly we saw some teams in Lobby 1 try really hard to actually get into those finals, and I have no doubt we'll see the exact same thing in Lobby B.
Lobby B, indeed. A few of the teams actually pulling it off successfully. But speaking about which, let's hop on it, right? Let's take a look at it. And of course, what we are going to be looking at first is right here on the screen. It is this very familiar object that we've seen appear once or twice before. Where are you going? Yes, it was over there. So I'm happy to see I'm not the only one that struggles to point in the right direction. But whether you're looking to get high angle group shots or whether you're looking for those very creative low perspective shots, the Hohem iSteady V3 Ultra can adapt to any of those scenes, right? Even if you're doing a run by, look at me run. Why you would use that, I don't know. I'm not that creative. Maybe she would, I don't know. Would you use those shots though? A run by shots, like, yeah. I think seeing you run would look quite funny. I would definitely have a good giggle at that. But of course, you can capture any angle that you can think of with stability, precision, and style. So if you run past it and you've got that little thing in your hand, as you've seen, that detachable screen, you can see what you look like when you run. So you can run in style, you know, you can do like the whole cinematic run. Yeah, but you have to lock eyes with the camera as well, otherwise it doesn't help, right? Yeah. Yeah, and that's just a quick rundown.
Yeah, quick rundown of what we're looking at, and it would be very, very useful. But you know what I want to get into? I want to get into the game. We're going back onto a wrangle, baby. Let's get this show on the road. It's coming very, very soon. We're just readying up. We're getting those players in that lobby. We're counting down the seconds till that plane leaves. So they all better be texting their loved ones. Okay, about to take off. Love you. See you when I land. Because we're about to get into the game here. Let us go into a wrangle. Soon.
Yeah. Yeah. Coming to a screen near you.
Now.
Very soon. No, not yet. No. First, we're going to have to go take a look at the map list. We're going to have to remind everybody of where we're going, where we are, what we've already seen with the first lobby. Now, getting into lobby numero dos, right?
See.
That's it. That's the limit of my Spanish, at least. I can count from 1 to 2. Uno, dos, vinite. That's even not the right way to say it. Finito. I don't know. Whatever.
Okay.
I'm making up words now. If you leave me, I'll come up with my whole separate language that sounds very similar to a lot of things, but it has to sound the most like PUBG because that's what we're busy with, and that's where we're going. So based on what we've seen in the first few rounds, right? The first 4 games, what do you think this Erangel is going to bring on through? Do you think we're going to have some hot drops, or are the teams going to respect the space and turn another random spot into a hot position?
You know, actually, I think they're going to be super chill. I don't think we're going to get a hot drop on Erangel. I don't think we are. I think everybody's going to go their separate ways and actually and play it like we're used to seeing competitive PUBG Mobile played. I think that's what it's going to be. I would love to see a hot drop, but I don't think we're going to get one.
So if you could have the hot drop, where would you take it for? Because remember, the previous Erangel that we had, there was essentially a hot drop up in South George. Right.
I like South George though. I would love that.
Yeah.
Again. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
Yeah. I would say the Neox factory.
That's a great. That's
Not
a great
yet.
spot
We'll
on
get there
Erangel.
later. We'll get there later. Yeah, it's the best place on the Erangel. It's so great you can't even get there. It's so exclusive, right? You have to load in on a different map to get it done. I would love to see a little bit of Pachinki play though, right? Pachinki receives a little bit of love every now and again, but teams don't like it that much anymore, right?
Yeah, it's
I would love to
less
see it.
popular. For sure,
Yeah.
yeah, it's become a lot less popular. It would be nice to see it again. Hopefully we will be seeing a little bit of action going Pachinki way. It's always a lot of fun when it's in the end zones, particularly because there's a lot of action going on there. So I'm excited to see what we got going on for that first game.
So a little birdie told me, named Max, that in the update coming, right, they're going to be changing the Sunken City. It's gonna
Watertown,
come.
yes.
It's gonna become like a little bit of a Neue Rep Neue, Nova Rep Neue,
Yes.
but
Yes.
up there, right?
Yes.
And so I think that could potentially maybe become another hot drop location, right? If the teams see the usefulness and the utility of a site like that, having three container yards, right? Because you've got the one in George, the one in Novo, and then the Nuevo one.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think it's going to be called Boatyard or something like that. So definitely something to think about for sure. Especially in its close proximity to Roshawk, so you could get a couple of teams trying to either clash, or you got one team splitting onto the two sides or something. So definitely some room there for a little bit of those early engagements. We'll have to see how it goes. But yeah, very, very exciting to see how that's going to be shaping up the esports world. I'm excited to see that. Even though Watertown is one of my fave spots, it's a nostalgic spot for me. I always used to go there when I was playing by myself, and so now it's going to be changed, and I'm sad, but you know what? I'm excited for the future. I want to see the change come, and we'll have a good time with it.
They should call it like Waterworld or Atlantis or something, right? The Sunken City. Right?
People do call it Atlantis, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a more fitting name, right? Because you can get your knees wet and everything as you run through, and you're inside a building. But yeah, so we are going to be taking one step closer to getting into the match here as we take a look at our teams. Of course, this is all the participating squads that we have for this round. As you can see, Seneca, Canada West. We got Old College, A and C, Sinclair, Vancouver, Victoria, Arkansas State, Niagara. We've got Kent State. We also have Sinclair B coming through. Algoma yet again. Middlesex County again. We got Alabama, Red River, Northern Arizona, and Elmhurst. I think Elmhurst is new. I don't recall seeing their name lost in the previous split. Red River, I mean...
I don't remember Red River, but I was not in... We remember in Spring Split. If anybody is watching from Spring Split, you will know that I probably don't remember much of that event. I was a little bit sick, so I wasn't feeling too good, and I probably don't remember all the team names. But I do remember Niagara, I remember Victoria, I think I remember Vancouver as well. Of course, the old names like Algoma, there's Seneca, St. Clair, Alabama. But Red River, I'm not sure that I remember Red River playing last time.
Yeah, me neither. So, hey, I'm all for it, right? So, all the new faces coming in here to show us what they've got. I'm all for it. As long as we kick some butt along the way, why not do it, right? And of course, having 16 teams out on the battlefield to shake things up, to, as someone said in chat, kick the table, go for it, right?
Yep.
Go for it. Bring in all the excitement you can. But of course, well, no more chitter-chatter here from us. Nah, I'm joking. We're still going to continue to chat because we're going to look at the maps before we head over into Erangel. So we are going to be rotating right through it again. Erangel, Miramar, Sandhog, and then we hit it up with a little bit of that Rondo at the end.
Very nice stuff. Nice rolled R, by the way. But yeah, really good stuff coming in here. A really exciting map rotation. I really like the idea of having one of each, right? It keeps it exciting, it keeps it snappy, it keeps it interesting. So we're going to be going over to Erangel, and again, of course, you know, you do have Rondo, which typically gives you double the points because you do have that recall system in place. So that being at the end is a real lifesaver for teams who maybe have struggled on the other maps. And the reason they might struggle on the other maps, DK, is because, again, you only get one shot at each map, and if that zone doesn't go your way, you are messed up. So you gotta be sure that you play your absolute best, but if Erangel doesn't work, then there's always Miramar, but there's no more Erangels left. So we'll have to see what the zone is gonna do, because remember, last Erangel, it was going 50% water most of those zones. So Erangel really didn't like our teams in the last lobby. Maybe it'll be a bit kinder this time.
Well, there's only going to be one way for us to find that out, right? We'll have to venture onto the plane first to see what is going to be cooking. And of course, we'll be getting into that very, very soon. So once you see this glorious map list up, it means the map is inbound, right? I'm just making sure that someone didn't maybe forget the handbrake up for the airplane, because that's the thing, right? So you can't leave the handbrake up. You have to disengage, otherwise you're not going to go forward. So let's see what is going to be happening. But of course, we'll be hopping into that momentarily. The countdown is there. I can hear it in my ear if I imagine numbers. So we are very close to getting into the action. So first match, we were talking about a few things, right? Where do you think we are going to be going with the zone this time around? Are we going to be seeing Everest? Are we going to be seeing Paradise? And are we going to be seeing Heaven come into play? Or are we going to go down to the Millie Island? Are we going to go shooting range? Zaki? I can name lots of places.
That's awesome. But I think it's gonna go center. I think our first zone is gonna go just slap bang in the middle. Rozhawk is gonna be there. Picado is not Picado. Pachinki as well. Definitely, I think we're going center this one. Don't.
We're just cross mapping over here. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. I'm gonna be keeping an eye on Seneca Polytechnic, aka Sting Esports, to see what they can bring on through and how they're going to look to play it. Oh, I see someone is asking Max in the chat, who's going to be the top 3? Seeing that Max is also accurate, right? He can call out top 3s exactly in order. So.
Oh yeah, the curse is gone.
Yes.
Heck
and he evaporated. He evaporated into the ether, all miraculously and magically.
Yeah.
That was cool. Yeah.
It was awesome. It only took him like 4 years. But yeah.
I mean, you know, if not at first, eventually it will happen.
Yeah. You know what? It's awesome. He's able to just predict teams and not curse them, and it's awesome. We love that. We love that for him. And it means that we get to ask him stuff like Jot did. Who's going to be the top 3? We want to know. Give us the deets, bro.
Yeah, Max, jot it down. Tell us. So here we go as we move into our flight path. Of course, we are going to be starting all the way in Millie, heading over North George, pointing at Zaki. But we'll see where these teams are going to choose to drop down.
Yes, indeed. Come on. Give us the hot drop we're all waiting for. So far, there looks to be a little bit of action going to be happening over onto Millie base here. Then we might have a few teams go over to Primorsk. That seems to be a very popular location, actually, for multiple teams. It's very out of the way, but the loot is pretty good there, and you've got some nice rotation paths as well. So it's a pretty good shout for sure. A couple of teams jumping very promisingly, looking at maybe a hot drop towards Pachinki. Let's see. but I do like the cluster of teams that all jumped out of the plane there. Gives us some hope. But meanwhile, we're already in a hot drop. Here we go. UCW in a lot of trouble here with this other team. I can't quite see who that is just yet. But they're looking for the same building. They didn't even go to different areas of military. They're in the same building, DK.
Yeah, I mean, Red River College does that, right? They just come knocking on the door. They're like, hey, share the loot. If not, we're going to take it from you. Speaking about loot, though, there we have the zone as well, beautifully centered up towards Hospital and Everest. So it's going to be an interesting one, right? So if any of you thought that the zone was going to go there, well, you are awesome because you got it right. Now, let's see whether or not Red River can lock it in. Are they going to make it difficult for Canada West? The answer is an unequivocal yes, as Canada West is the best team, the first team to get taken out of here and get taken right back into the lobby.
Oh my goodness, there's hot drops everywhere. They're dropping like flies, DK. My goodness me. Okay. Getting taken out of Dodge there. Unfortunate. Not quite done yet. They still have a duo, but gosh, in the first 2.5 minutes of the game, that is a rough start for that team. My goodness me. And Red River picking up those 3 elims. Very nicely done. Very quick about it as well. So they're going to be happy with that. Meanwhile, over in Pachinki, a much slower hot drop is coming into play here. Arkansas State versus VCC. They're going to be chilling. Big chilling. Vancouver CC. That's the team we're looking at. Big old split, 3-1 on their side, and a 2-1 split on the side of Arkansas. And it's all going to be very calm. If they listen to my voice and just wait in the building.
No, because we're all going to fall asleep instead. You want to do what Defender is doing there. Staying up on the roof, keeping an eye on everything. Or you might even feel a bit burpy, right? Whatever comes your way, whatever tickles your fancy. Just stay with us because the action is about to come on through. Already 5 eliminations have been secured. Let's see whether or not Middlesex County can lock in even more if they can hold true to what their other squad was able to do as well. Now comes the send. Oh, it is going to be the players there from VCC getting knocked on down. Vancouver Community College. Now, a pretty interesting position here. They one player on the edge, slowly bleeding out. Are they going to constrict the position and maybe bounce back? The answer so far looks like a potential yes, as they've got Green and Delulu running about. But now, it is still not decided yet.
Not quite yet. It's far from over. Let's see what they can do, how they're going to fix this. God at the moment is down. Just knocked, though. Oh, but that's going to be okay. But why? Up on the roof, I can tell you exactly why. That high ground gives him so much perspective on the team in the church here, on this one player. And down he goes. Lovely. Just gets all the info he needs here. And that's going to be 2-0 now for Vancouver CC going on down. I think Arkansas going to be very quick to pick up that last elimination onto God. And it's interesting, actually, because Arkansas and Vancouver CC have both actually switched places now. You got Sinner with the Uzi out there in the village, in town, and Arkansas just going to be chilling up on that church tower.
Yeah, I like their names, though, as well, right? For Arkansas, it's fun names. They got the Lulu up there, okay, but why? I'm going with Choo Choo. I know that's not the name, but it looks to me, if I look at it quickly, it looks like it says Choo Choo, right? But now, let's see if Sinner can get that winner chicken dinner, as they're going to have to survive the initial push coming through. In the meanwhile, if we look over in towards Yasnaya, Poliana, you've got 2 squads making their way through as well. Middlesex County, they've moved up in towards the north, but they've not done much for the position just yet. It is going to be Vancouver getting rid of some Delulu over there. And now Sinner and Defender going to be looking to lock it in. They still have a long, long way to go. But if they continue like this... Ooh, that was nice.
Yes, it was. Oh, that could be even better. No, not quite. doesn't quite do enough there, but the pincer move is in. Okay, but why? Just on the bottom floor here, defender too far away to defend his teammate, so it's all in the name. You gotta live up to it at some point, bro. Defend your teammate here. Oh, and he might just do it because okay, but why just fell into his own Molotov there. Unfortunate. It's gonna put a hold on things just a little bit. Sinner with an absolute sinful angle here. That is an insane spot, actually. But if this team, if Arkansas know anything about anything, they should know that this angle exists. And they're gonna know about that he's probably up there. We'll see. Good nades being thrown though. Defender on that roof though is actually really nice. And this might just be where Arkansas kind of go, eh. Either we're gonna do a long rotation or a rotation around to get different angles, or we kind of just leave because this is a bit much now. This is a really good defensive position. You got defender there. I mean, he doesn't have any more utilities, so that part of it is over. But Arkansas don't know that. And Sinner's got a really good spot. Defender's got a good spot. I think if you're Arkansas, you kind of just try to leave this.
Or if you're okay, but why and Choo Choo over there, you can look to hit them with some sass, right?
True.
Don't let them take it away from you. Let's see, can they fight against Defender and Sinner over here? I mean, I wanted to see some action in Pachinki. Thank you to both these teams for bringing that in, right? It's going to be Arkansas State and Vancouver Community College finding themselves in a bit of a standoff. Speaking about standoffs, Jonathan stood right off the edge as they got knocked on down. It's not every day that we see that happening, but down they go. Toxic coming through with a very quick follow-up to claim an easy elimination. Meanwhile, Northern Arizona also going to be making their way through Yasnaya Poliana. Unsurprisingly, nothing happened. I thought that at least there would be a little bit of an engagement coming through between the teams, but we've not seen the kind of action that we've had here in Pachinki.
Yes, indeed. This is actually being drawn out quite a lot. They're still in zones. They have plenty of time, right? The zone is about to... Oh, the zone is about to leave now. So now they have to think about getting their skates on. No other teams around them just yet to start kind of thinking about this, but as team... Oh, hang on a second. Defender. Woo! What a shot coming in there. Chow Chow going on down. So now it's just down to one remaining player. Can he do something about it? Okay, but why? I think you should be asking why you're the last player alive and if you can do something about it. Ooh, goes down very, very low and Sinner knows it. Into the building he goes. Come on, don't be scared. There's two of you, one of him.
Come on.
Oh, they let him get the
okay,
heal.
but why not? Ooh! Okay.
Oh, he gets the 1v2!
But why? Yeah, I mean, what a play. I said, give the sass and you'll be alright. And they gave the sass and they are fine. They still have two players up. And so they all survived, so well done to them. Now, let's see if Lexus can drive the shots home here. You can see, ooh, a little bit of a standoff. Nothing too crazy happening just yet. But I'm curious if Northern Arizona is going to look to maybe cross the bridge because, let's be honest, that blue zone is going to start ramping up the damage. Algoma also coming through with their own little bit of spice here as they move up from that Rozhok region, trying to gain that position into the zone. Middlesex County now getting caught on the outskirts. Going to find a very tough time getting their butts past this front line here.
Out in the blue zone as well, a tricky situation to be in. Hopefully they can get that sorted ASAP because time is ticking now. And yeah, it doesn't do much. The zone doesn't do much damage now, but it will start to once you're already low. When you've got that 1 HP situation going on, you just escape those shots, but then the blue zone takes you, and that's what happens when you're out in the blue. So you got to be very, very careful and very quick to wrap things up here, as this side of the map is actually getting pretty busy. Look at what we got going on here. Kate Stent? Yes. Kent State. Looking to, okay. Looking to move around and get some action going there. Dang, yeah. Kate Stent. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Are you dyslexic?
Yes. Yes, I think I am. I'm certainly at midnight, yes.
As long as you're not dyslexic, then everything is fine. Because it's gonna be a fun time calling out all these names if you read them the wrong way around.
That is so true.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Let's see whether or not if is it S-Power or is it Spower? It's a something.
Okay.
Right. And we got an S-Ran there as well. We got Silent, or is it an S-Island? I don't know. It's either one of those. But hey, Sinclair, they got to try and make us proud here. The previous round, it was a little bit of a tough run for the other Sinclair squad. So let's see how it is going to go here, as we have 2 Sinclairs in this lobby. Niagara also now having to hold steady, as they also will look for a position elsewhere in the zone. Quick little bit of a reposition, but I mean, there are so many compounds here, and yet the teams are fighting over the western side of the beach.
Goodness me, this is a fun little zone to be in. Interesting we didn't get that many hot drops, although I did say that we probably wouldn't get any hot drops, certainly not like we saw in South George, but we might see one now, as NC gonna be rolling on in with the hovercraft and everything, trying to get rid of Elmhurst. Junkie does go on down. What is gonna be the next show here? That's one. What about the second?
Oh, 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 run, run, run.
Go, go, go.
If that was a, yeah, that was a nade. At least, oh, that was a self-nade.
Oh,
No.
that was no!
The only
Oh,
team that
dear.
can take Niagara down is Niagara themselves. And so
It seems like it.
Elmhurst, Delusion. Oh, I want to see Delulu and Delusion have a bit of a go at each other,
Ooh,
right?
That'd be fun.
So NC now going to be looking to see if they can get fancy with the way they push through this. Already they've taken themselves down to a 3-piece here. They've got all the players left that they need to get the jump here. But are they going to be able to pull it off? Victoria, we're also going to be riding on the ridge here, looking at the opportunity. A sneaky spray flying into the vehicle. Yeah, indeed. And I mean, that might be a little bit of a dangerous one, because that's Old College right there, rotating for their position in the zone as well.
Sure is. Oh, Delusion's the last one live. There's a smoke coming on through. Can he come down into the smokes? Oh, he's just trying to give him the roundabout here. Oh, passes one in the smoke, tries to get one, does get one, but he's 1 HP. Oh, when he goes down in the doorway, Elmhurst, a valiant effort, but not enough, unfortunately for you. They're going to go on down here, and a nice nade does a little bit of damage over onto Mechanic. We're over here with RRC and Kent State here. That just could be a nade knock, not quite. But this is a big fight. This is a good position in zone. Both these teams want it. But it's a 2v, what, 3? 2v4? Something like that.
Yeah, could be
very
more.
Careful with how they play this.
They're going to have to be, because making all this noise, they are, of course, drawing attention for the teams coming in on the edge there. Let's see how this one is going to play out, because we do know that Niagara College is holding on the edge. So RRC, they're going to have to just rush up, clean this out. They got the Mechanic and Labor here to try and close this door. Thor now gonna go thundering out the window. Quick little cheeky reposition, ducking this way and that, but down they go. The hammer gets swung, and now it's up to Jason. Oh, but Jason with a beautiful hit there onto Labor. Let's see, is the shot gonna come through? RRC not gonna back down. They want the hit. They're out for blood. They want to avenge their teammates. But will they get it done? Again, a very tricky play here. And there's even more squads now moving into position. We can see Old College just up towards the north there as well. So all this noise is going to draw all the action right into the May. Got an answer there from Judd. Thanks, Judd. It's S-Power. Well, let's see if Jason can empower themselves to get the rush in the 1v3.
Let's see. He could do it. He's got one so far. And with the AUG and the DBS, it's a pretty good loadout to have, but never mind. A very nice nade coming through there. Gonna be taking him on out, and that's gonna be the end of them. We move on over to Niagara. Oh no, Niagara. Is that what that says? Niagara? Am I reading that correctly?
Both are the correct answer. You can pronounce it either
Okay.
which way. You
Love
can say
that.
Niagara or Niagara. Both of them are right. I googled this long ago.
Okay, good to know. Excellent. Well, I will say Sandy has a full squad wipe to his name, so GG. 4 elims for the team, 4 elims for Sandy. Love to see that. But now I think is the time where we all just kind of wait. We wait and we see, because the next zone's going to be coming on in just over a minute. The teams, for the most part, have the positions that they were able to grab. And now they have to see who's going to be moving. Still a little bit of action in that elim feed, but not too much going on in here.
Well, we'll find out soon what's up. As soon as we see the players there from the side of Alabama bringing it in. We do have them still kind of holding that hospital hill, so they don't want to give it up just yet. But I like where they're at, keeping their eyes at the ready. Of course, looking up into the hospital itself, we can see Algoma also making their way through here. But it's going to be a tough one here for Goblin. I don't know if this is a loot Goblin or just a straight-on regular Goblin. I like the name either which way. And then we got S Power there as well. Like these names. Oh, there we go. A little bit of toxic action coming through here as Goblin comes through with a spray. Are they going to be able to get the trait though? They have to be quick. Bushes are there. That is going to be Victoria just ahead of them. Oh, look at the vehicles. I like the split for Victoria though.
Yeah, looking very, very good here. We'll see if they can do anything with that split, because it's one thing to have a good split, it's the other thing to use it. So let's go ahead and see that. Algoma, looking for those nades. I'm loving the nades we're seeing from both of these lobbies so far. Really heavy on their usage, and for the most part, they're really accurate with them. So really nice to see that going through. But we'll see if any more are going to be used here. The zone has centered up over Hospital, so we got a Hospital South George finish coming on through. So where the last Erangel started, this Erangel will finish, which is nice and poetic. We love to see it. But yeah, let's see what these teams can do with it. Just trying to get rid of that vehicle, make sure both that there's some explosion damage and also so they can't use it.
Yep. Well, we'll find out whether or not St. Desart is going to move to the north, or is it going to move down to the south here. We don't quite know just yet, but if it does, Algoma, they are going to be sitting quite happy here, as they can just look to bring in all the chaos, carnage, and mayhem they can find. So far, it is not being made easy for them. Victoria just dipping, ducking, diving, and dodging their way all over the place. But eventually, they're going to have to send it. Speaking about sending it, there's going to be Seneca also now sending it forward. Sandy Sir up in the window trying to pick up a few trades, but Seneca, they're rushing right on up. As you can see, the hits now starting to connect on through. It is, of course, the action coming through there from the side of Arkansas State. So much plays happening all over the place. Goblin, beautiful nade there.
Ooh.
Primed and ready to go. Burpee gets
Burpee.
themselves not the kind of nade they were hoping, or not the kind of hit that they were aiming to get on that one. But let's see. Maybe Goblin, yeah, Goblin will get Pasha. One down, a few more to go.
GG. I mean, that kind of mistake makes sure that Algoma has more chance of actually keeping this position. It's a good position, but it's not going to last too much longer, to be honest, though, DK. So both of these teams, they're fighting it out now, but they're only fighting to actually have to fight somebody else when they move out of this position, because it's highly doubtful the zone's going to go towards them. It's right on the edge right now. So whoever wins this has a big fight ahead of them, because I think there's probably another team that will look at them. There is a hill in between them and the other teams, though, so maybe this is a better position than I originally thought, because they're going to get some high ground out of this.
Well, let's see how it unravels as we have a little bit of time left on the clock. Oh, Goblin just squeezing through there with the S12K. slowly but steadily dealing with the onslaught and the push coming through. Good avoidance of that nade. Is he going to look for the pickup? Yes, gets Lexus. Now, can they continue with this momentum? Big stage here for Algoma. Oh, gotta check those cheeky nades, and that is all you need. Burpee is so good. They can take themselves out and the opposing team. Boom!
Boom. I mean, get you somebody who's as talented with nades as that, you know? GG.
Yeah.
GG all
Amazing.
the way around. And they get that nice little bit of high ground, that really nice ridge line coming through there. There's no teams on that side. There's teams on the other side of the ridge, but they're going to be the ones that have the high ground. And what do I hear rumbling in the distance here as we look at the map feed? Hang on. Oh, it's an airdrop. I wonder what's in it. It's a chicken! Chicken gonna be rolling around screen, and I wonder what the chickens is like. It's like those dolls. There's always something inside, something else, and this time it's a code. And what's inside the code? Oh, it's a $5 Amazon gift card. You can go ahead and grab for yourself, but it is first come, first serve, so make sure to grab it ASAP. Now, moving on over to Arkansas State, still that duo up and ready, 70 limbs on their side. Right on the edge of zone, but actually I don't hate this position. Yes, it's not going to do long term, but it's given them a lot of cover, and they're just able to have a little bit of loot with those boxes and a little bit of an opening into that next compound as we go over to Old College A&T. Just trying to get something done, but unable to do anything there. That's going to be Victoria. Taking them on down Arkansas. Oh, SEC. Having a hard time there, tried to breach this compound that Arkansas have created, but no can do. Up to 80 limbs now.
I mean, I like this for Arkansas. They definitely bringing in a lot of excitement here. 8 eliminations for them. Middlesex County also doing a phenomenal job hitting the double digits as they take down Seneca. Now, only 6 squads remain. Just a few mere moments ago, we had 10. 4 already getting swept away. Now, Mechanic going up there, making sure that everything is working as it should on the car. Doing the checks. We saw what this did over on Sanok. Right? A nice little cheeky hidey hole to utilize. But Krish does find the hit onto him. So down goes
sneaky.
the play now. Oh, Toxic getting spotted up on the hill. But a quick cleanup coming through from the Mechanic. Hope now could be lost if Krish manages to land that shot. But fortunately, Hope will remain. So let's see now. Krish having to quickly reposition here. The sprays continue as Hope now looks to turn the table. Gets the plays in. And it is now absolute carnage. Hope and him. Can they get their feet back underneath them? No, down him goes. And is now only left with Hope.
DBS is coming through. Victoria, it was a good run, but down they go. Middlesex County up to 13 eliminations now, and Red River also doing very well in this first game of the day. For them, 7 eliminations on the board. Just a duo left, but the zone is moving in. They gotta heal up quick. Are they gonna be able to do it? The zone is gonna start hurting now. That blue zone might just be the end. Oh, gets the heal up, ready to go. Doesn't wait for his teammate though. Just goes. He's gone. As
I know what that feels like as well.
Yeah. Don't listen to him, guys. I always pick him up. He's being dramatic. Max leaves him behind. I'm throwing Max under the bus for absolute surety here. But I always.
You mean
pick
in
up
front of the
DK.
buggy? But speaking about transport,
Yeah.
the players won't need to use any more of it here, unless of course they're feeling quite bold, right? Because I think coming up with a vehicle at this stage is going to draw a lot of attention to your squad. I say that, and that is exactly what Middlesex County does. They hop into the buggy because, as we know, the buggy is known for its amazing armor. Only if you're the driver. So let's see how this one is going to play out. Alabama, they started the match with 3. They are down to 2. So it could still be quite a bit of a hopeful opportunity there for them. Let's see how they're going to push through. Of course, only 2 squads. Well, scratch that. Only 1 squad remains within the zone. Alabama, they have claimed the territory and they want to make it theirs.
have a good chance of doing it as well. Good position in zone. Could be controlling. Arkansas still here though, man. I really like what they've been able to do in this game. They've taken a difficult situation and turned it into 8 eliminations. 5 for OK But Why. Meanwhile, Alabama, man. Yeah, it's such a good spot. They've got one of the only compounds actually in zone, but I don't hate Middlesex either. It's a big position on some high ground. They're able to see most of the zone from there. Woo! Excuse you! Coming on through here. Oh, this might just be the end for Arkansas State. There's not much else you can do here. The hovercraft coming on through. The buggy's about to explode. Oh, does get that. Oh, it doesn't quite get the extra point there. So close. But honestly, a really, really good performance coming in from Arkansas State. GG, and that's actually going to be Niagara losing a player here. So they're not going to be doing too much else. But look at Middlesex County, 15 eliminations. The duo left alive have 5 elims each.
Yeah, they are definitely looking to rock some boats all over the place. But now, it is a duo v duo v duo. Who's going to be the main duo to walk away victorious? I like this position here for Hoxie and Yum. It looks delicious. But now Burpee and Krish, they got to find their way on forward. Sandy, as well as Revenzer.
Oh, nice smoke trail.
Up they come, pushing forward. Krish, quick jump out of the car there as they move up. Burpee in the building already. Getting right down to business. The Molly's now getting deployed. It is going to be Hoxie knowing where to find them. Oh my God. The Molly's flying all over the place. Just lighting it up here.
Yeah, but DK, look who else has come to join the party. We got 3 teams on this one compound, and there we go. Burpee's gonna go on down. That is gonna be the nade. Krish is gonna try and do something here. Not gonna do anything, so he's just left on his own. Niagara still wanting a piece of this, but they're just waiting. They're letting it go a little bit longer. They're letting this fight cook just a little bit more. Oh, the sneak attack on the roof is crazy. Revenzer, what a play coming in from him. Love the sneaky approach coming in here. Oh, and the nade could be good. Oh, DK, the nade could be so good. Ooh, not quite, though. Sticky. Oh, and he goes back up. Is he going to get it? No, not quite. So close.
Yeah.
So close.
Almost too close. Burpee, unfortunately, is going to potentially maybe go down. Will Krish get it? No! Krish getting so close, but can't get that res secured. And now it is the final showdown. It is essentially a 1v1v1. We got the Yum also just holding steadily in the vehicle there. Sandy, Sir, and Revenza going to be holding the advantage here, right? Because they got 2 players up. So Yum trying to relay as much information as they can, but unfortunately can only see so much. Let's see whether or not Sandy and the rest are going to be able to close this one up. I mean, for Niagara College, this could be their ticket to the top of the board come the end of the first match for their lobby. Krish just going to try and stay out of reach. You can see those mollies already flying all over the place in a very effortless spray. As we do say goodbye to Middlesex County. Down to the final 2. This is the final showdown. Who's going to get it? Is it going to be Hoxie? Or is it going to be Niagara College to lock it in?
I mean, it's a 1v2. It's doable. He's made it inside. The roof angle being made useless there for that push across. But now 1v2 on both sides. Okay, goes up to the second floor. Makes that so that the 1v2 is not so surrounding. They still have to do something, but the nades, there are still nades! He doesn't know! Is that a smoke? Okay, he's done my favorite thing, where it's the smoke to pretend it's a nade just to psych him out a little bit, but it is just a smoke. And they're not going to do anything now. It did not work. He didn't jump around. So let's see. Now they can push and they won't know, but now they don't know as well, so it's a little bit of a stalemate. They have to wait for that smoke to dissipate first.
I mean, Hoxie knows that if there's footsteps on the staircase, there's only one step to take.
Yep.
And that is to full center. It's going to be stage 9. Oh!
GG.
Oh. Nice play. Yeah.
GG.
Alabama, they tried, but it was Niagara that was going to lock it and walking away with that winner chicken dinner. And a very hard-fought victory indeed. I mean, it was not easy, right? It was a standoff all the way to the end. And if it wasn't for the Blue Zone to push them forward, well, it could have taken a little while longer. But a very exciting start to this lobby here.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice stuff. Who's the MVP of this match, though? Let's have a little look-see. And it is going to be Krish. GG's 5 eliminations, 743 damage. A big contribution to his team. We love to see it. It's awesome. I mean, we saw it throughout that game as well. A really, really good result coming in from Krish there. We saw it all through the match. But he was just fighting people right and left. So really nice for him. Love that.
Yeah, I mean, Krish crashed it. Well done.
Yes,
Amazing
yes.
job. Let's take a look at our MVT star team of the show. And of course, it is going to be Middlesex County coming through with 15 eliminations and 2,320 damage. Absolutely amazing stuff getting done here by them. I mean, it's a good way to kind of set the standard for this lobby because, as we mentioned previously, right, the winners from the last season are in this lobby as well, right? That was Seneca Polytechnic's Sting Esports. So, you know, this is a good way to start it. Let's take a look and see what the leaderboard looks like. Of course, the leaderboard and the match ranking, it's all the same. It's all the one thing. So Niagara, even though they got that winner chicken dinner, they find themselves sat in second place behind Middlesex County, who were on an absolute rampage, securing themselves a glorious 20-pointer. But 4 squads hitting the double digits and 3 squads getting sent back with donuts.
Yeah, much more of a dramatic result coming in from this first game of Lobby 2 than we saw in the last lobby, right? So 3 teams, like you said, in the double digits, or 4 teams rather, in the double digits already. I don't think we saw that in the last Durango, so definitely some differences between the lobbies already coming to light. But overall, not too bad of a split coming through here. Yeah, it's just one game. By the end of the next game, I think we'll see a lot more of a pattern coming on through, but still, all is not lost. It's just game 1. We got 3 more games to go here, DK.
Yeah, that was the first and only Erangel for this lobby to play through. Of course, next up, we are going to be prepping ourselves for a little bit more of a reddish, more reddish color, right? We are going to be heading into the desert, so we'll give the teams the opportunity. Just imagine a straight sand. So we're going to be going there to see who's going to be hitting those long-range hits and who's going to be bringing in the heat. Of course, all of that will be revealed once we get back after a few exciting highlights. And, of course, we are going to be heading into the break. So don't go anywhere. Shout out your teams in the chat, and we'll see you. Welcome back. We're getting ready to move into match number next. We are, of course, heading straight into Miramar. A little bit of a play in the desert as we've now already wrapped up the bread and butter of PUBG, known as Erangel. It is going to be a time and opportunity for the teams to show us what they can do when given even more hills and sneaky strategy angles to move through.
Yes, indeed. We are going over into Miramar. We're going to see, hopefully, some bolt actions. We saw a little bit of that happening over in lobby number 1. But we see it in lobby number 2. Please, I want to see more of that happening. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit more. But are we going to get any hot drops, DK? I think we've been talking about that a lot tonight, but it's because we want to know, are we getting hot drops? What do you think?
If we have a very lopsided flight path, I'd say yes.
Yeah.
If it's a centralized flight path, I don't think we will. But if it's like hugging the east, hugging the west, hugging the north, hugging the south, if it's like really tight angle, yeah, I think we might be in for a few of those potential hot drops. So we'll see. I mean, I low-key hope that yes, we're gonna get that. But of course, I'll take anything else as well. So knowing the teams and looking at what they've done, they are going to be making any spot they land in become a hot drop themselves. Because everybody's just going to get drawn into the fight and they're just going to go to town and get the action rolling.
They sure are. I'm trying to think of where that zone's gonna go though, because we did have El Pozo coming on in as well, right, in the last Miramar. Are we gonna get that same thing again? We had Montenuevo, El Pozo, something like that. I'm wondering where it's gonna go this time. I mean, if it goes San Martin, I would be really excited to see how the teams do that, because there's a lot of different dynamic areas. Picado, the same. I would love that. That'd be super cool as well. I'm not sure. There's a lot of options.
There definitely are a lot of options, but speaking about options, there's also a lot of options available on this lovely item right over here. Can I get my hand pointed at it? There we go. Because that there is more than just a selfie stick. The Hohem iSteady V3 Ultra. I was just trying to push the buttons. Don't. Combines a gimbal, as you can see, because it holds the phone. It's a tripod. It's an extension rod, so it goes longer, and a full light, all in that one compact device, and it's got a pretty cool screen, and all of that gives you everything you need to shoot like a pro. Still, for me, the coolest thing on that is that little screen that you can see right there. You can plug it out and control it, as we saw in that video at the start of this lobby's section. So yeah, it looks pretty awesome, pretty epic. Oh yeah, so that's the light, right? If you look at the handle, at the bottom of the handle, there's this little white thing sticking out.
Oh,
that's the light. Yeah, so it would be just above your phone. Yeah, so that's pretty cool.
That's a vibe.
Yeah, so you can always be in great lighting conditions, right? Yeah, it's so delightful. Why not? It's amazing. If you're curious about those, about the Hohem iSteady V3 Ultra, there's a link in the description. Be sure to go check it out and go get yourself one of those if you don't have one already, because all the cool kids do. Anyway, so we are going to be hopping into our second match for this lobby, as we've already mentioned. Miramar, Rachel, Neptura, you were trying to figure out where the flight path is going to be taking us and just how, retroactive it's going to be as the teams get themselves situated, and who's going to be fighting at which point and when and where and why. We'll find out soon, right? But so I want to see, because we hardly ever see the zone go there, is maybe up to Campo Militar. I can keep asking, and maybe one day it will happen, right? Or maybe the zone going to Oasis.
Yes, Oasis we have not seen in a long time. We got the island finish of PMCC before we got an Oasis finish, which is kind of crazy. But I'd also love to see it go down to prison. Like that whole area, that island down to the south. Yeah. Super playable. So much fun to play that. The zone never goes there. I mean, obviously, it's the very edge of the map, right? But it's so much fun to play it. I would love to see something like that, especially for these teams. I think they'd do something really interesting with it.
I've had an esports match end on 3 islands over on the eastern side. That'd be amazing to see.
I would love that.
On one of those little islands there, out in the water. It's brutal to get to, especially if you were planning to land on the west, and then you're like, oh no.
Yeah, Yeah,
Yeah.
especially that one of the islands. You can't actually get up onto it. It's just a rock, and there's no way to get up to it. So that would be really interesting. I would like that very much. I mean, would the teams
That'd
like
be
it
pretty
though?
epic.
I don't think so.
Nah. But see, what we like and what they like, two different things, right?
Very different
so
things.
that's just the way it is. But of course, as casters, we want to see even more excitement come through. And of course, in case you might have forgotten where we've been on Erangel already. Erangel done and dusted. Miramar or Murmur or whatever you want to call it. That's where we're going next. And then, of course, after that, we're heading straight over into Sanok and Rondo for all the crazy recall shenanigans the teams can bring on through. But yeah, there's going to be a lot to come through. Miramar, the land of the bolt actions, is up next.
It is the land of the bolt actions, but can we actually get bolt actions in it? That would be nice, right? I would love that.
Yeah.
Too many teams don't use them, but we saw some hope. We saw some hope last time. Hopefully, we'll see it again. I also want to hear more of that AUG though, DK. Like the AUG skin, whatever AUG skin that is, that makes it sound like breaking glass. Oh my goodness, I love that one so much. But we'll see. We'll see how we get into it. And I'm hearing we're getting into game very, very soon here, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be getting into that pronto. We just need to give those teams a little more time to cool off, to really think about it, figure out their strats, what they want to do in this next game. Because this map is a big one, right? It's the biggest map we have. So it will be something to consider. All that space. How are you going to navigate it?
Efficiently, I'd hope. Right? Yeah. Because one thing that these players do that I don't is they use vehicles. Right? I'm not that
That's
advanced.
true. Okay.
I
So
run.
when you forced me to throw Max in front of the buggy, what you were really trying to say,
didn't force nothing.
you said, oh, no one picks me up. You don't use vehicles. We
No,
pick
no.
this guy
I said,
up, and he goes,
I know
"No,
what
I'll
it feels
walk."
like being left behind. That's what I meant. And that's my words. And you can
He's
replay that
changing it
back
now,
on
guys.
stream. And while she's replaying it, going back to what I said, let's head into Miramar and get ready for the action here. Because, you know what? Yes, let's go. Let's see. Will we get prison? Probably not. Will we get those 3 little islands over on the side? Probably not. Will we get Campo Militar or Aces? Probably not. We're gonna get somewhere else that's way, way better. Where is that? Stay tuned and we'll find out soon.
We will find out very, very soon indeed. And it all starts with where that flight path is gonna be going. Here we go, and it is south. We're going from Puerto Paraíso to Los Leones, over to Monte Nuevo, El Pozo. Okay. Alrighty, a really nice plane path. One of the nicest I've seen, actually. Super central across the whole map. I mean, yeah, if you like to go up to the northeast, rather, then your luck is not that good. But for the rest of these teams, it is looking very, very good indeed. Lots of playable areas here.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the name of the game, right? Any area is essentially playable. Unless, of course, it's the water. Because your weapons don't work in there. So, fortunately for these teams, it's not going to be too much of a concern. But let's take a look and see exactly where everyone's going to look to get themselves situated. And, well, down south, we already see 3 squads moving into the vicinity of Los Leones and further south as well. So, a lot of potential players here. So, Elmhurst, the most southern squad at this current point. Kent State just a bit ahead of them. And then, of course, we can see the players there from Alabama holding up in Los Leones. But look at Monte Nuevo. It is going to be fuego over there. As you can see, the zone does pop. And that is it. It's very almost similar to what we had in the previous one, kind of.
It really is, but there's so much more of that unplayable western cliff, right? The boundaries of the map are very much in zone here, so something to really keep in mind as we see this massive hot drop in Monte Nuevo. And with that zone, it makes sense, right? You want to keep this control of the city as much as possible, because in the center of zone, you're going to be there for a long time.
Yeah. And I mean, we've got 4 squads right here. So whoever will survive this has a really good opportunity to kind of get themselves really dug in. But now it's going to be that standoff as the teams go this way and that all over the place, trying to frantically grab themselves some loot, because you need something that goes boom in order to ensure that you can stay alive a little while longer. We can see the AKs, M4s. We can see the SMGs now coming into play as well. Quick little bit of a Uzi getting grabbed up. Ooh, changing over to the shotty. So quite a bit of a play there, right? The meta is still in full swing now. It's going to be that full send, though. As you can see, Niagara is going to get crushed. Up comes Middlesex County. Boom! Effortless hit. Lexus and Krish just crushing that. Down they go. Now Pasha and the rest of the team here going to look to see, can they continue with that momentum? Sandy. Mafia on the opposite end. Sandy getting shot in the knees. Down they go, falling over themselves. Toxic trying to pick up a few of these third-party sprays. And I mean, we've got 4 squads here, so anybody can pick up something.
100%. There's gonna be a lot of stealing of these heliums. I'm predicting right here, right now, as Victoria is looking for something. A big, wide open window makes him very prone to those angles, especially up top there. UCW gonna be looking down, just not at his position, so Toxic is fine for now. We'll see. It seems like there's a bit of a standoff here now. Not really the high octane action we were expecting out of a hot drop of this size, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams here, but it's just big enough where it kind of all grinds to a halt as they all kind of wait for each other to make the first move. And it actually looks like one of those teams, Victoria, is just going to be moving on out. Toxic is left behind. Toxic and somebody else left behind, so a 2-2 split going on out here. Just trying to hedge their bets, maybe trying to get another vehicle, something. Because they didn't want nothing of this. I mean, it's a bit of a stalemate at this point. You're wasting time. You've got your loot, you got a little bit of loot, and you can't do anything else except this, right? I mean, it is middle ground, but I don't know. How long do you wait here?
Yeah, but I think middle ground is kind of already encroaching on someone else's position. So you got to be very, very careful with how you look to push through this. But now it's going to be Middlesex County looking to do a decent job with it. Vele does get the hit up onto Basha. Quick little trade there, but are they going to be able to get that hit? Can they convert it? Oh, Vele is down. Out they go. Now the numbers really dropping full side there of Niagara. Are they going to be able to make anything happen from this point moving forward? Because with the solo in such a difficult spot, I'm not quite sure if Mafia can clutch this one out, especially looking at the number of teams we still have in the vicinity.
Still so many teams doing things, or not doing things. You'd think by now they'd start to make some sort of move, trying to get out of the way. But again, there's no sense of urgency for these teams. Like, none whatsoever. Still 3 minutes until Zone 2 even pops. And they're in smack dab in the middle. It would take a huge hard shift. There we go. Take a huge hard shift to get any of these teams out of Monte Nuevo, I think. So, really... Oh, wait, hang on. Tizzy goes on down, unable to stop Middlesex County from doing something here. Yep, that's going to be one of Victoria's finest getting taken out there, unfortunately. Middlesex County on a roll. 3 elims on the board so far, and they're looking for more. They know Toxic's here somewhere.
Let's see if Toxic can get the job done. Just trying to figure out where these footsteps are. As we know, as we can see, those footsteps are coming from right over there. Toxic doesn't seem too convinced, right? It's like, yeah, I can see the player. Oh, but Burpee has identified them. The nade comes. Oh! A little bit of a damage. Fortunate there for Toxic. The nade bounced down into the stairwell. So if Burpee cooks that nade just a little smidgen longer, that could be exactly the one to seal the fate here for Toxic. But now, Toxic going to try and survive. Are they all going to send it into the building? Or Are they going to keep 1 or 2 on the outside? Now, Burpee moving up, so Toxic trying to figure out what is going to be the tactic here. If they move, they can get hit. If they don't, they could get mollied. Ooh, I like that Mafia also coming through with a cheeky shot off in the background. Come on, Toxic. What is the play?
Oh, he was not ready for that at all. Toxic going on out. I am a bit confused, though, to be fair, DK. I'm a bit confused. Why did only 2 leave Montenuevo? I don't know what happened. Wait, Unfold gets enfolded back into the lobby. There we go. UCW down to 3 as Seneca are looking for their spot here. Just outside of Montenuevo, remember? Oh, Vicious goes down as well. Knocks himself. That could be an easy cleanup as well. Depending on where they are. No, they're at the top of Montenuevo. They're fine. They're going to get res back up. All good. No, but going back over to, I think it was Victoria, right? I'm confused why they did the 2-2 split out of the village, out of Montenuevo. They could have all gone as a full squad and none would be the wiser. And the duo did not come back for their teammates. It kind of feels like they kind of just left them there and that was it. Weird. I don't think they played it like they were trying to hedge their bets and get elims and placement. They just kind of left their teammates stranded to me. That was a bit weird.
Yeah, I can't tell you. Right, it is definitely a very interesting way they chose to play through this. But in fact, if you look at it, they actually left Toxic behind and then rotated out.
Yeah.
Right? So they left Toxic there, they moved out, and then Toxic was left to fend for themselves. And it's like, you know, trying to capitalize on the independence, but with that large number of players in the surrounding area, it is quite a tough order. We did see some reinforcements coming back with Tizzy, but at that point, Tiz was too late for them, right? So it didn't really work out too great. Now, we'll see what plan the other teams have in store for us. We've got a few squads rotating up along those northern approaches. As we can see, Olds College taking a very, very long play there up towards the north. We've got Sinclair also rotating up along with them. Down south, though, it is going to be Elmhurst University feeling the brunt of the aggression there, as we did see the eliminations coming through. We did say goodbye to Niagara as well. Middlesex County closing them out. But then also Kent State sending 1 player forward there to kind of pressure the position against the players from Olds College.
Ooh, I like whoever that is onto that western side. Really nice little split moving on down the western side of that zone. If the zone does go that direction, you're looking at a really good setup from them. It's a really playable area, and I think in general, that could be very, very good for them. Getting there early is vital, as we see some more players going on down there.
Yeah, that's the Sinclair B, I think, moving down on that far western side. So, yeah,
Gotcha.
gotta commend them. That is a really good choice they've made with the position. I think definitely will allow them quite a bit of flexibility towards the east side, especially if that zone pulls to that west. They're going to be sitting pretty, and they can just go, you know, have a bit of fun, pick up a lot of elims along the way as well. So, yeah. Great play. Northern Arizona, though, we did see them also rotating up from that far eastern side, still trying to get themselves away from the blue. And on a map like Miramar, sometimes that zone shift is deceivingly far.
Yeah, it sure is, especially on this side of the map. I think we don't often see the zone go this direction, so for a lot of teams, it probably doesn't. It's probably a little bit of an unfamiliar territory to them, and so that makes things feel a lot more farther apart than usual as well, right? So we'll see how these teams, if these teams really know this area, or if they know it a little less. But the 1-2 split is an interesting choice from Canada West. I mean, I get it, but still, it's a nice little bit of high ground, but there's some teams that are awfully close here. We'll see how that works out for them. But Kent is right above them, you know? Right above him. And that makes it scary because they have all of the position they need to make sure he cannot get back to his team.
Well, let's see. Again, one hit. Get an angle. Goblin at it again. Just gobbling up the health. Beautiful spray there. Now, Algoma. Oh, going to try and capitalize. They do find Harley. Goblin just doing some magic here. Up comes Cake. Is it going to be a piece of cake? No. Instead, they will get turned into cake. As you can see, S-Power still holding nice and steady. Jonathan also not just joining up here with Goblin, making sure they've got a good position to kind of stand off of. Canada West also keeping it nice and concise here. We do say goodbye to Northern Arizona. Good to see that long rotation coming through. Oh, one hit. That's all you need.
Woo. Goodness me. The spin on. Okay, all right, one hit. He's going crazy. Him goes down now. Just a solo left in that compound for Victoria. Yikes. That was a big spray coming in. All right, that position's been very worthwhile. Been worth keeping that one for sure. As we look over to Seneca now, just starting to move on out past Monte Nuevo. Just seeing if there's anything they can pick up. But nothing there. They're going to be moving on through. And who is this? Red River. Going to be taking out one player here. Grabbing this compound for themselves. But at the cost of 2 players of their own. And they're going to have to leave them behind. DK. Not worth it at all. Losing 2 like that is really going to hit hard.
Well, let's see how hard it will hit. Of course, Victoria again still have a little bit of hope left in this match. Let's see if they can pull this one out here. Hunger could be falling to the side of Goblin. Psycho now also just moving forward. So we got S-Power and Goblin on the front line. Oh, this could be a pretty tough play here for Seneca. Looking to see if they can actually survive all the way through. Nexus trying to find that OP approach. Psycho and Ace all now looking to get themselves mobilized. There's going to be a Hunter that could get picked back up. Oh, is it going to happen though? No. Leaves a teammate behind. The blue zone is going to start nipping, so they're going to have to be quite careful. But driving around with the buggy here is just like pulling in all the shots. It's a moving target. It's like, hey, I'm over here. Hit me.
Goodness me. Arkansas State, though, able to stay up as a full squad. Nice to see that. They're moving out of Monte Nuevo. Oh, but they... Oh, that headshot! My goodness me. Green. Oh, what a headshot that was. Really nice stuff coming in from them. As we see that alien feed starting to be lit up a little bit more now, Seneca. Just doing some scouting. Still a trio up. We'll see what they got in store here as the zone moves over again to that western side, DK.
Yeah, we'll see what the trio is going to be able to do. They still have a long way to go in taking the McLaren out in the desert. It's a risky play. I'm not quite sure what the repair bill will be at the end of the day. Now, Red River moving up as well. Nice little bit of the position they've got here. Not too high, not too low. Instead, it is going to be Shotty's coming through as Hope comes in clutch here. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Victoria. I said they had a little bit of hope, but it seems like they got a whole lot of hope left in this match. They got to be quick, though, because up comes even more. It is going to be the pressure continuously being applied here, and it is going to be none other than Olds College knocking on the door, coming through for a little bit of that action.
Yeah, for sure. Goodness me. Oh, and this could be really good, that Molotov, but Hope's at the back of the building. It's not going to do anything. But I do like the opening that we're seeing coming in from Okat over here. Really nice to see. Oh, but Canada West have other things to say. Vicious. What a controlling high ground he's got on this whole side here. His teammate's going to be moving on up to him. A really good cliffside that this team has. My goodness me. Only 2 elims to show for it, sure, but the information that they're getting, the hits that they're getting, you know, the controlling of other teams that they're able to do here is really, really vital to this position.
Yeah, I mean, they have so much leverage here. So let's see if they can lock on in here. So far, I mean, Canada West they've been having a fairly decent run so far, at least in this half, right? With the other team that they have currently making their way on through the action here. Because in the first match, we did see Canada West walking away with a bag of donuts, right? No points to their name so far, having 2 eliminations up, looking much better. But can they now make it to the end? Can they get those placement points to back up the eliminations that they've been able to secure, right? The same can go here for Old College, right? They also had no points in the previous match, also sitting with 2 points up here. So it is looking up and up for them, but the pressure is going to be on. They're going to have to try and lock it in.
Oh, lock it in. They do, in fact, need to do, but it's easier said than done, DK. I mean, this is a lot of open ground onto this north side. Sure, they have one teammate over onto a ridge that gives them a little bit of movement, but you got SCC here. You've got another team over onto the south side as well. Oh, hang on. Hang on a second. VCC. Looking to do something here. What can they do here? Vancouver. Can they do anything? Old College actually have a really nice little angle onto them just to suppress them, just to make sure they don't overextend, which could hinder their fight there. So we'll see how that goes, but we're down to 11 teams only. Old College just trying to get some semblance of control, but they need to get rid of SCC here, DK.
Yeah, no, they definitely have to. If they want to try and stay in this as long as possible, they're going to have to find Sinclair. But it's not going to be an easy one, as we can see. Solo Man, not quite as solo as the name would suggest. But there is an opportunity because, well, Solo's got High and Wing with them, right? So a 3-man squad alongside Phaser. So the pressure is going to be on. Now, Solo Man rotating this way and that, looking for the angles, looking for the opportunity. But will they be able to get it? In the meantime, what you can get as a viewer is get your hands on the code that the chicken is going to pop out for us. Bloop. There it is. A beautiful Amazon gift card with $5. Go. The first one to claim it. You are the lucky winner. If you can't claim it, it means that somebody beat you to it. So unfortunate. But hey, gotta keep trying. Speaking about trying though, these teams are trying to get the angles locked in. As you can see, it is a pretty tough spread across the board. We are going to be looking at that zone slowly closing in. I mean, there's 1 minute left. If we look at the top of the minimap, it's already touching that side of the zone, right? So all the other pressure is going to be coming in from that southwestern side. But now it is going to be Vancouver locking to spray it down. Solo Man and the rest of the players there from Old College trying to keep their distance and also just hug the living goodness out of that ridge.
Yeah, you gotta keep those covered. Keep those angles covered as much as possible. You never know who's lurking to try and grab that position from you. So it's imperative you do just that. We're gonna be looking over at Algoma here, down to the south side. Again, all these cliffs, and I think we're just seeing it. Oh, nope, not quite. But I think we're just seeing really just a continuation of what we saw in Monte Nuevo, DK. Like, all of these teams, they're all very close to each other, but the terrain is such that they kind of just have to wait it out. They kind of just have to let it play. Let it play out, let the zone do what it needs to do, and only move when absolutely necessary. They're really just waiting for that end game to come to them.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what some of the teams can afford to do here, but other squads like the two that we have there won't be as blessed, right? They still have a long way to go. We do say goodbye to Elmhurst, but Algoma, they're going to have to push forward. The same could be said here for, I believe it's Alabama. Also having to find that way in, right? They're going to have to try and breach, because if they don't, they're going to offer themselves up to the blue zone, and that's not the way we want to see them go, right? We want to see them go down guns a-blazing. And here is Thor keeping a nice little bit of watch back into the zone itself. Just popping some tires, making sure Sonic is not running anywhere as Jelly tries to see if they can maybe save the vehicle. Unfortunately, Thor not too focused on that. Instead, Thor making the noise, pulling in Jonathan, and with that, taking a big old chunk of damage away from him.
Yes. Oh, so close. Hey, hang on. Sneaks around the corner there. The DBS, but he just needs a little bit more health. You don't want to be going up to any shotgun without full health, because, I mean, even with full health, you might just get one tap. That's how strong those shotguns are. If you're half health, you're donezo. So, gotta be very, very careful there. Oh, but he doesn't know. He almost had him. The surprise factor was there. But nope. Oh, the surprise factor is definitely there, but it's not Thor's surprise. It's Gurjar. GG. Algoma claiming yet another Elim. 9 on the board for them so far. And they're just getting started, because look who's here. Kent State. Big chilling, or so they think, because that Molotov is pretty good as well. We'll see if that's going to be doing anything to them. No, not quite. Wrong house, or wrong room, rather. Ooh, Goblin does go down. Ninja able to take a DBS to his face and say, look at this. But that revive might just be coming through.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what ninjas do, right? They have the tendency to shove a shotgun in your face, go jumping out of windows, and do what Ruthless does over here, get the shots. But as such, Ruthless also got hit with the shots themselves. Ninja jumping straight up into the shotgun spray.
Wow.
And now Algoma could still bag this one. They currently have 9 eliminations. We say goodbye to Alabama in the meanwhile. But let's see now. Will Algoma get it? They do. They hit the double digits and they go for gold. 11 eliminations coming their way. Now Seneca also want a part of the action here. As you can see, Nexus rolling up. But this is where Nexus needs to be very careful, because now, even though Algoma, yeah, they might be a little bit battered, they are definitely not bruised, because they will continue fighting even if you come surprise them.
Oh, and now, who do we have in the middle of our zone? Who is that? I'm trying to figure this out. Oh, it's UCW. It's UCW. Just chilling in the middle of the zone. They've been there for ages, letting these teams just fight all the way around them, and the zone keeps rewarding them. So they are in it for a really, really good result here. If they can just keep this... I mean, I want to say they can keep this split, but I'm not sure that they're going to be able to do that. For one, their solo is outside of the zone. For two, too many teams are going to be coming up over that hillside. I think really this is where you bunker down in the middle of zone in this compound and just wait it out.
Yeah, but you've not read the name of the solo. It's Vicious, right?
True.
And so they've let Vicious out onto the edge of the zone, getting ready to fight a little bit. Now up comes Sinclair, pushing forward. It's going to be Silent looking for a position, but it's not going to be Silence that they will be receiving. Instead, it is sprays and shots and everything else the teams can throw at them. Wingman, in the meanwhile, is going to go down. So now S-Ran also getting traded up there. It's going to be Drango just doing a little bit of that parkour. In the window, out the window, up there, down there. Down goes Nexus. Psycho rushing forward. Oh, but the shots so devastating right on the edge of the zone. Teams trying frantically to get themselves secured. But look at this. Algoma, they want to try and lock it down. Up comes Gurjar looking for the angle. S-Power right there looking to leverage everything they can find. Oh, the hits are in. Down goes Ace. Psycho holding steady with the shots connecting up from behind. Oh, I love these angles coming through from all over the place. Nowhere left to hide, and with that, it is going to be Victoria to close it up. Sneaking in a very cheeky side. That was Vancouver, rather. getting the lock. The hits in. Algoma now abandoning their post up on the hill. They need more loot. They've been doing so much work. 13 eliminations. But are they going to be able to go even further?
Only time will tell. 13 is a lot, though. Even if they go out right now, they can be really happy, you know? Considering, especially that we only have 2 more games after this. But this lobby has been pretty close in those points. A lot more closer so far than we saw in lobby number 1. So maybe there's not too much to really be comfortable about. UCW going to be holed up in this compound. It's center. It's a really good spot. I doubt anybody's really going to crash it just because we have so many teams all around, right? Ooh, God getting taken on out there. 1 hit saying, yeah, it's all in the name. You read it. Now feel it. 1 hit. There we go. Getting taken on down there. And he gets flushed away as well. So that's going to be Vancouver just down to 2.
The conversion rate is quite high here, right? The teams don't mess around. Jelly getting the hit into Bauer. Now it's Gurjar, the last one left. Seems like maybe Algoma might end on only 13 eliminations. Oh, but they're going to try and pick up more. Quick, cheeky trade has fallen. Gets taken on down. Out comes Jelly and Starlight. The shots are shining bright, but will they get it? Yes. Gurjar goes right on back. Algoma at least walking away with, I believe that was 14 eliminations. Now, Sinclair B will be left with only 2 players. The blue is going to go straight in on them. And now the pressure is on. The blue is going to pop. It's going to be stage 9. It's going to be no more zones. Only chaos. And we still have 4 teams holding strong. 6 players remain. So that means 2 solos and 2 duos. But who will be the one to clutch it out here? Vancouver trying everything they can to just utilize every angle of this ridge. There is a compound that they still need to try and focus on, find a way, a strategy to how they're going to breach that. But fortunately for them, with the zone closing up, they know those players are going to pull up towards them. So many tough angles to play through here, Nip.
There really is, and we're into stage 9, so there's really nowhere to go except into the middle, which of course, is completely open. So it's going to be difficult, but Starlight, that's huge for him. Going to get that level 3 brand new armor. Super duper important. Because when it comes push to shove, these other teams, right, they've been doing a lot of fighting. That armor's health is not going to be as good. And he's got the brand new stuff, but he just doesn't have a good spot in zone. Everybody's going to see him, but thankfully I think everybody... Nope, never mind. Everybody I thought was busy rotating, but nah, not going to happen. St. Clair B do go on out. And now we're down to just 3 teams. Vancouver Community College. Canada West getting an amazing frag over onto center, and Old College just chilling here. 3 elims. Again with the buggy strut, it seems. There we go. VCC done and dusting. Is he going to take one? That's a surprise. There we go. Gets another point. 4 elims on the board. Now it's just a 1v1. Old College has been sitting here for a long time, just waiting. Canada West, are they going to get this win snatched away from them? 9 eliminations. Who is going to take this home? Hohem with that smoke, with the ridge, but the zone's not on his side. 1 hit knows. All he has to do is sit and wait, because that zone is going to push that player to him. He doesn't even need the extra point. Oh, that could have been very good, but no. Not going to be doing anything. Here we go, round about the corner, and it is done. Canada West maintain that victory, keep it for themselves, and that's going to be a 10 elim win going to them. A 20-point game, DK.
Yeah, I mean, going from no points to all of the points, that is the way that you bounce back. Well done to Canada West. An absolutely phenomenal comeback story here for them. And I think very, very hard-earned and well-deserved. Amazing stuff. But, well, you know, that's the Sagan match. Done and dusted. We got to take a look and see who was the star of the show. Was it One Shot? Was it Hohem? The answer is one hit. There we go. That's all you need to get that winner chicken dinner. One hit that lands in 7 eliminations and with 886 damage. Phenomenal stuff.
Absolutely. GG's. And interesting to see that, we get that even though it was a much quieter game. It wasn't all guns blazing. But as we go over to the MVT, Algoma is going to be your MVT right now. 14 eliminations, 2,800 damage in that game alone. That is a whole bunch of points, DK.
Yeah, that's 28 eliminations worth of damage that they were able to secure. Only walking away with half of that. The conversion rate is still pretty high. 14 elims and almost 3k damage. A very, very impressive statistic there to have for them. So well done, well deserved. But of course, now we got to look to see how that impacts the standings and where the teams find themselves. As we know, they are all playing for that position in the top 8. So Canada West jumping all the way from 15th place up into 2nd in just one single match. Middlesex County still holding steady there in 1st position with a glorious 26 pointers. Arkansas State getting dropped from 3rd down to 5th. We did see Niagara also then getting moved from 2nd place down into 3rd. Algoma jumping all the way from 8th up into 4th. Oh, I love where these teams are going. Unfortunately, though, Northern Arizona, another match, no points for them. They're going to have to try and come back stronger. But you know what? Sanok, that's the map and where we could see some of the magic start to happen.
100%. Yeah, definitely where we want to be seeing some of those teams start to shine. And historically, Sandhawk is exactly that map to do it. And remember, Rondo is last, so you've got those recalls, which means double the points potentially over the other maps. So if Northern Arizona can get a big win, we saw last time, in the last game, we saw a team with 21 elims. If Northern Arizona could get 21 elims from 0 points, they would be in 2nd place in the current standings. So that would be a huge game for them. But first, we do have Sandhawk, and I think that should be the map that they need. And the other teams on the other half of the leaderboard, right? Those teams that aren't looking so fancy right now. Sandhawk is a really good map to really get that kick started.
I mean, you could almost say Rondo could be that 0 to hero map, right?
Yeah.
Taking you from no points to all of them in one game.
Exactly.
But it's tough relying on the performance of one match to carry you forward, right? So it is going to be a tough one. In the meantime, we are going to be prepping for Sanok, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back very shortly, right after the break. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to move into the action for game number 3. We're going straight into Sanhok the Rumble in the jungle to see what the teams are going to be bringing in and to see what they all can bring in. It seems like number 3 hits a number there. But hey, you know what? You guys can't hear what we're hearing. It's just funny. Production was repeating. Number 3. Number 3.
Number 3.
Yes.
Heck yeah.
Number 3 for this lobby. We're getting ready to move into that, so it's going to be exciting to see what the map of Sanhok is going to bring for us. Of course, as we've mentioned previously, this is the opportunity for teams to really lock in on points, right? Sanhok, you can get aggressive, but you can also get brutally punished for it. So you have to be careful because we're not on Rondo just yet.
No, we're not just yet. And before we get into Rondo, right, which is a much bigger map at the same size as Miramar, we have to go to such a small map. It's so tiny. And not only is it tiny, there's a lot of water splitting up that little ground we have into even smaller portions. So definitely going to be something to look for in these teams. But I will say this, that Sanhok has been a part of the esports world for a very long time, so these teams should know Sanhok in and out, right? These teams know what they're doing. They know where they want to go. Do they want to go boot camp hot drop? I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. I would love that, but we'll see. We'll see. The way these teams have been playing, I don't feel like they're a very hot droppy lobby. It doesn't feel that way, whereas the lobby 1 definitely did a lot more of that. They were a lot more aggressive very early on in the game, where these teams so far seem to just like to play it a little bit on the safer side, play for that long game, play for the end game. So it'll be interesting to see how they play this Sanhok as well.
The droppy lobby, you say?
He's still hung
It's interesting.
I
mean, it's an interesting way of saying it, right? It's like not very much on the hoppy droppy side. You know what is not also hotty or droppy? It is gonna be the lightweight, foldable, and pocket-sized Hohem iSteady V3 Ultra, right? It is built for creators on the go, so it's powerful enough for pro content, yet small enough to carry everywhere or anywhere. Yes, and for me the cool thing is just like that little. Which hand is it? This hand. This hand. There we go. Point over there. That little screen over there.
Yes.
That's the cool one.
It's very nice.
That little one. Because it's detachable. It's so cool.
Yeah.
And you can control it. And it's a remote. And you can like do things. And it's got a light there. I mean, there's so many things. If you want to check it out, there's a link down in the description. Head on over. Go get yourself one. And of course, if you don't want to wait for that, if you don't want to do that, you got to wait around in the match because there's going to be, of course, also that Amazon gift card that is going to be dropping during the match itself. So a lot of things up for grabs here. If you buy yourself one of those, the Hohem iSteady V3 Ultra, let us know in chat, right? If you're actually interested in it. I think it is pretty cool. It's very techy. I like the techy stuff. Right?
He likes techie
So it's pretty awesome. But you know what's also going to be awesome? The maps, Nep. The maps are going to be important here.
Okay. Heck yeah. You know what? Let's just get into it. I want to see Sanhok. I'm going to miss Sanhok when it's gone. Like, I love Rondo. I love the rotation that we're starting to see. But Sanhok, man, it's one of the last times we'll see it in esports. And we've got to savor the moment. So I'm excited for this next game. Let's see what we have in store here. I'm ready.
Yep, I'm ready for it as well. So the last zone that we saw pulled a little bit more to the side of the west, right? This time, maybe Paradise, maybe Quarry.
Ooh,
right? Those could be some interesting places for it to go to. So let's see what's going to happen and what the flight path, especially the zone, will have in store for us. I'm hoping for, I just want to see the teams really getting challenged with the drop location, right? Because we know that they can fight, but can they fight when put in a difficult position? We'll find out soon in the next installment.
Yes, we will. Not too long now. We'll be going over there. I would love Paradise. I think Painan could be interesting as well. My only problem with Painan is historically, we see a lot of teams kind of just stagnate there. You get that hot drop, it's all guns blazing for a couple of minutes, and then they kind of just sit for the next 4 zones and just sit there. And as good as that might be for them, it's highly unentertaining for us. I want to see all the action happening. Ruins would be fun. Paradise would be fun. Boot Camp would be fun. So we will see very shortly what that is going to, if that's going to be the case. But chat, let us know who you're supporting and who you predict for this next Sandhawk match. I would love to see who you're all going for, because I think it's going to be an interesting one. Sandhawk, lots of surprises about to unfold. I think a lot of these teams that are struggling so far will do very well on here. We've seen it before. We'll probably see it again here. And just in time for that Sandhawk, in that Rondo rather, yes, that's what you want to see. But here we go, DK. The plane path, very northern. We got a lot of teams going to Hot 10. That could be a really interesting hot drop. Oh, Paradise as well. A few teams dropping over there. Nobody going boot camp. Just avoid it like the plague, apparently. Okie dokie.
Yeah, so the teams, they dropped over Paradise and they dropped over Bootcamp, meaning when the plane was there, they left the plane. And they just kept going, right? Instead, they came to Hut 10, one of the interesting places to go for. And of course, not necessarily a place known for its loot. But hey, you know what? It is definitely going to be known for the action that we could be seeing unfolding between these two squads. There's going to be Seneca now trying to lock it in. Are they going to be able to get the jump going? But they have to be quick about it because, well, there are quite a few angles now to keep your eyes on. So I think that's Sinclair that's below us here. Looking for a bit of an opportunity, looking for a bit of an angle. Or that might be Middlesex County here. Yeah. I see the logo and I'm like, there we go. But we do see more hits coming in the feed as well, as the teams are engaging elsewhere. So multiple points of contact now has been established.
Yes, indeed. It's all popping off here. 1.5 minutes into zone, or into game rather. Just waiting for all those teams to start looting up, and then they can feel like they can actually do something here. Psycho hasn't looted up enough, apparently. I mean, none of them have, to be honest, but Psycho is very low health and unable to heal back up because there's just been no time to do any looting whatsoever. And we move over to Camp Bravo, Harley, Northern Arizona, going on down. A big knot coming in there. Up against, who is this? Fate. Oh, OC? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, old college. Trading things at the moment.
Nexus looking pretty OP here.
Yeah.
A very cheeky approach on that one. Looking to get the shots in. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Will Nexus continue to get this ball rolling? Krish just patiently waiting on the side. The first Elam has gone over to the side of Striker, but now the hits from far away land, making the connections. As you can see, up on the roof is not necessarily a good place. It might keep you away from the team right in front of you, but it ain't going to keep you safe from the team up on the hill. Hunter, though, not done with this situation just yet, as they are getting ready to move up. You can see him also then popping a shot over on towards S-Power, so multiple fights currently ongoing. Oh, Hunter looking to find their prey. Can they get the hit to get the squad wipe? And with that, keep their team name in the match for a little while longer.
That is the big question here. Painan. Oh, just avoids that nade very skillfully there. Goblin not going to be having any sort of tolerance for that. There we go. Him again with Victoria. Very split, just like they were in Miramar. They just ditched half of their squad over in Monte Nuevo last time. Again, we've got a massive split here on Painan. It kind of feels like him is just overextended a little bit here, and I don't want to be critical, but I'm just a bit confused.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting position to be in. Not quite sure how this one is going to pan out for them. But hey, look at this though. Ruthless finds a bit of an opportunity. It is going to be Niagara College off in the distance, definitely trying to reach in as far as they can, but not managing to convert much out of that play just yet. Now here we are. The angles coming through. Ruthless showing us how to move through the long grass, right? Very skillfully. A lot of jumping, a lot of punching, and hopefully even more eliminations. But all the action is going to heat up towards the zone itself. So if you're any of the teams so far removed from the zone, like looking all the way down to St. Clair College, all the way there in Kampong, you need to get a vehicle, you need to get rotated, and you need to get close to zone because, hey, you might be missing out on some of the action and also those points.
It feels like the teams who hot dropped in Hot 10 kind of are onto something. They're in the middle of zone, but again, the same thing we saw in the first Erangel in Lobby 1 is what we're seeing on the Sandhawk for Lobby 2. I mean, look how much water there is in here. We still have 15 teams, DK, and yet it's 50 or 40% water just on the northern side, and then you've got that massive river as well. So this is a really tough game for a lot of these teams. If you're inside the zone already, it's okay, but the teams on the outside, we got a lot of teams outside that zone. They're all going to have to come in. They're all going to have to fight for very few. Oh, what? How did he avoid that nade? The two of them. Just very quick thinking on their part. Nicely done, because that was pretty well cooked. On the side of OK But Why. And OK But Why did some big stuff for his team in the last game. Can he do something here as well? No. Yes, maybe. A little bit. As Vancouver are dropping like flies. Just one left alive now. They haven't played this together at all. It's a big compound to lose, but it's a huge compound to win. They're trying. He's trying so hard, and God, if you want one of them, it's gonna be God. He did some great stuff so far. Nice nade. Really good Molotov coming on through there. Chow Chow gonna be taken on down, and now it's a 1v2, and one of those two just healed up, but he was 1 HP a second ago. The nade's coming on through. They're trying to avoid it. Oh, but he goes down before the nade can even be thrown. So that's gonna be Vancouver. CC going on out there, but a really, really valiant effort there.
Yeah, definitely was. I mean, Vancouver trying to solidify their position in the top 8 so far. Proves to be a little bit more challenging, but now that opens up the tickets here for Red River to see what they can do. They already have 2 eliminations up, but can they find more? Because Vancouver, Seneca, and Red River all tied on 11 points apiece, so the pressure is going to be on who can get the points. Definitely maybe not Cake, as the shot is in. Down goes Cake. Oh, that was a tough one, but hey, it is going to be a good run here. Red River just capitalizing on even more. Now they got to focus on zone positioning. They got to get the heck out of the blue and get their butts back in the zone. Meanwhile, Alabama going to be holding up to the top here. Nice little bit of a vantage point they have. Great bit of flexibility over towards the low ground here on the side of them. But will they fully and properly utilize the space? Because Canada West moving in as well, and I mean, if there's too many pixels moving about, you are going to draw in a lot of attention. This is quite bold now from Ty, looking to push up the hill.
It really is. But, you know, it might just work here. 30 seconds on the zone until it even starts to move in. So these teams have time to figure out what they want to do. But Ty gets punished. You said it. It looked like it was too far up. I thought maybe he's got time, but no. It's just drawn out an out-and-out war here. And that means that Ty does go on down. UCW able to hold on to that position for a little while longer. And the nades are going off in the Elam feed. We're seeing a lot of action there. But right now we're going to stay on with Niagara. Oh, here we go. There we go. We're seeing it now. UCW able to just potentially... Oh, that nade. Okay, I thought if that was a Molotov, that would have been really, really nice. But Yum is able to just stay put for now. And actually, UCW going to be moving back a little bit. They just want to create a little bit of space, use these cliff sides, try and find an angle, but Yum knows. He's got to know with this. Let's see what he can do. Can he do anything? I mean, DK, what does he do here? Absolutely nothing. Alabama going on out here, and that's going to be UCW with 3 elims, 3 players left alive, and full control of these mountains.
Yeah. You might have just said that ICW's. All I see is teams looking to get their hands on the WWCD. Still have 12 of them left, 39 teams, and still a few caught out in the blue. They've got to be rather quick about it, because once that next zone pops, it is going to be very tough to tank that damage. But they fortunately don't have too far to go. That, of course, is going to be the players coming through from Red River. So they're going to be rolling up. But now, where do you go? Because zone's going to pop, and it's most likely going to stay over on towards that northwestern island, or even just entirely on the west itself, right? If it pulls a little bit more east, I still see it on that northwestern side. So it's going to be a tough read, however you look at it. And again, whoever's not on it just yet, better get on there as quick as you can. But the positions are all essentially occupied right now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, probably your best bet is to go to boot camp, try to cross there, but you are going to be looking at a few teams looking at you, and that's not the zone you want to see if you are Red River. Oh my goodness. But you hold out in boot camp long enough, those other teams are going to move up into zone. Maybe you can sneak around to the western side. I don't know. That's a really tough call here for Red River, but it's a call we've seen multiple teams make countless times. It's just the nature of the beast. That's how Sandhawk works. Now let's see, but for UCW, he's looking very good. They're in the middle of zone, and unlikely that a lot of teams are actually going to try and push up onto their location. So that's a really good start for them.
Yeah, but now they just got to keep the momentum, right? Just got to keep on rolling. 3 elims could definitely help them kind of leapfrog their way forward into even more points. But the pressure is going to be on, especially now with Algoma starting to move up here as well. We did see Algoma having a strong play in the previous game. Now is going to be Arkansas State trying to get a little bit of something happening, but we know the action is coming soon, right? They'll be bringing it in hot momentarily. Meanwhile, Niagara not going to try and let anybody get the jump on them, trying to keep them at bay, make it sound like they've got 20 players in the squad. And in the meantime, Sinclair, unfortunately, will have to settle for a 12th place finish. Now, that's unfortunate for them because they started the match off in 30th place with only 7 points to their name. So their journey towards the top 8 has so far been proving to be somewhat challenging. But as we've seen, there could still be a little bit of hope for them as we head over on towards Rondo. But we're not there yet. We are here on Sanok. We are looking to see which one of the remaining teams are going to be the team to walk away victorious. Who's going to be holding that chicken in the sky, running around with it and helping it try to fly?
I'm surprised. I mean, I was about to say I'm surprised there's still a hot drop over in Hot 10. I'm not surprised at all. These teams are going to be here for a while. You do see them trying to rotate out now that they're on the edge of zone, but only in as much as to try and get rid of Seneca here. Or Seneca, rather. Like, especially now SCC's moved in. They definitely want to clean this up as quickly as possible so they can focus on the next fight. Because that stage 3 is moving on in. This is where the Sandhawk zone really starts to hurt. So you don't really want to be caught out in it for too long. Nexus, gonna chill. That sticky nade's not gonna do a thing. Ooh, but that will. Yikes. Burpee, though, just a little too late. He's a little too far out to take advantage of that. That was a really quick stun grenade coming on through. Oh, but he wants to sneak. Oh, wait. There's 2 of them down here, and they could really sneak. Never mind, sneak. Not happening anymore. Pasha Bay is, what's he gonna do? He's gonna peek it. He has the Molotov though. Ooh, a nice flying trick shot there. Burpee gonna be taking one down, and now it's just a 1v. Nada. 0 zilch. Nothing happening there. Middlesex County gonna be taking up that, and that's gonna be 4 elims now for them. They're in sole control of Hohem, but not for long because SCC is waiting in the wings. You see Jelly there. You see them wanting to come on in. How much longer is it going to be before they actually engage?
Yeah, and I mean, Jelly may be feeling a bit jelly now. Also wanting some of that loot to come their way. But Fallen could definitely help open up the opportunities here, as they did get the knock in. So that is already the opener that they might be looking for. But they still have a long way to go, right? They still have to prioritize that zone positioning. And unfortunately, it does seem like they're going to have to find a way that would expose them into that zone, right? They're going to have to open it up because there's no other way to rotate. So they're going to have to hope that when they start moving up, they don't get instantly downed. But speaking about downed, down comes that chicken as it jumps out of the box. No surprise to see it stumbling all over the place because it's got a helmet on its head. That makes sense. There we go. The code for the Amazon gift card is out. Be sure to grab it quick, fast. If you missed it, pause it, rewind, copy, paste, and off you go. Now we'll be looking over onto Victoria over here as we can see Tizzy. Oh, trying to make RRC a bit dizzy with the sprays. And they still have 3 players up, so they can bring in quite a bit of carnage here.
They sure can. Oh no, there's a lot of shots being... There we go, Tizzy's gonna go on down. 1 hit, man. Coming back in from Miramar, doing some really good work again here. Tizzy being taken out there. Mechanic super low, so... I mean, it's a valiant effort from him, right? RRC, they were the ones on the other side of boot camp coming in super late. Made a really good entry, but unfortunately there's a team that's already there, so unable to make that one work. Niagara, on the other hand, need to move in, but it's super open. They have no vehicles. There's a team still in Hohem. Yeah, Vele is going to go on down. UCW's up there. I mean, I think Niagara have to say goodbye to this. Yeah, they got to go. They got to know. I think if you're Sandy, you deny the point. I think that's exactly what he's trying to do there. And just take the L at this point. It's a really tough zone now. It's gone straight up to those mountains. There's not much you can do.
It's a tough one. Imperium likes to call these, the Chungus Mountains. But let's see how it is going to unfold for these squads. Because now Victoria, him knocking down the sprays, trying to get some kind of a conversion going here. Hope at least they provide some cover as the rushes come in. Down goes the management from Red River. Now it's up to Labor. Can they get the job done? I like what they've done with their names here as well. Labor, management, mechanic, HCM is all so excited. But now, let's see. Are they going to be able to take that excitement to the next level? Will they get the jump? Or will they get jumped instead? Up comes Drango. Oh, nice little bit of Overwatch position here. This could be quite disastrous now for Kent State.
That's a headshot. Yeah, that's going to be the end of you, buddy. GG. Arkansas State getting taken down there. I mean, it's really just impossible to come up this mountain now. Canada West have such a huge hold on it. There's not much you can really do. Victoria, though, the duo, him and Hope, hoping to get as much as possible. Some really good stuff there. Hope does go down, but that's going to be Kent taken on out completely. Oh my goodness. 14 eliminations now on the side of Canada West.
Yeah, Canada West back-to-back aggression. Gotta love this for them. And I mean, they are definitely hunting down the top of the rankings. So what a performance. It's going to be interesting to see if they make it into the finals, how they're going to compare against the other teams that have already qualified. But now, it's going to be the standoff here up at the temple. You can see Labor trying to find the angle here. What will the approach be? 1 hit, trying to stay true to their name. We did see that finishing blow coming through from 1 hit in the previous match. Now it's going to be the rush, the play, quick angle. Ooh, but you don't want to overextend your stay here, right? You want to try and see if you can get a nice little position. Especially looking at the western side of zone. I'm not quite sure how Labour is going to be able to rotate up. Because, I mean, the only play that makes sense is to go to the north because that's open, right? That's how you can get up. Coming over towards the southern side, there is no hope here. There is no way up. So it's going to be a pretty tough one. But to add to it, him is also just waiting in the background there. So even if Labour was able to find a way to move, I'm not quite sure if they're going to fall to Canada West or to the side of Victoria. Now the pressure is going to be on. The play has to happen because the blue is closing up.
Oh. Yeah, this is what happens, man. Those solos, they just creep into those little crevices and hope that the zone goes their way, and unfortunately, it just hasn't. So that's our RC. He's going to have to come up, the last solo alive, but one hit is waiting for him. Level 1 helmet, though, I'm gonna say. They've not been able to keep that helmet going, but he's got the vest to make up for it. So we'll see. Nade coming up over the top. He's just going to try and get those smokes. Nice smokes, actually. Oh, there we go. The helmet goes immediately.
Okay.
That's what I thought. Red River does get taken out, but a nice little knock there. Going to push their agenda back a little bit. Fallen is Fallen. He's just going to run around and kind of go, well, that's me done.
Yeah, it's almost like Fallen can do the whole, can touch me. Because I don't think anybody would come look over on that side of the zone. There might maybe still some miraculous way for them to make it through, but down goes him. And that is another team getting sent to the wayside. 16 eliminations now for Canada West. So far, their personal best. Gotta love it. But yeah, 3 teams remain. It's gonna be Canada West. It's going to be Fallen right over here, who has fallen off the side of the cliff. And now the blue zone is going to come in, denying the point. All right, so that is one way to get the job done. Trying to wait and get as much survival time here as they possibly can. And I mean, they could still manage to get some placement points if they can out-heal the blue. But the meds are going to start running low. It's now Delusion, the only player standing between the side of one hit and the rest of the team from Canada West and that winner chicken dinner. Up they come, up they go, shots go flying, and down it is. Match done and dusted. Elmhurst, though, managing to bag themselves some placement points. That is phenomenal. Well done for them. But Canada West, again, coming through, doing a lot with the placement points. Now they're back-to-back winner chicken dinner.
Really good stuff from them, and I think with that, even though Rondo is coming up with the potential double points, I feel like they're kind of set now. They've solidified their position in the finals with that. A really, really good job from Canada West here. UCW showing us what they've got and doing it in style. GG's. But the MVP of this match is going to be... Ooh, Drango. Okay. Nice, with 8 eliminations, over 1,000 damage, our first 1,000 damage of the lobby, ding ding ding. So very nice to see that indeed, and yeah, some really, really good eliminations coming on through for it.
Yeah, what a play. Absolutely phenomenal job coming through here from Drango, getting the job done. Let's take a look and see who is the star of the show, the team that did the most. Canada West, right? The MVP comes from Canada West. The MVT is Canada West. 17 total eliminations, 2,400 damage. I mean, this time, actually, even stronger conversion rate than we saw previously, right? This time around, they did less damage, but got more eliminations. So, good cleanup coming through from their end, showing that they were able to convert a lot of the hits they landed into points.
Yeah, really, really good stuff as we see our leaderboards coming in after this Sandhog game. Where are our teams sitting? Canada West, no surprise there, number 1. A little bit of a gap coming in as well, nearly 20 points above Middlesex County. But Arkansas State with 24, Algoma with 23, Victoria with 20, Niagara with 19, Red River with 17, and St. Clair B with 16, tied with Kent State in 9th. So a really, really close race this is. It's all coming down to that final game. But what's really crazy here, DK, is up to sort of 3rd place, any team lower than 9th could win this rondo with a bunch of eliminations and be qualifying for finals.
Yeah, they very well could. So it's going to be exciting, though. I mean, looking at Sinclair B, though, right? They jumped from 12th all the way into that 8th position. So it does restore a little bit of hope there for them. Kent State also jumping from 14th all the way up in towards 9th. So it shows you that teams can still pack quite a bit of a punch. Yes, Sanok didn't necessarily go according to plan for everybody, but the opportunity is there. And the biggest opportunity they could ask for is going to be the next map, right? Rondo could be the one to change it all, right? It's like Schmiegel's Precious. It's like that map, right? It's like come in, try and go get the points. And with the recalls coming through, I think the key here is to not wipe the entire team. Just take 3 of the players out, leave that 1 player left. When they recall, then you can go try and wipe them off. So, yeah, some interesting strategies. There we go. I wanted to say statistics and strategies all in one word. It doesn't work. But yeah, so curious to see how the teams are going to look to leverage all these recalls to themselves and how they could look to capitalize on those eliminations. We've seen a 23 elimination game come through in the previous rondo. Maybe this one could take it even further. I think there might be an opportunity for that. Looking at how these teams have been playing just the first 3 games so far. I think Canada West, the Fugaze team, they could be gazing upon some crazy points here. I mean, they're already at the top of the log. They don't need more points, but they're probably going to want some more. So, yeah, we'll find out soon. But, of course, before we get to that, we are going to be hopping into a quick break with a few replays. So we'll see you back on the other side. Welcome back. We're getting ready for the final exciting installment right here. It's going to be Rondo. If the first Rondo was anything to go by, this is going to be crazy. My name's DK. This is Neptura, and we are going to be taking you through all the crazy bits. But before we get there, we're going to have to talk about a few things, right? We're going to have a serious sit down and talk about this and talk about that. And, you know, yeah, we'll figure it all out as we get closer to it. But thank you so much for joining us right here. We are very pleased to have you all here. I don't know why I'm talking in that voice, but whatever, right? So we are going to be hopping into the matches very, very soon. So looking forward to seeing Rondo. First one, we did see some pretty insane plays coming in. Of course, we pulled, well, into a rather interesting place, right? I mean, we ended up on a compound. Kind of out just to the northern side of stadium, so it's a very different kind of place. But you know what's also kind of different? This awesome thing right here in between us, right? As you can see it over there, it's right there. It is called the Hohem iSteady V3 Ultra. Now it's got a detachable screen. It's got well, it serves as a remote as well. It's got some simple gestures, so you can zoom in, you can click on it. You can shoot completely hands-free. You can just wave, pose, and let the Hohem iSteady V3 Ultra capture the moment for you. You know, just like my assistant here is looking very excited. I like that face as well. It's like, yeah, that's a face that would sell Hohems. Yeah, but it's definitely a very cool item. I mean, cool. Like, I don't, like, I know I've said this every single time, but I'll continue to say it, that detachable touchscreen, it's amazing. I've not seen that before. I've seen ones that rotate and other things. It's got a light on there at the bottom as well. So many, many cool features on that. So if you're interested, there's a link down in the description. So go get your hands on one. And if you do, send me a picture so I can be jealous. But yeah, speaking about jealous, I think a few teams are going to be jealous of the amount of points other teams are going to be looking to secure in this next match. Because as we saw, this is going to be the make or break, right? Who gets to qualify and who gets to look on as the other teams move forward. And so it's all playing for the slots to qualify for the finals, right? Only 8 teams can move up. And so far, we know that Sinclair and Kent State are both tied on 16 points apiece. The one team is in 8th, the other team is in 9th. So they're going to have to settle that. Only one of them can get on in. And in case you forgot which maps we've been to and where these teams have played so far today, both lobbies played on Erangel, Miramar, Sanark, and now we're getting ready to go cook it up as we head over into Rondo. 32 teams and only 16 can move forward.
Only 16, and so far it's really been a very even battle, right? Not many teams have really fallen short of the standard we're expecting, so it's been really nice to see all of this start to unfold. But here we go, DK, the last match of the semifinals here. We are almost done with this portion. By the end of this game, we will know who our top 16 are going to be going into the finals of the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship North America. Rondo is knocking at our doors, DK. We gotta answer because that plane is about to pop.
It's about to pop. It's about to be hot. Maybe we'll see 2 planes. No, we'll only have 1 this time around. Oh, takes all the excitement. 2 planes look so cool, right? It's like,
it does though.
What? Who's gonna drop all in the same place? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll see where these teams are gonna move towards. Are we gonna have any hot drops come through? But because especially now with the teams all crammed into 1 plane, they all just want to get out, right? Are they gonna get down, hop on through, get the party underway, or are they gonna look to play it a little bit more strategically? As you can see there, Hongshan is maybe going to be getting a little bit of love there as well. We could see some teams dropping down into Test Track, maybe into Neox Factory. I'm not quite sure if anybody's going to be able to reach Stadium, but they could always stop at Bamboo on the way over there. Maybe Meiran could get a little bit of love as well. Jaden City could also get a little bit of action there, as we can see Tizzy and the crew moving in that direction. But look at that. It's going to be Dan Ching, though, that kicks us off with the party.
Yeah, and Neox Factory's looking very spicy as well, but Danqing, yeah, it's a good compound. I've been here several times. It's a really good spot. Love the use of the JS9 as well. Fantastic weapon on Rondo only. So nice to see that, but Danqing is really cool. But here we go, Neox Factory. So many teams. And of course, because we can get recalled, doesn't mean the game's going to be any shorter. It's just it means it's a lot more spicy. We get on over here. Northern Arizona, one of those teams. This is the team that's on the bottom of the leaderboard. Let me check that. Yes, bottom of the leaderboard, 4 points only. This could still be the game changer, the tournament changer game for them. They could do a whole lot here. So that hot drop is just the start of things. 1 point on the board so far.
I mean, if they get a 20+ chicken, that's 30-odd something points, right? And added on top of that, that could put them right there in the qualifying seat. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for these teams. Now, let's see who's going to be the one to grab it. Victoria getting a knock come through, but they've not yet been finished. As you can see, they have one player in a car, and that means they're heading out for a revive. They're looking to bring the whole squad back up on their feet. And now, Arizona looking to enjoy their spoils here. They've got so much loot. They are probably not going to go res up run just yet. Or maybe they could run to do that. We'll find out. But look at this, though. Also, Arkansas up on the roof. We got Red River cooking up some nades. Up it comes. Is it going to find its way home? It gets close and on the money. Wow, that was a nade.
Yeah, that was not a nade. That was a nade, as you said. Jeez Louise, Batman. Goodness me. Great response coming in there from Red River. Just finding that entry knock. VCC as well, falling prey to them. Red River, man, they've been pretty good. We haven't seen, like, crazy stuff from them yet. But still, some good play. Seneca falling short of the mark here. Down to a duo they go. But again, it's okay. It's okay. They can get revived. It's fine. It's okay. Northern Arizona, though, able to get that revive back up. They did actually bring in their fallen teammates, so they're back up to a full squad now in Neox. And very quickly, it's turning into a few teams left as Harley goes out now. Is Kate gonna do anything? He can't really. I mean, there's no health left, and they're trying to run around to the other side to that window. Yeah, backstab, easy peasy. That's gonna be them getting taken out, completely surrounded there. RRC making a name for themselves over in Neox Factory, but we move over to Danqing. And it's gonna be St. Clair here. They got 3 elims so far. Kent State have just moved up. Shown up, said, hey, how's it going? And we look for a few other things. SCC as well. There you go. Just getting those last few elims before the new ones show up. What was this? Utin? Where are we? I've forgotten the name here, but it's the gardens,
Yulin.
right? Yulin. Oh, it's Yulin, of course. I was thinking Tinlong Gardens, but it is Yulin. We haven't seen a hot drop here, actually. Not yet, anyway. So it's nice to see that, because this is a really interesting position to play.
Well, let's see whether or not it's going to be bopping. Well, it is, as Fanboy gets found, and down they go. Now it's going to be up to the rest of the team to see what their response will be. Red River, in the meanwhile, bam, 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 up they come. Very labor-intensive as they move up, looking to clear it out. Taking care of business over there. Sinclair, in the meantime, are going to look to get themselves all repositioned. Making sure they each have what they need to continue the fight here. As they patiently await a little bit of a dance about, right? We got Kent State, I believe, there with them as well. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities for teams to come through with a lot of that madness. Speaking about madness, it's not going to stop anytime soon. We got some pushes, some rushes coming through. Ruthless and the rest of the team from Kent getting met with pure aggression from Middlesex County. They've actually been one of the teams that has also just doubled down, right? They came into this match and they've been able to secure 26 eliminations.
Overall, right?
Yeah, no, 26
Yeah.
so far, right, throughout the previous 3 games. So that puts them on an average of close to, I don't know, like 8 something, whatever, 8 or 9 or 7, something around about there. It's like, it's a weird number. Don't let me math too much because my brain's gonna break. But it's 26 eliminations and only 5 placement points, awarding them 31 total points. So they've definitely been super aggressive. I like this coming through here from RRC. Just trying to catch up with Vamsi, sending out the nades. It's like, get out of my warehouse. I like this play. But are they going to be closed it up, though? Because, I mean, the recall is there. So somebody's going to bring their teammates back into the fight if they still have recalls left.
Yeah, what's interesting as well is they're both solos, so it kind of feels like they're the last solos left for the recall, so it's kind of all down to them. Oh my goodness, Kent! Oh, really good reaction from Jason, but unable to find an angle safe enough. Lex is going to be flushing him on out, and that's really unfortunate. Hopefully Kent can be revived here, because they are a team that desperately need points, because they're on the cusp. They're tied with 8th place, but they're currently in 9th. They were the team that needed it more than anybody else to a certain extent. And they're almost out. So hopefully they got that revive going. Be able to come back as a full squad. Oh, you know, that doesn't... There we go, GG.
Oh,
Okay.
that was a beautiful trade up. I mean,
That was
Kent,
very
they look
nice.
at the bounce back. They brought Jason back as well. So now they've used up
excellent.
yet another recall. So let's see how this one is going to pan out for them. Obviously, Kent, the shots going. Beautiful work over on towards Algoma. But can they get more? Goblin just gobbling up the damage for the time being. Up comes Alabama. Oh, the nade does miss for the time being. Quick chuck up to the wall. Oh, the jump, almost getting it, but you got to get it quicker because they are going to get rushed.
Oh, he's trying to heal up. He's trying to do something. The jump shot isn't going to work, but Yum might just go out to the blue zone here. No, zone's not quite fast enough. Just using the tree if at all possible. He does get it done. It's just enough to get him behind the wall. He has to heal up again. That's more delays. That allows Old College to move on up a little bit more. Get this revive going, but now he's ready. Yum. Gonna try and get the trade. Gets the one with the shotgun. 7 more bullets. Still gets the other one. No, it's the other side. But here we go. It's 1 HP. The blue zone's here. I mean, so difficult. Oh, he's there. Can you get this? Can you get it stuck on the tree? Oh,
Yum
my
with the gun and down the goes 6
goodness.
eliminations. Squad wipe.
Ooh.
Wow.
1v4.
They're not going to be happy about how that one played out for them. You know what? They tried. They came so close, but unfortunately, it was just not on the cards for them. Oh, Toxic. Running straight up in that one, trying to shoot the toes off of the goblin. But at the end of the day, does manage to survive. I'm not quite sure how many teams will be able to make it all the way to the end, because we only have 14 left, and Red River slowly starting to pick up that momentum, but they're gonna have to make sure they've got the numbers to back it up.
Exactly. It's going to be so important. It's another symptom of the recall feature, right? Is you're going to have a lot of teams, or more teams than usual, that actually have full squads in the late game. So if you're a team that's unable to have that, it's a definite disadvantage. So you want to make sure, it's kind of where the strategy comes in, where it's like everybody hot drops, everybody gets those elims in the early game. Hang on. Oh, nasty drive by UCW. Not liking how that's going for them. Probably not going to win this one. You know, they're not getting the turkey dinner, just the back-to-back. That's what they're going to have to be happy with. Oh, I love where we're going with this zone, though. Far east. Haven't really explored too much of this side of zone yet. And be really interested to see how all these teams end up going for it. Yeah, okay. A lot of teams coming up over that bridge to the south side as well, through Jadina City. which is an interesting play because you'd think probably somebody's still there. Technically, I suppose there is, but they're outside of it looking at the other bridge, and it does center up on them. So, going to be a very interesting zone.
I mean, Vancouver's going to be happy about that shift, right? Because as we can see, they're already quite well situated just to the south there of Yungo. Yungo? However you pronounce that.
Yeah.
Yungo, that one. That place at the north of the zone. You can see the purple team right over there. They are going to get some visitors starting to roll on through. That is going to be Sinclair College, but they will try to keep a little bit further to the north. And of course, now we're here on board with Victoria as well as they start to push on up. So I see how these teams are going to look to get themselves dispersed as we push further and further into the area. And I keep on saying Victoria, but that's not Victoria. Sinclair B, though, here they are. It is Victoria. Okay, well, I got it. High five to me. Let's see how they're going to look to push. As the position is quite southern, we do know that there's another team just over on towards that eastern side. But they seem to be quite focused on the water, though, and the bridge.
I mean, you have to be, though, right? Because there could be a lot of surprises coming your way on the other side of that river. There's only this one bridge, a nice 2-2 split. Either side is going to control it pretty effectively, but they kind of seem to have forgotten that there's a bridge to the south side as well, and we saw several teams use that bridge, so they're going to have to be careful. Oh, 8 times. They're going to have to be careful to actually not get backstabbed here, so we'll see. Elmhurst, on the other hand, yeah, here we go. Wait, hang on. Too much happening all at once. Vemsate gonna go on down there. That's gonna be unfortunate. GG, but it's not gonna happen for you. That's gonna be northern Arizona going on down. The team that needs the points the most. There's no recall available for him most likely here. So that's gonna be him going on down. It's gonna be the second Elim for Victoria.
They're struggling quite a bit to get those shots in, though. Let's see if Red River can make any magic happen here. 14 eliminations. They did get a knock onto Labor. They also ran right over Aspauer and Goblin. Oh, but they're going to have to be real quick about it. As we can see, there are even more teams now coming up. And of course, pushing up from that northern side is going to be Alabama as well. But up comes the rush. Middlesex County getting ready for the showdown as they are going up against Kansas State University. Both teams now holding their own respective space here. Not going to try and expose themselves too much just yet, but the nades are going to come in for lying. Middlesex keeping the angle tight. Nexus trying to keep up that front line, needs to get the health restored. As you see Pasha getting taken down. Down goes Burpee. Now Krish, Lexus, the last two hopefuls remaining on the side, but the space now raining down on Red River. Ooh, this could be devastation for them.
It absolutely could be. Red River, who currently have 14 points on the board. Red River, who've been doing so much so far, might just lose it all on this ridge line. Now we've got Arizona trying to push on up to them. Oh, nades, Molotovs, there's nowhere for him to go. He's just got to do something. Still a tiny bit of time allowed to them, but those vehicles are getting blown to pieces now. Now they're getting sandwiched. Oh my goodness, mate. There is no way for this team to escape. Red River gonna have to pull out something huge in the next 6 seconds or face the consequences, and I don't know how they're ever gonna do that.
Ooh, yeah. That was a beautiful distraction coming through here. Alabama sending the player out, one player, and that was Red River thinking the whole team rotated out. Now instead they find themselves in the blue. They're going to have to abandon the post. They're going to have to jump ship and get it back into the blue. Management trying to lead the charge, but does get picked up as Yum comes in with a beautiful spray. The rest of Red River, they have no choice. They're going to have to leave their teammate there. Now, it is the play for the bridge, and what a gatekeep. As we can see, the pressure is on. Northern Arizona University trying to see if they can bag any additional points. Up comes the push. Oh! Getting sidetracked. Charon getting Charon over. Down they go. We only now have 12 remaining squads. The nades flying all over the place, and things are getting pretty spicy. Elmhurst University trying to lock it down. But are they going to be able to get the plays? They are very, very north. And look at that position, though. It is going to be Vancouver trying to leverage it against them.
They sure are. Brilliant play coming in through from them. Vancouver to the north side, trying to gatekeep as much as possible. It's a big compound to hold on to, though. Cake going on down here. Next is Kent. Kent keep getting a lot of eliminations and then just falling a little bit short and not able to make it to the end zone. And this is just such a tough position to be in. I'm surprised. I mean, how is this player getting so much control outside of the zone on a bridge? That is insane plays from him. Coming on in here. He's just a solo. There's not much he can do. Kent now have control. Alabama gets eliminated, so that's top 10 now. Just one more player needs to be, or one more team needs to be eliminated, and then RRC have one placement point as well.
Well, you know what top 10 also means? Is that we are one step closer to getting into placement point territory. Right, because the placement points start at 8th place, so the pressure is going to be on here. Everybody, at least in this lobby, has points to their name. Jason and everybody now just fishing for some shots, looking for the damage markers. But also, when we have 10 teams left, the chicken comes out to play. And what does it bring with it? Well, nothing other than an Amazon gift card. There's the code. Pause the stream, get the code, go claim it. Fastest fingers first. Get it before it's gone. Speak about gone, though. Let's see if Elmhurst Junkie can get gone with Hawk and the rest of the players pushing up. Now that is going to be Sinclair trying to find a little bit of an angle to fight from. So far, Hawk has found Junkie instead. So I love how the teams continue to turn this whole situation on its head.
Most definitely. I mean, Elmhurst, man. This is a team that we said, you know, one of those teams that need the points. Hang on. Every time I try and talk about Elm, we just switch to complete chaos. Elm just wants to not be talked about, I think. I think I get the message. I get the hint. I won't talk about you till later. Kent, on the other hand, 5 elims. Jason goes down again as the zone moves in. The worst possible time to get knocked because you know you cannot be revived now. Canada West do go out. 10th place for them, but it doesn't really matter. They've won enough games to really be in those finals, so they're good to go. Kent State, on the other hand, need just a little bit more, right? Just a little bit more, because St. Clair B are still in the lobby 2 points behind. 2 points. They were tied before this match. Kent State are 2 points ahead right now. They need to survive as long as possible, or at least longer than St. Clair.
Yeah, that's going to be the name of the game. The objective for them to try and secure here. Now comes Sinclair A, also looking to make a little bit of a something happen. They came in with 7 points. Almost thought that that was Vancouver that ran into the nade. Red River go down as well as they get eliminated in 9th place. At least they were able to back a whole lot of eliminations. Elmhurst hard on their heels. Now, here we go. Quick little pickup coming through for Vancouver as they continue to push forward. Sinclair holding it nice and steady over on towards the edge of zone, but they can't move up. They can't take a fight with Vancouver. Why not? Because there's another team right behind them. So they have to be very selective with how they fight this one. But I mean, for Seneca, this is going to be important because, I mean, also rather Sinclair here, they're going to have to perform exceptionally well with this position because, I mean, they're just trying to ride out the storm as best they can. And if they pull a glorious match out of this one, that could be enough to get them into the top 8.
Exactly. It's all on the line. It all comes down to this one game, but Sran doing some really good stuff there. The only player on the team to not have any elims. He's gonna try and make that change right now. Nice little knock over onto Psycho. That makes the push there, but they don't know about Nexus. They do now. He's going to be trying to push on through. Oh, bad position to stop. DK, I don't like this at all. They've stopped too early. There's perfect opportunities to do something here. The nade is really good, and that is going to be Nexus. Also, Molly really good, but he just falls short. Sren picks him on up. That 1 HP doing a lot now, but I worry for the backside now. Sren might just get backstabbed here, and here come the rest of the team. Seneca moving on in with a huge force, getting rid of this threat immediately as soon as possible. Sren can't do too much here. Tries to get with the S12. Not too much happening. He's 1 HP. Gets one. Is going to try. Oh, but the reload. He might not get this. He's 1 HP himself. Bro, you've got to.
Though.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah.
He didn't go for the flush.
He tried, but Kent came in with a beautiful third-party play. And Kent now not going to sit back and just eat popcorn. Instead, they are going to look to go out there and get all the points they can find. As you can see, still so many opportunities available. Up comes Jason. The rest of Kent now looking to roll up. They've hit in double digits. This could be that opportunity for Kent to establish themselves and make it through to get that seat straight into the finals. But it's going to be a very hard-earned victory if that is what they aim to do here.
Wow, still so many. It feels like still so many teams in this circle. There's only 5 teams left, but the circle's so small and so much of the terrain is unusable right now that it feels that way. The nade could be really good, doesn't do quite enough there. You're going to try and get Green up for sure because he's been doing so much for the team. You want to get him up. Kent State just moving back and forth. This is the game we wanted from Kent. 11 eliminations now. Top 5 position for them. Can they get it? Yes, they can. Make that 12. Victoria goes on out. Green goes down again. Oh, it's all over.
They take it down everybody.
Wow.
Right? They were like, you know what? This is our match. We shall claim it and name it ours. And what a performance so far. 14 eliminations up. An absolutely phenomenal showing coming through here from them. Still 2 squads standing between them and that winner chicken dinner. It is not going to be an easy one by any measure. Vancouver going to try and do everything that they can to ensure that they get a seat at the table as well. They've got only 1 elimination. They came in here in 10th place with 13 points. They've been doing a lot of hard work, surviving up until those late stages, but they've not been securing any eliminations aside from the one that we saw God securing. Now, the pressure is going to be on because they have to do everything they can. Sinclair also still in it. Sinclair B, as we can see, over on towards that far western front. But looking at Kent, though, Kent might have a different thing in mind for them.
Yes, indeed. It's so surprising. I mean, I think it's gonna be very rare to see a team with 1 elim at the end game of Rondo. That's crazy. But St. Clair B do go out. Kent State, even if they didn't have the 15 eliminations, they might just have won that battle because St. Clair B do go out.
What's crazy to think of is if Kent State get 1 more elimination, they've doubled their points just in eliminations.
Yeah.
Right? They need
power
1.
Of Rondo.
They had 16 points coming into this match. They have 15 elims. So, irrespective of placement points, if they can get that 1 more elim, they've already doubled their points. And what they get aside from that is just an extra little bit of dessert. So, now it's going to be Kent and the players from Vancouver having themselves a bit of a showdown. I mean, but also don't overlook Vancouver, right? Because if you remember back in the first match, even back on Miramar, Defender, Sinner, they played a very strong position. So I'm curious as to how they're going to look to respond with what Kent could be bringing to their doorstep.
I think for Vancouver, it's imperative that they don't give an opening knock. Because I think Kent State, with the way they've been playing this endgame, the moment something happens, they're going to try and push it. Now, I don't see any vehicles, though. That's going to be a huge detriment to Kent State if they don't have any vehicles. Maybe they have 1, but still, that's not enough to make the push as aggressive as they might want to. As Vancouver, they know. They're in the middle of zone. Vancouver, no, they just have to wait. So Kent have a little bit of an uphill battle. They've fought so well so far, but they just have one final push between them and victory.
Well, I mean, it could come down to the wire. So if Vancouver go out in second place and they don't score any additional points, that's them walking out of here with 8. I don't know if 8 points will be enough. Of course, fortunately, we don't have to do the match. So, don't have to do the math to figure any of this out. There are far smarter people doing that. So we'll see how these teams are going to be fending off the challenges they have to deal with here. I mean, we're about to hit stage number 9. And I think, based on the position alone, Vancouver have a slight bit of an advantage. It's all going to come down to how Kent look to approach this, right? If they're going to do it in single file, one player at a time, they just giving themselves up on a silver platter. But if they mount a full-on send, like what they're prepping for now, 3 players in a car, 1 player trying to cover the off angle, they could very well clutch this one out.
They could indeed. Oh, I like the wraparound we see coming in here from Kent, though. The full crash in. Nice angle to come on in, too. The nade, though, some great opening nades, but Kent don't care. They're just going to keep on going through. Down goes 1. Thor goes down as well, though. That's a trade. Have to be very careful here. Jason's a little bit late, lagging behind. But it is enough to give Kent an opening position now into this compound. And Vancouver not looking as strong as they once were.
Ooh. Defender, this is a very difficult position to play through because, I mean, he should be keeping the door closed, but he wants to keep it open because he wants to see, and now he has no other choice. He has to play with an open door, but it's going to be quite reliant on Sinner to try and carry that one forward, but the nade is right on the money now. It's up to Defender. Oh, can they survive? Quickly dipping in behind the back of the building. Up comes Ninja trying to clutch it up. Don't go for the windows. Instead, go for the flying players. There we go. And oh my goodness. Kent State. Steal it shot. They come through with the winner chicken dinner. And boy, oh boy, did they go for a fat goose on that one.
Wow, what an ending to that as well. The jump shot, the trade, the finishing up in style. Kent State, just so good. Such a great team here as we look at our MVP. And I think it's going to be, it's going to be Labor. That makes sense to me. RRC actually taking that MVP title. Labor's going to be here with 7 eliminations, 1,300 damage. Ding, 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 ding. Fell up 1,000 damage. But some really, really good work from Labor. I thought it was a shame when he went down because we could have seen a lot more from him, but we're going to see our MV team now. Let's have a look at that, and it's going to be Kent. Of course it's going to be Kent. 19 eliminations. DK with 3,000 damage total. I mean, we said that this team was tied for 8th. We said they were in 9th. We said this game has to be huge, and they listened to us, DK. They heard our voices.
Wow, imagine, right? It's almost unheard of. Not really, but well done to Kent State. 19 eliminations is a very exceptional performance. Definitely the biggest serving of eliminations we've seen for this particular lobby, so well done to them. But now we've got to see how all of this impacts the overall standings, right? That's what we're here for. Who's going to be the top 8 teams joining lobby number 1 to solidify the finals? And there we have it. Canada West.
Wow.
Kent State managing to claw their way all the way from 9th to 2nd place. Arkansas State still secured in 3rd place. Algoma, they were in 4th. They got moved all the way down to 7th. Middlesex County, they were in 2nd down to 4th. Red River, swimming up river all the way from 7th to 5th place. Glorious performance. Victoria coming through. Still holding on here. They were in 5th. They are now in 6th place. Algoma also, as we've already mentioned. And then St. Clair managing to close it out right there with 24 points. They started off in 8th place in the last match. They get their spot. And unfortunately, we have a few teams that tried really hard, but there were just some other monsters out on the battlefield.
There sure was, but the big talking point here is Seneca. Our last season, spring season's winners are no longer in for the fall season. They are out. They do not make it to finals. We will 100% have a brand new winner at those finals. That is insane. They came in with such promise. We thought they would do a lot better than they have, but 17 points over 4 games, it's just not been their night.
Yeah, the competition definitely has tightened up quite a bit. And I mean, I think this is very healthy, right? Because we want to see teams continuously look to improve. Canada West, they just got something different in their drinking water, right? I want to know what that is because I want some of that too. But yeah, phenomenal performances that we've seen here. Got to give a big shout out to Kent State for this last play. It was absolutely insane. I mean, before this, they only had 2 placement points. Now they've got 12, right? So they've more than 6 times the amount of points that they had on the board. So absolutely amazing stuff. I mean, essentially they tripled the points that they had in the previous match, right? Had 16, now 45. That's a big leap, right? That's like, it's a lot. It's a lot more than what they initially had to work with. So yeah, I mean, of course, teams that you got to play like this, right? If you want to get your butts into the finals, there's only one way to do it. You have to let it all loose. Not all of it, but a lot of it. So I'm curious to see how these teams are going to be looking to ramp it up even more so when we make it into 2 days of finals. And well, the finals are going to be on the 1st and 2nd of November. So it's still a little way out, but it gives the teams opportunity to prep. It gives them the chance to make sure that they have everything nailed down before stepping out onto that battlefield. And I cannot wait to see what these teams are going to be bringing in.
Yeah, me neither. I'm super excited for the finals now. Those were some epic shots. I loved that the energy that some of these teams brought in to make it to the top 8. I loved all the nades that we saw there. Some really good shots with those nades. So I'm really, really excited to see more of those and maybe a little bit more bolt action. Maybe a little bit. But no, I really enjoyed especially the rondos. There's a little bit of hot drops going in. These teams bring in a little bit of everything, which makes it super dynamic, super entertaining, and just a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, it definitely does. And, you know, there's nothing else that I could add other than if you've not yet clicked on the link down in the video description to get your hands on one of those amazing Hohem iSteady V3 Ultras, check it out, right? Go down below. And if you also got your hands on one of the Amazon gift cards, well done to you. But of course, on that one, we are going to wrap it up slowly bring the paper up, both tie the bow, all those things, because we are going to look forward to seeing you all back again once we get into the finals. It's about 2 weeks out before we get to see these teams show us what they've got, and that is when the prize pool is going to come into play, and they, of course, winning for their share of the $15,000 prize money. Amazing things, and of course, amazing teams. Nep, any final words? Make it quick.
Just that I really enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to the finals.
There we go. Right. Quick, concise, to the point. And on that one, well, we're going to point to the future because that's when we'll see you next. Until then, stay safe, stay fresh, stay frosty. We'll see you all back again soon.